everyone, welcome back to the European Cricket Network. We've got 4 live games today in the beautiful sunshine of Malta. It's going to be fun, there's going to be a lot of action. I'm Corey Rutgers, I'll be with Nish, and the action starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back everybody to the ECN Network. We've got 4 very big games today. We've got Red Stars playing Gozo Zami in the morning. This should be a really fascinating encounter. Gozo Zami, we know they have Zishan Khan, we know they have Mahbub Ali at the top of the order. They are so destructive. And for Red Stars, if they can get those 2 out, say in the power play or early, this game is definitely on. For Red Stars, obviously, a little bit lower on the table. They want to be fighting it out to get into the finals. It's a quarter-final scenario in this event. It's the top 4 of Group A and the top 4 of Group B will meet in the final 8 next week. So there's a lot to play for these teams in the doubleheader. And if you're still at the bottom of the table, you've got every chance. If you can go win-win, you can sneak into that top 4. Weather conditions today, perfect. It is a glorious time of year to be in Malta. It's about 24, 25 degrees and sunny. The field is magnificent. The pitch is playing true. Scores are going up. I'm really looking forward to today's action. It should be a fascinating encounter for the morning fixture. But for now, let's go to the coin toss with match referee Stefan Gooch.
Red Stars to call.
10.
Tails is called. It's heads. Okay, good luck guys. All the best. Gozo Zami won the toss and they're batting. Back over to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much for that, Stefan Gooch. Great introduction by Corey Rutgers. It's great to have him back in the commentary box. But before we proceed with today's games, let's have a look at what happened yesterday. It was a rather interesting day. A lot of underdogs faced an uphill climb, and we did get to witness an upset. We'll start off by looking at the first match of the day between Zira United and Mater Dei. Zira United posted 89 runs in the first innings, and they bowled terrifically in the second. They gave Mater Dei a really tough game, but unfortunately for them, Mater Dei got there with 2 balls to spare. Keep in mind, at one stage, Mater Dei needed 21 runs of 25 balls, and they made it very difficult for them. It came down to 6 needed of 3 in that game, and Mater Dei hit a 6. Here's a look at the second game where Zira United picked up their first ever ECS victory, the big upset of the day. Mater Dei in that first inning could only make 95 runs, and Zira United batted really well. Some nice runs from their top 3, Achal Patel, Durai, and Kundal, to see them over the finishing line. We then had our doubleheader between Overseas and the Southern Crusaders. And in all honesty, Overseas were no match for the Crusaders. They managed to post just 79 runs in the first innings of match 43, and the Crusaders took no time at all to get to that. They got there with 3.4 overs to spare. And this was the final match of the day. The Crusaders posted 135 runs on the board. In reply, the Overseas could only get 66, a massive 69-run victory for them. Very impressed with the way Karyawasan played in that second game. He had figures of 2 for 11 with the ball in hand, and he had a nice little late innings as well, which didn't quite make that match summary. Here are the standings for Group A. So as you can see, the Addicts Knights are still running away with that group. The Crusaders have probably locked in at least 4th place, so I think our top 4 for Group A is pretty set. It's going to be very hard to see Zira United Overseas making it in. It's pretty much mathematically impossible for them to advance to the quarterfinals. So we'll be saying goodbye to those teams, and we won't be seeing them next Thursday, and we'll have our big quarterfinals. Now that we've had a chance to relive what happened yesterday and how things are in Group A, let's turn our attention to today's games. We start off by looking at the fantasy dashboard for match 45 between Gozo Zalmi and the Red Stars. The Red Stars have managed to pick up a couple of wins. I think This team were huge underdogs heading into this series. Obviously, had never played before in the European Cricket Series, so we're wondering what we'd see from them. They've done a pretty good job, and they're going up against the ECL representatives for Malta, Gozo Zalmi. When you look at that top four for them, it's such a powerhouse. Zishan Khan, Big Lala, Mehboob Ali, Anwar, and then, of course, a dashing left-hander, Varun Prasad. Meanwhile, for the Red Stars, they're a little bit short-handed, as you can see from that lineup. Injuries have plagued them, as well as some personal commitments. So they're really up against it here. And that one fielder they're going to be missing will certainly challenge them throughout the day. Here's a look at the win predictor. Gozo Zalmi, rightfully so, are 85% favorites. Red Stars, even with a full-strength squad, would struggle to go up against this team with short-handed. This is really going to be a tough task. And Zishan Khan is ready to face the first ball. Good thing the two Ali brothers are out there for the Red Stars. Oh, and did he get some hand on it? Doesn't seem like he did. Even if he had, I think you're going to see from that replay that Mehboob Ali was probably not in trouble anyway. And dot ball to start off here for Ali. He absolutely crunched that with Zishan Khan. Incredible player. Almost 1,200 career runs for him. And I don't know if he's going to be adding to them because he's popped one up. This should be taken, but the fielder completely misjudges it. I believe that's Parth Patel. We saw how excited he was after taking a catch a couple days ago. This time around, he just never got in the right position. Zishan Khan's very lucky that he's not walking back to the dugout. And there he is, Big Lala, Mehboob Ali. A nice little change up there by Ali. It's Ali on Ali. So it's going to be Dilshad Ali against Mehboob Ali. Dilshad with the good change-up. A very good morning to everyone joining us in the chat. Hope you're doing well. Rob, Chris, and of course, nice to see you here as well, Ivan. And this is just effortlessly hammered away. That's going to go way clear of the fence. And maybe someone's going to find a cricket ball on the golf fairway. Let's have a look at this. Oh, sails away. It's like that ball's got wings. Better alert air traffic control. And this is another one that's probably just going to clear those two fielders who are on the edge of the ring. Yeah, he's been a little bit unlucky, I have to say, Ali. He obviously got battered for one big six earlier. But he's presented a chance, and he's also created some half chances. And these are the kind of opportunities you just have to gobble up when you're going up against a real quality team. End of the first over. Zalmi are 8 for no loss. We got 30 days to go until history unfolds on the European Cricket Network. It's the dawn of a new era in women's cricket. 5 nations will be taking part in the inaugural ECCW between the 17th to the 22nd of December. Make sure to join us in what should be a great celebration of cricket and women's sport right at the end of what's been a terrific year for the European Cricket Network. Did very well there, the keeper, to prevent that from going for a minimo. It's another dot ball there for Tony Thomas. That is crunched away. Really, really good shot. Zishan Khan is incredible, striking the ball in front of point. Quickly and then middles it. And it's another boundary. Really, really well struck. A rough start to Tony Thomas's over. 6 runs the first 2 balls. And that's going to be a single. Oh, what an incredible stroke. Did you hear the crunch off the bat? They probably heard that in Valletta. It was so loud. My goodness. That was absolutely incredible. Right out of the middle of the bat. I mean, these are some incredible strokes Mehboob Ali is playing to start off his innings. Oh, that's a rare false shot by Mehboob Ali. Just beats the outside edge of his bat. Oh, what a sensational catch. It's a bit of Ali on Ali action. Ali takes Ali at mid-off. What an incredible dismissal. That's Ajmal Ali taking Mehboob Ali's catch. Incredible work as Zalmi finally lose their first wicket. And they might be a man short, but they've certainly got a lot of strength, this team. I love the heart they play with. Let's have a look at this. He thinks he's probably battered that away for a boundary. And then he sees Ajmal Ali flying to his right to take a sensational catch. Amazing. This has been a really entertaining start to this morning. We've seen some good 6s hit, and now a flying catch as well. Terrific stuff. It's been a couple of great overs of action. We'll have a look at the standings for Group B, just to tell you that a lot is on the line here. The Red Stars have a couple of games in hand on Marsa, so if they win both their games today, which will be a tall task against Gozo Zalmi, they'll get into 4th place. This is hit towards mid-off, and there he is again. Ajmal Ali takes that catch. He tries to go for the short one there, Dilshad, and gets it all wrong. Yeah, that one is, it's not even in the frame. That tells you how short it was. A nice one. I really like this by Dilshad Ali. Zishan Khan loves to advance down the wicket, so you've got to be smart enough to either push it wide or bowl it shorter. I really like the way Dilshad is bowled. You know, he's unlucky not to get a wicket. He should have dismissed Zishan Khan in that first over. He's just bowling really, really economically here. Take a look at this. He's given up just 9 runs. And he's 9 balls into his spell. Could have been a lot less if some catches had been held on to. You know, produced a good half chance along with that genuine chance as well. Yeah, this is struck away towards mid-wicket. And that's going to be a single. So Varun Prashad is sent in at number 3. I like this move. Originally they listed Anwar as the number 3, but according to me it should be Prashad considering the fine vein of form he's in. Just got to watch out now if you've got your car in the parking lot. Parking lot's at mid-wicket for the left-hander. We've already seen him send a few there. That is down the leg side, and it's a wide. Rare mistake by Dilshad Ali. And he gets this one into the pitch. Oh, very nicely played by Prashad. Really beautifully played. I mean, look at his hands when he plays that stroke. There isn't that much room given to him by Ali. But he just runs it down to third man beautifully. That's a gorgeous shot. We've seen some big blasts and thunderous strokes, but then nice deft touch by Varun Prashad to get off the mark. Power play comes to an end, and it's also a good chance to welcome back Corey Rutgers in the commentary box.
Yeah, good morning, Nish. Good to be back, everybody, and I hope you're doing well wherever you're watching from. We've got a pretty exciting day, as always, on the ECN. Well, I call it the ECN universe. Feels like the Marvel cinemas that, or Marvel sort of franchise that we are, because we don't stop and we just keep on producing amazing content. We've got 4 games today. Looking forward to it, Nish. I missed yesterday. I heard it was a corker of a day. I'm sure you would have enjoyed it a lot without me.
Yeah, we had some very interesting games yesterday. A lot of
That's not what you were saying on the bus, Nish.
A lot of uphill climbs for underdogs. I think that's the way I'll put it.
I'm enjoying all your sort of metaphorical commentary this morning, and it's been good to listen to in the background. A little few technical delays to get the second headset going, but I'm here now, and should be a good day. Last sort of day of the ECS. Then we get a little break. We've got international cricket the next 2 days, which I'm looking forward to, before the ECS comes back on Monday.
Yeah, certainly looking forward to seeing the Estonian women as well as the Cypriot men's team coming here to Malta. Oh, that one just strikes him right on the foot. And that's a good throw to the non-striker's end.
Yeah, so this should be a good day of cricket. Morning fixture, sun is shining. Zishan Khan at the crease, an amazingly good catch. Saw that out the corner of my eye. I'd seen Mahbub Ali go. What a great catch to start the day. Not sure what the delay is here, but umpire says play. We can continue.
This is rather short, rather wide, but Zishan Khan, it just shows the kind of morning it's been for him so far. He picks out the lone fielder in the deep.
Well, they didn't run.
They didn't even run. Silly cricket. That was an easy single. He's only 7 off 12 now.
That's another dot ball, yeah. I think these are two players who like to admire their shot after hitting one, and I think he just assumed it was going to go away for a 4.
Yeah, it's not great that, though. You shouldn't be on strike right now. It's a team game. You've got to keep the score ticking.
And he plays this one behind square leg. Does it have enough to go to the rope? It's going to take a big stop to get there, and it just rolls over the boundary rope. Khan moves on to 11.
Yeah, it didn't get much out in the middle there, but it still races away for 4. So trying to get some momentum in his innings in the team. This is good, though, from Red Stars. They've kept the rate under 10. They'll be happy at the moment.
That's firmly struck towards long on. It's well stopped there by Nihal Moidu. It'll ensure it's just a single.
Yeah, so how it was yesterday, Nish? You enjoyed it? Did anyone come and join you in the box, or just did it all solo?
It was a long solo day, but he had some interesting games. And I think in the morning, 2 of the games were rather close. We got a big upset. Zero United picking up their first ever ECS win. I think though in the afternoon it was real dominance by the Southern Crusaders against Overseas. How about you? Had a good day off?
Yeah, it was a lovely day off. 31 for 1 after 4. Got a bit of time to myself. Went to the gym, got a haircut, bit of jacuzzi time. Went for a walk around Malta, ate some lunch, and then took the afternoon pretty much off to watch the end of the cricket. And it looks like Australia-India in the final on Sunday, which will make our commentary stint a little bit more spicy, I reckon, Nish. And yeah, it was a good game, actually. Like we always say, it was a bit of a low-scoring thriller. Everyone loves a low-scoring thriller.
No, it certainly was. I think it was a case of Australia losing, beg your pardon, South Africa losing the match in the start of each innings. You know, obviously they managed to make, I believe, just 18 runs in their first 10 overs in the first innings, and then came on the second innings, gave up 60 runs, I believe, in 6 overs. So hard to win games when you do that. You're always going to be behind the 8 balls, but put in a valiant comeback.
Yeah, it was a good game to watch. So the big final on Sunday, and we've also got our own sort of big cricket over the weekend as Moidu. Looks like he's coming in to bowl now.
That's a tough ball to start off for Moidu. Haven't seen him bowling too much, but the Red Stars missing a few key players. He's going to have to deputize and fill in with a few overs. That one just dying down a little bit. I don't think Zishan Khan expected it to stay that low.
Yeah, Zishan just hasn't had his sort of timing or flow at the moment. He's 12 off 17, which is very un-Zishan-like. He usually is on about 50 at this stage, so he's got to get going here.
A big swipe across the line over there. And they need to take advantage of this Red Stars. He's a little bit frustrated now. Need to be on their toes here, the fielders. He might present another chance. He's already been put down once. Doesn't quite get that out of the middle of the bat, but he will get Prashath back on strike.
Yeah, good bit of fielding that as well, just the one. Yeah, Gozo's Army obviously want to be getting and finishing at the top of that table. They've got to just switch on a little bit here. They're not going at a great rate.
He just asks the fielder inside the ring at third man to go a little bit finer for Varun Prashath, just in case there's that edge from that big booming Slog towards mid-wicket, and that is sent straight into the practice nets. What an enormous shot by Prashant.
That is big. That is really big. Well, we've sort of been waiting patiently to see a shot of anger, and that is a shot of anger. That's gone a mile, probably out of a lot of the players we see in Malta, Nish, and we know there's some good strikers. Prasad is up there with one of the bigger balls. When he hits a six, I don't think you ever see him hit a small six. When he hits a six, it goes a good 80 metres.
He could clear a number of very decent grounds around the world. Lauren Prashant. Oh, that's another full toss, but there's a catching opportunity, and it is taken. Good catch by Parth Patel. We saw him put down one earlier this morning, but makes no mistake there. Takes one right on the boundary rope. We'll have a look at this. Prashant will be devastated. This is a poor delivery. It's a full toss. No problem there. That's a legal delivery. And he finds the fielder out at fine leg. That's exactly what he's been placed there for. And he takes the catch well in front of the boundary rope, so no problems there about any legality. As another wicket falls, Zalmi are 38 for 2.
Well, big wicket, isn't it? We're just giving him a glowing endorsement, and gets out the very next ball. So 38 for 2. Red Stars at the moment in a little bit of dreamland, and they'll be enjoying themselves. I want to say a good morning to everybody in the chat, as Jeffrey Mobbs and all the other sort of moderators, Rob Thompson, Ivan, everyone around. Hope you're doing well. This will be an interesting morning, but this is also interesting. ECL 2024, one of our marquee events. We really enjoy this event. So many good teams. Looks like Capella Giants are coming from Gibraltar. We've got one more representative team from Turkey to book their place, and then we have it set, and this is going to be red hot. I really do think there's 10 to 12 teams that will truly believe they can go the whole way, maybe even more. When you have a good domestic season and win the title, you really feel like you get to this Champions League, you could potentially win it.
Terrific Yorker there by Tankachan, another player who we're seeing bowl for the first time this ECS. So full credit to some of these players who've been inserted in, like Moidu and Tankachan. They've just come out there, done a pretty decent job. You know, everyone stepped up. You wouldn't know this is a heavily short-handed team the way they're playing so far.
Hit leg side, doesn't really get it out the middle. He'll just get a, oh no. Well, I was just about to say he'll just get a single, but a terrible bit of fielding really, and that's going to go all the way for 4.
Well, you got a fan welcoming you to Kampong.
Yeah, Phenom struck. Yeah, there's a bit of news overnight in the Dutch domestic fraternity. That's a hit down the ground pretty hard. That might go for 4 as well. It will. Splits the two. Back-to-back boundaries, and maybe Zishan's starting to wake up.
He is. He's a player who can shift through the gears very quickly, so just because he's batting a bit slowly now doesn't mean they don't need to get rid of him. Yeah,
there's been news in Dutch cricket last night. Pretty big news, I guess. Scott Edwards and Max O'Dowd are moving to Kampong. I'm tagging along in a bit of a consultant sort of role, play a little bit as well, but to help the club develop. And I guess in Dutch cricket, that's pretty big news. I mean, Scott and Maxie, obviously the captain and vice captain of the country, and we've had a very good time at VOC, but sometimes a change is as good as a holiday. And yeah, looking, Kampong's a good club. Kampong's played on the network a few times. They're actually one of our winners of an ECS as well, and based in Utrecht, centre of the country. Nice place to be.
That's going to be another dot ball.
Good to see Glenn Tavilla in the chat as well, watching from Australia. Hello, Glenn. Glenn's actually spent a bit of time out in Malta, and usually is around the cricket grounds and the cricket scene as well. So I hope you're well, Glenn, in Australia, and enjoying the warm weather down under, hopefully. It's always good that we get viewers from all over the world. Chop down into the surface, and just a single. Go onto their homepage and you can see the article. It's just giving us a into the into the mic. So 48 for 2. We've got 4 overs left here. Anwar's just come to the crease. He'd love to probably play a bit of a cameo. I still think they're harbouring on the hopes of getting to 110. I know this batting lineup's very dangerous, but it's been a sedate start. Swing in and swing goodbye. He collects it lovely. It's off a length. Probably wasn't a half volley. It's actually a very good cricket shot from Anwar. First ball. Just backs his hand eye and goes with the swing in. Clears the rope and a handy 6 runs for Gozo's Army.
Yeah, absolutely. If Zishan Khan gets going here, it's going to be alarm bells ringing for the Red Stars. They've managed to contain him so far. He's on 22 of 24. Well, we've seen him get off to slow starts before and then shift through the gears really, really quickly. There's a look at the scorecard for Gozo Zalmi. Adnan Anwar, of course, he had a big 6 off his first ball. While Zishan Khan batting on 22 of 24. And he just strikes him well outside the leg stump, so no appeal there for LBW, of course.
Yeah, can they get to that 100 sort of mark? That is most. Well, Zishan's finally awoken the sleeping beast. He's had a peculiar sort of innings. Hasn't really been able to get much out the middle, but this time he does.
Certainly does. Very good shot. Smacked over mid-wicket. Just got his length slightly wrong there, Moidu. Needs to go back to what worked for him in the first over.
Yeah, Zishan just starting to get going now. 20 out of 26 is still very slow for what his usual output is. He's somebody that can go at a 2.5 a bowl. So, big opportunity now to cash in on what was a bit of a slower start. He should have his eye in and he'll be hoping to get him up to that 110.
Bit of width on offer there, and it's spilt by the fielder, but it's not going to end up costing them too much.
Yeah, perfect conditions today for cricket. 17th of November in Europe, and the sun is shining. Gotta love being out here at Malta in this time of year.
And slightly over pitches that delivery, so it's a bit of a low full toss, but hard to get away for Anwar.
Yeah, sometimes that low full toss can be a blessing in disguise. Makes it a little bit difficult for the batsman to get under and get the distance that they're looking for.
Yeah, if you're going to miss a Yorker, it's better to miss it by being slightly full rather than slightly short, because an overpitch delivery will usually get sent away to the boundary, just like that one. Although it was quite a bit of good fortune for Zishan Khan there.
Yeah, he gets a big ballooning edge and a little bit of top spin on it as it lands. Goes away for a boundary, so hasn't been the most fluent innings from Zishan, but look, he's still there. That's all you can do. 33 of 28 now.
He just hits that one into the little sand pit next to the pitch, which just slows down the ball a little bit on impact, as Zalmi move on to 67 for 2 at the end of 7 overs.
We have a quick look at, well, our year so far. This is our ECS events. We went to Malta, Portugal, Cyprus, Italy, Austria, Bulgaria, Sweden, Romania, Hungary, Czechia, Switzerland, Germany twice, Dresden and Krefeld, Italy, Croatia. We're here in Malta. We go to Spain, Barcelona next. An amazing year by everyone involved to get us on the road this much and to produce this much cricket throughout Europe. This doesn't even include our night series or the women's events, and obviously we had the big ECL and ECC. Just an amazing calendar for 2023, and I have had a sneak peek at 2024. Well, if you like cricket, you just have to tune in. There's actually an extra couple of maybe surprise events, which I think a lot of people will love, and Like, all I can say is if you want the work, Nish, in 2024, you can have the work. There's a lot.
Should be. Going to be a big feast of games next year. This is he going to pick out this gap? Looks like he has. Tony Thomas reaches a hand out, but can't quite prevent it from going to the boundary. Have another look at that. Just gets his length a little bit wrong there, the bowler, but going up against a player of Anwar's quality, the margin for error is so fine. And in response to that one, they're just moving another fielder to the leg side. I like this move. He's going to be turning this ball into the right-hander. You want that fielder standing at mid-wicket in between those two fielders. Well, you could forget about where you station your fielders when batters like Anwar clear the boundary rope that comfortably. It's another huge six that's probably landed just a few meters in front of the tennis court.
Yeah, what a shot that is. Gets it out the middle, gets it the whole way. And they're just starting to build a lot nicer now, Gozo's Army.
It's a good partnership so far. They've put together 40 runs in just 2.3 overs. And this one is straight to that fielder point. Has been a very busy man out in the deep. I have to say, he's done a good job so far. Kept mistakes to a minimum. Oh, doesn't quite get a hold of the Zishan Khan, but he still clears the boundary rope. And it wasn't the sweetest sound off the bat, and you can just see he's showing his bat to his teammate. But it's still more than enough to just get muscled over the rope. This is going to be a single here for Zishan. Moves on to 42. You know, they're going to really regret putting him down earlier this innings. Even though he started off a bit slow, it looks like he's found his groove eventually. It was just a matter of time for Zishan. And, you know, how often do we talk about catches and fielding being the difference between two teams? Well, have a look at this graph over here. Gozo Zalmi, 86 for 2 at the end of 8 overs.
Yeah, 2 overs for them to really enjoy themselves. And with so many wickets in hand, it's basically time to party. Swing that bat as hard as you can, see if you can get some boundaries away.
So lets that one go. Well read by Zishan Khan. Thankacha on his first over went for 16. I think he just bowled a few too many wide ones down the leg side. He was a little bit wayward in that over, so kind of surprised he comes back for a second. But again, the Red Stars, they lack a few options today. They're very short-handed, as we mentioned. Mistimed. Is this going to carry to a fielder? Oh, he's somehow taken it. I just thought he might spill it for a second because he didn't get himself into the best position, but Nihal Moidu manages to hold on to it.
I can't believe he's held on to that. His hand sort of crisscrossed, and in the end it lands perfectly in one hand. He was wobbly. He looked like he'd just come back from a night out. He didn't look secure at all. His feet were going everywhere, and how has he held on to that? He's almost snatched at it.
Yeah, it's a one-handed catch.
Watch this. He's... Oh, again? That's gone from his right hand into his left hand. Watch his right hand here. Hits his right hand and then lands in the left hand. That is ridiculous. That might be one of the luckiest catches I've seen. How's that happened?
Oh, he gets very lucky
so
there.
It's tapped into the right hand and he's somehow snaffled it in the left. He looked like he'd enjoyed his Thursday night, but he holds on to the catch nonetheless.
Important grab for him. Zishan Khan was just starting to increase his strike rate. Keep in mind, Zishan was 7 for 13 at one point. Then he ends up with 42 of 33. So very important we note those key moments in the game. This one's given a wide by the umpire. Might be worth taking a look at again. Yeah, it seems the umpire's just got that right. All it has to do is just flick that trim line along the way when it goes past the batter. And that's enough to give it a wide. Yeah, I think he was going for the back of the hand slower ball or something. And it's clearly deceived Rahman, who can only get it away for a single.
Yeah, wanted to try and take a little bit of pace off. It's not a bad option at the end if you can get it in the right area. They've been fighting hard here. Red Stars have been impressed.
Tries that again, but this time he provides a big, nice, loopy full toss for the danger man Unwer, who's going to batter it over long off.
Yeah, good shot, isn't it? And low full toss and gets it all the way for 6. That is, well, we just talked about how the slow ball's a good option. That was a bit of a hit me ball, wasn't it? That was super slow, super loopy, and I think that makes me want to come out of retirement to face that.
Yeah, you've actually got to land the slower ball on the pitch to make it effective. Goes for a more orthodox ball there, but it's just short and wide, and that's going to get cut away as well. Unwer moves on to 30 of just 7.
Well, Anwar's come out and batted sort of the more Gozo's Army way we're accustomed to. He's 30 off 7. That is rapid. He's timing the ball beautifully. 4 sixes in that 30. And he's just given this innings sort of that push it needed. Now they can easily get to 120.
Tankachin's over is kind of sticking out like a sore thumb when you look at that bowling card. That's another one which is going to clear the boundary rope. 3 consecutive 6s.
Yeah, shot. That's maybe my favourite of the lot because that's not a half volley. That really isn't. You have to generate the power off a good length. You can see that isn't the worst ball you'll ever see, but it's gone 80 metres straight. He's bombing them at the moment. Rich vein of form and pushing this Gozo's Army up to something massive. Oh.
That's another incredible shot. You know, there's so much width there. It's probably a wide ball if he leaves it alone. But he just slaps it away for another 6. 4 6s in a row. 27 runs off that over.
Wow, wasn't expecting that. 42 off 9. Yeah, that's genuine pace. He's going at above 450 strike rate, so pretty impressive. You imagine Tony Thomas will come back and bowl this last over. But unfortunately, Tankachin's gone the journey, and this score now is looking impressive.
Yeah, I was just a little bit surprised that he came back for a second over. I know they're short of options, but I don't think he was at all convincing in that first over. Just looking at the way he was bowling, it was really wayward. And it looks like they're going to pay the price for that. 21.5 economy rate over your 2 overs. A bit of a nightmare day for Tankachin.
Yeah, disappointing.
Big heave across the line there by Rahman, and here's where let's see if they can just be a little bit smart, the Red Stars. How long can they keep Rahman on strike? Maybe just bring someone in on the 1 to prevent Unwer getting back on strike?
I don't know. It's the last over now, so you just probably damage limitation as much as possible. That'll be a 1. It's pretty hard to stop a 1 when people rush right. This surprises me, though. They're going back for 2-leg buys, and these, I know every run counts, but that's a situation. Surely you just say, Anwar, you can have the last 4 balls, but still a T10. I think it's just T10 education. It's very new. Not many players have figured it out fully yet, but they should never have come back for 2-leg buys then. Anwar's 42 off 9.
They're going to run anyway, and he's just going to get the top of the bail.
Well, why would you run the 2-leg buys? Nish, why? Tell me. You're a commentator. You're a cricket avid. Why would you run the previous ball 2-leg buys? Because then you want to get him back on strike, so you do this, and he's out.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. You know, I think they just haven't thought it out.
It's just communication in the middle's massive, and if two players aren't talking about plans, then that can happen. But I mean, very good innings from Anwar. 42 off 9 is a special innings, and he's put in a great effort, but unfortunately it comes to an end now.
That's going to spare the Red Stars quite a few runs, you'd think. You know, if they can just keep this under 125, maybe if Tony Thomas goes on a heater, the Red Stars have a chance in the second innings. We know Thomas is a terrific hitter himself. This one should be a catch out in the deep, but he spilt it, just didn't get in the right position. And we talk about catches costing sides. That's the third catch they put down.
He seemed very casual at it. I thought, okay, maybe he's just said himself he feels like he's going to take it easily, but let's have a closer look. Let it get too close to his body so his arms didn't have any movement. You can't catch front on either. Catching front on's not the way. And another run out will happen here, and it looks like that Rahman, who didn't want to do the team thing and run, he'll get to keep the strike. And Kushal, who wanted to do the team thing, will feel the pain. And Rahman's having a terrible last over here. He's made poor decisions, and it's costing his team.
Certainly is. Nikhil Kaushal, the left arm spinner, will depart here. He's going to have a big role to play in the second innings. This has been a good performance in the death so far by Tony Thomas. Only 4 runs off this over. One more ball to come. Edge taken, and he's gone. Rahman, oh, that was a nightmare innings for him. Just 1 run of 6 balls coming out in the death. You'd think he tried at least to accelerate his side with some good running between the wickets. He ends up chewing up tons of dot balls, and that final over goes for just 4 runs. Really surprising that Zalmi, in the end, can't get past the 120 mark, considering they had a 27-run 9th over. But we'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. It was a thoroughly entertaining innings. You've got to credit the Red Stars, who are shorthanded for this game, for coming out and putting in a real fighting performance. We saw Big Lala Mehboob hit a couple of boundaries until he was out, courtesy of this incredible catch by Ajmal Ali. Varun Prasad would do Varun Prasad things, which means sending sixes 10 feet beyond the boundary rope until he was taken by Parth Patel. Good catch by him. We saw a few issues in the field by the Red Stars. In all honesty, they put down a couple of catches. Could have been a little bit better with their ground fielding as well. Zishan Khan had a bit of a difficult day at times. He was batting on 7 of 13 when he was put down, and then he managed to get to 42 of 33, which by T10 standards is a slightly slow innings. But if he'd been taken earlier, you just wonder where the Zalmi would have ended up. And this was such a strange catch.
Yeah, this was an odd one. I mean, credit to him. He caught it in the end, but I don't think you and I have seen one done technically like that. As we got right to the back end, and this innings was pretty special from Anwar. To strike the ball as clean as he did, 360, really made a difference. And, well, the last over, though, credit to the Red Stars. They kept their head up and they were able to restrict runs.
Yeah, they gave up just 4 runs in that final over, which we're just watching right now. That would be the end of Nikhil Kaushal. He probably didn't do the right thing at times, Rahman. Not very intelligent with his decision-making before he was nicked out on the final ball. And only 4 runs would come off that over, considering we saw 46 runs between overs 8 to 9. I'm a little bit surprised the Zalmi failed to get over 120 runs. Here's a look at the scorecard for the Gozo Zalmi. We saw that incredible innings by Adnan Anwar that was unfortunately cut short, courtesy of some miscommunication, while Anwar and Rahman were running between the wickets. Real shame for him. If he'd managed to get to 50, that would have been one of the quicker 50s we've seen here on the European Cricket Network. We'll have a look at the bowling card. Some good performances there for the Red Stars, but then Tankachran with his 1 for 43 of 2 overs really sticks out like a sore thumb. Got to credit the 2 Olis. They both bowled really well. Tony Thomas as well, 2 for 13, especially that final over where he gave up just 4 runs. It was a special performance. We'll take a short break here before we come back for the second innings when the Red Stars are going to have to chase down a target of 118.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for the second innings of our first match. We had a very interesting first innings where Gozo Zalmi posted 117 runs. It was a nice competitive game, good back and forth. We saw a nice battle between bat and ball. It was really enjoyable watching. I'm looking forward to the second innings. There's some decent batters in this Red Stars team, mainly that man, Tony Thomas. It comes down to him. And if he plays a big innings, then the Red Stars could really do something special here and knock off Gozo Zalmi. Here's a look at the field. There's a deep third man in place, and then a fielder out at deep mid-wicket as well. We're going to be bowling nice and straight here. Big Lala Mehboob Ali. Here's the win predictor for this game. So the Red Stars their chances have ticked up according to this predictor. They were 85% favorites, Gozo Zalmi, at the start of this game. It's now down to 77%. That's one going down the leg side. And it's going to be a wide. So to answer Rob's questions here about all T10 grounds being the same size, yeah, I can confirm that despite what I said in the chat. All of them are the same size. We'll just have a look over here. This is tailing in, so it has to be 50 meters from the center of the pitch, and then the infield, the inner ring, is 30 meters from the center of the pitch. For the women, they have the same infield, with a boundary changes a little bit. It's between 40 to 45 meters. So we're gonna have some women's cricket tomorrow. So the rope's gonna be brought in a little bit, and the Maltese women take on the Estonian women. The only time that's not the case is when an obstacle is on the way. And I think from my experience in Cyprus, where there's a big obstacle in the way, and that's probably what's shaped my opinion. Oh, this one comes back a long way, but it strikes him outside the line of the off stump. Let's have another look at this beautiful swing here. But he can just see the impact is outside the off stump, so he can't be given LBW, unless he's leaving the ball, of course. And this is going to be a push towards mid-wicket. It's a dot ball. I'm very surprised Tony Thomas is not opening the batting. He was listed as an opener when the team sheets were given to us this morning. And considering he's one of the best batters in this Red Star team, well, not one of the best, the best. It's very, very surprising. I mean, he's played big knocks in both of their 2 wins. And you need him out there right from the start. You need him capitalizing on the power play, facing as many balls as possible when fielding restrictions are in place. And I'm very surprised they've sent Jovan Jacob and Moidu out there. I mean, Jovan Jacob was listed as a number 8 when we received the team sheet this morning, and Moidu as a number 5. Originally it was supposed to be Dilshad Ali and Tony Thomas. And that's the opening lineup I would have liked to see. Yeah, just a bit odd, in all honesty. It's been 212 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. That was all the way back in September when we had the ECI between the Austrian national team and the Italian national team. Of course, Italy took that one. If we get a golden ball here, it'd certainly be very, very entertaining. We should see a lot of good hits if we can even get close to that. Here's Sharjeel coming into ball. Quality bowler. But he's had a couple of really expensive ones during this series. Starts off right on the money though. Good ball. Back of a length. Let's have one more look at this. Yeah. Terrific ball, but you know, these two, they're just not batting with the right approach right now. They have to be aggressive. They have to be a little bit gung-ho. Gotta go for it. Got no choice. That's why I was very surprised when I saw these two coming out as the two openers. Very good morning to you, Helix. Great to have you joining us. This one is just around the pads. He's going to flick it away, Jacob, for a single. 4 runs, and you're 8 balls into your innings. I don't think this is good enough from the Red Stars' point of view. They've got to get going here. You know, multiple boundaries and over. Cash in on this power play. You know, you really want to be above your required rate during the power play because, you know, the run rate's going to dip a little bit. And fielding restrictions are brought into place. Just a little bit surprised by the Red Stars' tactics to start this innings. Oh, that's going to land just short of the fielder. I don't think it's got enough to go to the boundary. They'll come back for a couple of runs. Good work here. It's good running between the wickets, but let's have a look at this again. Yeah, it actually goes right through his hands. So it's not exactly the fact that it fell short. And Helix asking for holding up the Peacock Friday tradition. I certainly am. You know, fortunately we don't have the comms cam here, so I'm not going to be able to see my Peacock shirt. This is up in the air and a well-taken catch by Zishan Khan. And just for a second, you thought he might run into his teammate. Have a look at this. It's goes up in the air. And really well taken there by Zishan. I think he does well there, Salman, to make sure he doesn't run into him. And Khan takes the catch as the Red Stars. Very slow start for them. They're 6 for 1. And what's this? They're still not sending out Tony Thomas or the Ollies. Instead, it's Parth Patel. So I don't know whether they just want to have a little bit of fun out there. But this is a strange approach for me. You're playing against Gozo Zalmi. You still have a chance to make it to the quarterfinals, and you decide to start playing around with your lineup. I don't get this. I really don't. Yeah, so I've got a little red and white striped shirt over here, a flannel shirt for Peacock Friday. I'd say it's a fairly peacock. Maybe by Mr. Maximo standards, it's a bit different because his standards for Peacock are quite a bit different to mine as Parth Patel. And they'll start off with a dot ball. Look at that. It's already 90% Gozo Zalmi. Yeah, he just can't quite get close to that one there, Patel. I think he looks a bit out of short. On his shorts, I should say, not out of shorts. I don't know if he's run out of shorts. And second over comes to an end. The Red Stars just 6 for 1. Really, really rough start for them. We'll have a look at some of these numbers that are just about to pop up on your screen. Or maybe not. But yeah, Mehboob Ali, Salman Sharjeel, bowling these first couple of overs. I think they've both done a very good job sticking to their plan well. And they've bowled good lines and lengths, and I think the two batters as well have just not been positive enough with their approach. Here's Rahman, and he bowls a big wide down the leg side. Of course, a lot of people were critical of some of his running between the wickets and his decision making right at the end of the first innings. Yeah, both these, all three of these bowlers we've seen so far today had the same game plan, a deep mid-wicket, a deep third man. And that's why I just seen them just banging it in, back of a length, on a good length. Except that one there, just goes for that wide Yorker, just gets enough bat on it there to hit it towards third man. Yeah, they just want that deep third man out there to protect against some of these edges that might go out there. I think this is a good field setting. They can vary their pace a little bit as well as their length. And they stuck to the game plan really well, all three of these bowlers. I think there's been a few times where I've seen captains go out there, set a plan for a bowler, and bowlers just don't follow it. Not the case with these first three. I've loved the way they followed this game plan to perfection, and that's why the Red Stars are in a heap of trouble in the final over of the power play. But I just really don't understand why they've opted to go with this top three when they have Tony Thomas in there. Tony Thomas had a strike rate above 200 throughout this series. You know, he's made a couple of half centuries. He should be out there batting. He's an incredible cricketer. For some reason, they've pushed him lower down the order. The two Ollies haven't been sent there either. The captain himself, Cherian, he's still in the dugout. Patel finally managed to get some bat on one ball. That goes away for a boundary. I think it's landed just in front of the boundary rope, but we'll have a look once again to confirm. And that right there is the conclusive replay. It's certainly a 4. Yeah, just making some room here, Patel, to hit it over the offside. But if he stands still, he might be better served. You know, mid-on and mid-off or up. He hits this straight down the ground and just over their heads. He will have a boundary. I think at times he's just overdoing it a little bit, Patel. Oh, this goes straight to the fielder. That's Prathapan who's put that down. He'll be rather disappointed. I mean, the way Patel is batting, that might not even be such a bad drop. No offense to him. Yeah, that is struck firmly, so it wasn't going to be easy to take that catch. Just 12 runs off these first 3 overs, and these two batters are just digging their side into a deeper hole at this stage. And if they can't start hitting, then they better get out of there. You're just having a look at, well, you talk about building skyscrapers early in the power play. Those first couple of overs are the pavement. That's how small they are. It's been a really quiet start here for the Red Stars. That's another dot ball. Koshal is a really good bowler. You have to keep in mind, he just keeps things nice and tight. He's going to love bowling in this situation when the Red Stars players have no choice but to try and attack him. We know how he bowls. Just gets a little bit of turn. That one is angling into the leg stump. He's protected that leg side boundary pretty well. He's has most of his boundary riders there. The one gap out of the boundary is between the fielder at deep mid-wicket and deep backward square. Oh, he's going to have a look at the square leg. Umpire seems uninterested, but we'll have a look at it regardless. Side on. Oh, well, maybe it's a little bit more interesting than we thought, but I think he's just fine. The thing is, his back foot just starts to bobble a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah, tucked away behind square leg. That's going to be a single. It's a good chance to welcome Corey Rutgers back into the commentary box. I'm a little bit surprised by the way Red Stars have approached the start of this innings.
Yeah, it's a steady start, isn't it? They just haven't been going at a great rate at the moment, but let's not count them out just yet. Potentially they can step it up and maybe get close in this chase.
He's trying to slog this one towards the leg side, but he won't get anywhere near it. Good morning to you, Dave. Great to have you joining us, as well as Steve C. So the old crew is back in the chat, and we've got a big day of cricket ahead for us. I'm sure many of you are excited for the international cricket over the weekend as well. Nah, that will clean him up. That's going to be the end for Patel. It's probably a good thing he's gotten out of the way here. He makes just 4 runs of 9 balls. I've been really surprised that they didn't send Tony Thomas out to bat. Surely he should have been opening this.
Yeah, I think so as well. You always call for Tony Thomas to come up the order quite a bit, and unfortunately he's been hiding in the sheds. That's a wicket that might bring him out to the middle. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's still not going to be Tony Thomas. It looks like it's Dilshad Ali coming out. We'll just get confirmation shortly. But I'm just baffled by the fact that the Red Stars haven't sent their best hitters to bat right at the top of the innings. Instead, they've messed around a lot with their lineup, because looking at the team they listed this morning, you can see Dilshad Ali and Tony Thomas are listed as the 2 openers, but they've gone with a completely different lineup, and I just don't understand why, especially when a win here, and they'll take a big step towards the quarterfinals next Thursday. Here's Zishan Kaiser coming in to bowl this 5th over. Strays onto the leg side, and it clears the fielder in the deep. That is a very good effort, but it's going to go over his head. And finally, a little bit of excitement for the Red Stars.
Yeah, a little bit of excitement because it's a boundary, and it's a boundary they desperately needed. That'll get them ticking along slightly more comfortable, and 19 for 2 now.
Just the 2nd boundary you see in this innings, the 1st Maximo.
Oh, big swing in from Keyser. Cannons into his thigh pad. They'll just have to go through for a leg bye.
See the Red Stars' chances already down to just 2%. You know, that's just, I'm just absolutely stunned that they've still not sent Tony Thomas out. He's one of their best batters. He's hit a half century. He's got a strike rate of 200 so far this series. I mean, what are you waiting for? You're going to send him out there when you've got a 1% chance to win and hope you can catch lightning in a bottle. I mean, yeah, it's a very interesting decision making.
17 and over now, and you're right. By hiding one of your better ball strikers low, you run a huge risk that you're leaving too much for him to do later, and that's what we're seeing here. So, yeah, interesting tactics from Red Stars. Kaiser's getting this ball to swing in quite a lot.
They're getting plenty of in-swing. That's a good shot there by Jacob. He's hit a couple of boundaries, so maybe he's just starting to shift up the gears.
Shot. Yeah, nice shot. Comes down the crease and turns it into a half volley. So that's what we've got to see. Brave batting from this point on. As that asking rate is still above 17 and over. Wow.
Yeah, first over with more than 10 runs so far this innings. Well, that's going to strike him rather high up on the pads. And they'll come across for a single. It's looking tough now. I mean, his required rate is almost past the point of no return. No, he can't fault his innovation there, Ali, but the execution wasn't quite there. Take a look at this once again. He's just trying to ramp it up. But it fails to get anywhere near the ball. As halfway through their innings, the Red Stars are just 26 for 2.
Yeah, have a look at what's coming up, and we know we've got some pretty big events just around the corner. I mean, tomorrow is actually one of our bigger events, the ECI Women's in the ECI Malta series, where we've got 2 other nations coming. Tell us a little bit about those nations, Nish.
Really looking forward to that. Of course, we got the Cypriot men's team coming over. That's going to be really fun. Cyprus and Malta played each other at the ECC, and then Estonia playing in their first ever European Cricket Network appearance. Really looking forward to seeing the Estonian women over here. That should be very fun. The first chance for them to play on the European Cricket Network. Of course, Estonian cricket's been growing so much. We've had a chance to talk quite a bit about it with May the Gooch. You know, they do at least 2 or 3 training sessions a week, I believe, which is incredible. With their team, they've got excellent facilities. Estonian cricket is got plenty of enthusiasm and backing behind it. Looks like cricket's certainly going in the right direction up by the Baltic Sea. Yeah, not a good shot there by Jacob. I think he was caught in 2 minds, whether to play a straight drive or try to flick that towards mid-wicket. The shot he rehearsed doesn't fill me with much confidence. He's on 13 of 13. Yeah, that's played away for a single. Up in the air. This is a catching chance. It's going to take some catching, and he's taken that one. Good work there by Adnan Anwar. It will be the end for Ali. Let's have another look at this. He decides to throw the kitchen sink at it, gets the top edge, pops up in the air, and it's a very comfortable catch.
Yeah, good catch, isn't it? He makes good ground and holds on to it, so another wicket will go, and you feel like Red Stars are just falling away here. Here comes the man you've been screaming for to get out there, and 26 balls left. For him to come out now is sacrilege. He's really got a bat at number 3 at the lowest in this team.
That should be opening for me. Should be right up there opening the batting. He was listed as an opener, but instead he's coming all the way down at number 5. It's very hard for him to pull off a miracle here. They need to go at 21 and over. Asking quite a lot of him. Just pushes this one away, and it's going to be a single. Of course, back in the first innings, you were talking a little bit about Scott Edwards, Max O'Dowd, and your move to Kampong cricket. I think one of the common themes I noticed reading a lot of the interviews is this talk of how much of a family atmosphere there is at Kampong. Played away towards the leg side. It's going to take a good bit of fielding in the deep, but unfortunately it's going to stumble and get nutmegged by the ball. A little bit of egg on Puneet Patial's face.
Yeah, I think he thought it was a hot potato. He just didn't want to touch it, and in the end it cost him 4. But yeah, Kampong has built a lot from Floris de Lange and a few of the other hierarchy. They've built that club up from scratch, and it's a big family atmosphere in Utrecht, at the centre of Netherlands, and they've done a lot of good work there, so excited to join a new atmosphere. I've enjoyed Rotterdam and VOC a lot. 6 good years there, and it's a long time, but change of scenery is also needed. And nice that I'll help in a sort of consultant role while I'm also still doing Spain and things, obviously keeping quite busy for 2024.
Oh, certainly. That should be a very exciting role for you, and of course Scott Edwards and Max O'Dowd. In comes Koshal.
He's bowled well, hasn't he? The left arm off spinner just going about his business and doing his thing. Well, this is the thing. Tony Thomas has come out, and we know he's destructive, but he's just in a bit of caught between a rock and a hard place because he has to go from ball one. Even those 3 balls that he's played defensively don't help at all. So tactical errors from the Red Stars here to keep him down, and I think he's a bit confused with how to go about it. And they'll have to go back to the drawing board, Nish, because these two teams will come up against each other in about 40 minutes' time.
You want him out there during the power play when there's fielding restrictions in place. He can really capitalize on them. But unfortunately, too often he's coming in during the situation in the 4th or 5th over. And his team already in quite a bit of trouble, and he will depart over there. Just walks across his stumps. He was trying to hit that one behind square leg. He's going to get cleaned up. Koshal is just so good in these situations where he knows the batter needs to whack him out of the park. Such an intelligent cricketer. And that one crashes on the leg stump. And it's going to be the end for Tony Thomas. Unfortunately, the situation was a bit too much for him. And you can now pretty much rule out any hope the Red Stars had now.
Yeah, it's curtains, isn't it? This 3.2 overs is a bit obsolete, unfortunately, for the Red Stars. Helix in the chat saying maybe I could take over the South African job. And well, I am good at losing in semis. I would. Spain lost in 2 preliminary finals in a row, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you watched much of the game yesterday. You know, you were quite busy, but geez, they did drop a couple of catches they probably should have taken. I'm not too sure if it would have changed the result, but that's the sport, as that will go away for 4. 36 now. Nice shot from Ali to open up his account.
Yeah, certainly had a chance to catch the highlights in the evening before going to bed. And they did put down some chances. So what sort of role would you be doing for Kampong in terms of, a lot of personal coaching with players and working on their technique?
When I'm in the country, I'll probably go down and help run a couple of sessions and help the individuals sort of thing. And I do get a couple of weeks off here and there in Holland. I'm still based there for another year as that's cut away. And that'll go for, yeah, the plan is to move to Spain in about a year's time, probably this time next year. Was going to do it a little bit earlier, but just for certain circumstances, 1 more year in Holland, and we'll go help Kampong when I'm in the Netherlands. But also looking at our program, we're also travelling a lot, aren't we? So with our commentary, so it's just a balance, and hopefully build that club up and yeah, help out where I can.
And here's a look at a fantasy dashboard. As we can see, Gozo Zalmi and the Red Stars will be playing each other once again. You can pretty much say that Zalmi will move on to a 5-2 before that game starts, and the Red Stars will be at 2-5, and in a little bit of a tough spot to try to make it to the quarterfinals. Of course, you've talked about the wonderful time you had at VOC Rotterdam. You played in their first ever ECN game, had that famous 27 of just 9 balls. So what are your memories like back there from Rotterdam, things you're going to take with you?
Yeah, good memories. We had a that's edged away. That's going to fly for 4 as well. No, it won't. It'll hold up just, and they'll get back for 2. Yeah, I had a good few years at VS. So we won a lot. We won 4 T20 titles, 50 over title, won the ECL, and then 2 twos titles as well to get them double promoted. So 8 trophies in 6 years. A great time. But there's not many jobs or times at clubs around there where you leave on a high. And that's also quite a nice feeling to leave with the club in a really good spot. And last year, the 1s and the 2s at VOC won the T20 in the first and the second division at the same ground on the same day. It was amazing. So to leave when the club's at its peak is great as well, because you don't often get that in sport. Good memories.
This is struck towards point for a single.
Yeah, 1 more to the total. This game getting to its end here, and unfortunately Red Stars just haven't been able to keep up with the rate.
I think one of the comments that I heard from both Scott Edwards and Max O'Dowd was just how much they're looking forward to using Kampong's facilities. And Max even went as far as saying that he considers them some of the best facilities in the country. Yeah,
they've built a new indoor centre there as well, and I think the location plays a big part in that. Yeah, you look at where it is situated, it's right in the middle of the Netherlands, just below Amsterdam. So to get around for national trainings and things like that, super helpful. And yeah, it's a nice club and lovely turf wicket. Lots of good volunteers there as that's hit away to the offside just for a 1. I think Ireland and Netherlands played there about a year and a half ago there. So it's a growing ground. We had the women's event there this year between Scotland, were over there. Thailand with their jersey, were there all playing at the ground. So, yeah, it hosts some pretty big internationals also.
This is just about inside the tram line. It's going to be a dot ball. I think one of the things you mentioned in your interview regarding your move to Kampong was just how much you appreciated the way management run the club.
It's a very well-run club. It's got a good reputation all over the Netherlands, but they've just been maybe looking for a level up, and that's what we're hopefully going to be able to bring that club and just enjoy it as well. Enjoy the summer of cricket in Holland as per usual.
This one's popped up in the air. Should be a comfortable catch, and it is really well taken. There's Salman, who clearly is very excited after getting rid of Jacob. Jacob departs, having made 21.
Yeah, what a good catch in the end, and he was excited, wasn't he? It hung in the air a long time and gives it the big throw up in the air. Watch this, catches it. Oh yeah, the old traditional celebration of throwing the ball up. Isn't that a funny way to celebrate when you think about it? Another wicket goes, and this is starting to really turn out to a bit of a blowout.
Helik Kroom 111 asking if the Netherlands' famous one-run ODI win was over there.
Famous ODI one-run win. Who was that game against, Kroom?
Yeah, I think we need to know a bit more, Kroom. You could just drop that in the chat. We'll certainly be able to answer the question. But Dutch cricket is going in an incredible direction. I saw a statement by Anil Kumble. He was commenting on Dutch cricket and saying that, you know, everybody involved needs to have their heads held high because of what a terrific job they've done. And getting that high praise from one of the greatest spinners of all time is certainly says a lot about how well things are going in the Netherlands.
Yeah, a lot of people are giving them big raps at the moment, so that's very exciting indeed. And yeah, good times in Dutch cricket, I think, for all the players and even the clubs and everyone involved. And another team pushing the big boys, which is always exciting to see.
This is just going to be a single. So, you know, during your time talking with the club, are there certain targets that you're looking to set for the next few months?
Not yet. They need to get promoted in certain divisions and that, but you don't set too much too early. Just we'll ease into it. We'll see how it goes, and then I'm sure there'll be some goal chat next year and things like that. But at this stage, it's all welcoming each other and starting a new relationship. So that's hit into the offside, and Philomena. Sounds like something you don't want to catch on a Sunday. Gets off the mark. So, Red Stars will definitely have to go back to the drawing board, won't they? It's been a funny game. They kept the rate down with the ball the first 5 overs, but since then, yeah, they've been struggling.
I think some of those catches they put down hurt them as well. You know, I mean, catching is so important. Okay, you've been talking quite a bit about how at this level often the fielding can be the difference between teams because, you know, I'd say every ECS team is at least 1 to 2 good hitters, and then the really good teams might have 3 to 4, and then it's the fielding that often makes a difference. Can you take those catches of the key players?
Yeah, massively. Fielding is everything in this sport, I think. If you have a bad fielding team, you have to create 20 chances to win. A good fielding team, you only have to create 10 chances. So, yeah, it's a part of the game that I still think lots of players need to work on.
Yeah, even at the highest level. I mean, I remember opening ESPN Quick Info yesterday, and there's the headline, fielding the difference between South Africa and Australia.
Yeah, Australia fielded really well yesterday. They had a good game out there, and they were pretty happy with their efforts.
We've got a couple of questions coming in for you in the chat. So Kroom is, of course, referring to Netherlands' one-run ODI win against Ireland.
Yeah, it was there, actually. Yeah, that series was at Kampong. So that's a dugout for a single. So 9 overs complete now, 51 for 5.
And it's an unattainable 67 runs needed of the final over.
Time for the mercy rule. If I was running this company, we'd be waving the white flag, bring them in and over early.
Our director giving a very strong opinion on what he thinks about the mercy rule as well. Dave with a question. He's asking, where's the base for the Spanish team?
Bit bit all over, really. I mean, we play a lot of our cricket in Lamunga or Desert Springs at Cardamar. Most of our players, say 70% of the players are from Barcelona, but we don't really have a base at the moment, and that's something we're looking to work on for the future so that we maybe can train a little bit more together, but it's really not easy considering the budgets and so on.
Any particular reason why Spanish cricket produces most of its talent in Catalonia?
Immigration influx. There you go, there's your answer.
Yeah.
Yep. Major city, popular city, a lot of people go there to move, relocate, so you can find some good cricketers that have moved there.
Oh, this is good Yorker on the foot. Yeah, be a little bit surprising. So you don't find as many cricketers from around, say, the Madrid region?
Not as much, nowhere near as much. In Barcelona, quite a lot of clubs. Still find some in Madrid. We've got Rubal Khan, who's broken through into the national team from Madrid. We've got players from every region, which is quite nice, and that's not done on purpose. I think we've got, looks like the batter's come to change his bat with 4 balls remaining and 65 required. Usually, if I was an umpire here, I would be saying, get on with it. There is no time. I don't care if the bat breaks. Let's go. But yeah, usually we've got players from all over. We've got Lorne Burns that's sort of representing that Malaga region. From Alicante, we've got Chris Munoz Mills, our national skipper for one, Ravi Panchal, Adam Algar. Barcelona, obviously, Hamza Dar, Yasir Ali, and so on. Valencia is a region we're looking at the moment. There's a couple of bowlers there that look really good that we're trying to get out to and have a bit more of a look at. So players from here. And then we've also got some based in England as well, playing some good cricket as that's run down for a misfielded 4. That will go into the almanac of misfields. But yeah, we've got Charlie Rumi in England. He's now in Australia playing a season. Danny Doyle's back in South Africa playing a season. Sebastian Hughes-Penane, who might be getting parachuted into our T10 squad. We've had an injury overnight, so might have a replacement there, just working on that. And then Joshua Trenberth-Morrow in Australia. It's a very diverse group. Everyone's from everywhere, really. Welcome to cricket. It's difficult sometimes to get us all together.
That's well fielded by Rahman. But it does show that, you know, it's the Spanish cricket is having a incredible amount of growth. And I mean, do you as a national coach often focus on just really looking to develop it in certain regions? And you might target a region and say, look, you know, we want to develop cricket more in, say, Malaga or a certain part of the country?
Yes and no. Granada's doing good things. Granada's an area we're looking at because they're building nicely. So they're in the development phase. But a lot of those other areas, Madrid, Alicante, Barcelona, definitely Valencia, they already have had the competitions running for years. So they're pretty well established. Now it's more about upskilling them a bit and watching more cricket out there and offering more cricket. So that's a very big slow ball hit for 1, and that will end the game as Red Stars are going to fall 60 runs short. Credit to Gozo's Army. They did what they had to do. Just wrapping that up, yeah. So those another region, Granada. Granada's a region look out for in the next few years. They're growing really nicely. Yeah,
good to see cricket growing in the south of Spain as Gozo Zalmi will take this one by 59 runs. An absolutely dominant victory to start off this morning. Good for Rahman as well. He copped a little bit of criticism on the chat for his running between the wickets in the first innings. Here's a fantasy dashboard for the upcoming match. You can now put Gozo Zalmi at 5-2 and the Red Stars at 2-5. Red Stars, we're going to need to see a much better batting performance from them in the next match as they have won the toss and decided to bowl first. So we're going to be seeing Gozo Zalmi batting once again. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. It was an early departure from Mwedu. He would make just 4 runs. Zishan Khan would hold on to a catch well. Boundaries were few and far in between. We didn't see too many of them. Matinder Singh wasn't able to hold on to that. Nikhil Kaushal will get rid of Parth Patel, who made just 4 runs of 9 deliveries. And this would be the end of Jacob's innings. He'd make only 21 of 20, a little bit slow from his point of view. Dilshad Ali would pop one up. That would be taken well by Adnan Anwar. Tony Thomas would finally come out to bat, but it was probably too little too late Like to see him opening the batting in the next innings. He was cleaned up by Nikhil Kaushal, who once again bowled terrifically. A couple of wickets for him. He'll be very impressed with his performance. A little bit of width on offer there. That was a cutaway nicely by Amjad Ali. Like the way he batted at the end. He very quietly made 19 of 13 deliveries.
Yeah, there was a bit of a funny chase. Some players were trying their best. Others sort of got caught in the middle between going aggressive and not going aggressive. And in the end, Gozo's Army, that was a bit of a training run for them. They're a good team. They're going to ECL 24. And they do get the win comfortably in this one. So having a look here, 21 off 20, 19 off 13 there for Ali. They'll have to come back stronger because these two teams are coming up against each other once again in 25 minutes' time. Let's have a quick look at the bowling figures before we wrap this game up. And 1 wicket there for Sharjil, 2 for Kushal, 1 for Singh, 1 for Patial, and that was game over. Do join us back in around about 22-23 minutes for match number 2 on this beautiful Friday here in Malta. It's a bye for now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the European Cricket Network. We've got match 2 this morning, the mid-morning game. This should be an interesting game as well. Red Stars playing Gozo's Army again. I love these double headers because we've seen a lot in this competition. If you lose the first one, you can always come back very quickly, defy the odds, and actually get the win in the second game. It's happened on multiple mornings here in the beautiful sunshine of Malta. Should be an interesting game. I have a feeling that maybe Red Stars will want to chase and Gozo's Army will want to set. We'll have to wait and see with the coin toss. Stefan Gooch is ready. He's the match referee. Let's go there now.
Gozo's Army to call. Heads is called. It's tails.
We're going to bowl first.
Bowling? Yeah. Good luck. All the best.
Thank you, man.
Cheers. Red Stars have won the toss and they're bowling. Back over to you in the com box.
Thank you very much there, Stefan, as we're having a look at the Marsa Sports Complex. What a absolutely beautiful part of the world we're in. We're really privileged to be here to bring you this game. Here's the fantasy dashboard for the second game between Gozo Zalmi and the Red Stars. The Zalmi are now 5-2, whereas the Red Stars are 2-5, courtesy of that loss earlier this morning. Gozo Zalmi once again 85% for this match, just as they were at the start of the opening game of the day. There's nothing that we saw in the first match that would really make us think otherwise. Yeah, beautiful blue skies overhead. Just have a look at that shot. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous time of year. Keep in mind, it's 17th of November. You know, we're up in the northern hemisphere, and look what a beautiful conditions it is to play cricket in. Zishan Khan, he made a 43 in the first match. It was a little bit slow by his standards, a strike rate of 125, and was a bit fortunate to get put down as well early in his innings. I need to see a better performance here from the Red Stars. I think their fielding is going to be a big concern for them. It's a 10:29 local time, so as soon as we get to half past, we'll be ready to get this game underway. And the first ball is coming up. Starts off with a wide delivery here, Ali. He's got a deep backward point in place and a long off, so going to be looking to bowl this outside the off stump. Oh, big heave. There's an edge there. And he's gone. Huge wicket. Zishan Khan playing across the line over there. It was going for that big hoik towards the leg side. Gets a thin edge through. And credit to Jovan Jacob for holding on to that catch. That'll be the end for Zishan Khan. And looks like Derek is going to be waddling out to greet him soon. And it's going to be a nice golden Derek. He departs without troubling the scorers. And there's Derek waddling out. Nice and shiny, reflecting well in this Maltese sun. Here's another look at that dismissal. Little edge through to Jovan Jacob. And that's going to be the end for him. Gozo Zalmi now 1 for 1. Real nightmare start. There's a shot across the line by Anwar. Yeah, it's interesting they sent Anwar out there rather than Varun Prashath. I think Prashath alongside Ali would have been a really good combination. Right hand, left hand. I think both their batting styles complement each other pretty well too. A shout to catch it, but it's going to go clear of Gijo Cherian, who will backheel it to prevent it from going for a boundary. Not the traditional way of fielding, but it does get the job done. Let's have a look at this. Oh, good, nice little backheel. So they just moved that fielder at a deep backward point to sort of a cover point position. He's just moving everyone across a little bit here. Maybe a slightly fuller delivery coming up. Oh, it's gone up in the air. He spilt a really simple catch. And we talked about catching and fielding being the difference between these two teams. Anwar, who battered 47 of 9 deliveries in the previous match, presents a simple catch to Paul Filomena, one of the best names on the European Cricket Network. Nice and easy catch, but Filomena drops it. Now they bring mid-wicket in for Ali, but keep the fielder a deep cover point out. I think they know he's a really good driver of the ball, Mehboob Ali. Got a really good off drive. Ali, very strong on his front foot. But what a huge moment. What a massive let-off. Anwar dropped when he was on 2. You know, it's these catches they keep putting down, the Red Stars. It's really, really hurting them. This is going to land just short of the fielder at point. Keeper does well there to get to that and prevent any overthrows. 6 runs off the first over, a really good one for Ali. He could have had 2 wickets, but unfortunately the catch at mid-wicket was not taken. We've got 30 days to go until history unfolds on the European Cricket Network. It's the dawn of a new era as we're about to introduce the inaugural Women's European Cricket Championship. Really looking forward to that. 5 nations are going to be battling it out in a huge, huge tournament. Chance to shine the spotlight on women's cricket here in Europe. Tony Thomas is going to bowl the second over. And one is wide down the leg side. Oh, great ball there by Thomas. You know, Anwar loves to batter it towards the leg side. That's why there's a cow corner in place for him. You just keep it outside his arc. Might present some chances. And once again, he's targeting that cow corner boundary, but Thomas just getting enough movement to beat the bat here. And now Ali's going to go have a word with him. Like someone like Ali would be really good playing that because he's got a terrific drive towards mid-off. And now, oh, it's a 3rd time in a row he's been done by a pretty similar delivery. That time Thomas just getting a bit of movement back into the right-hander as well. He's got to be careful. He could get bowled through the gate here, Anwar. Oh, very wide down the leg side. That is a big let-off for Anwar as well because he's struggling to play Tony Thomas, so he'll gladly scamper across to the other end. It's little moments like this that the Red Stars need to learn to win. I think that's what separates the good teams from the great teams is they know how to win those small moments in matches. Oh, and a big drive here as well from Ali. So plenty of swings and misses to start off this innings. And now there you go. You can see Ali rehearsing the shot he should have played, which is a drive to the offside. 2 more balls to come. Let's see how the rest of this over plays out. Now this time he goes for that leg stump Yorker. Thomas doesn't quite get it right. It was a low full toss, but Ali isn't able to get it away. The only runs this over so far have come off extras, so no runs off the bat yet. Oh, and that was so close to Parth Patel, but it's going to be a boundary. Let's have one more look at it. It's a thickish outside edge. Not sure it went exactly where Ali intended. But he's going to get away. It's going to be a 4. A little bit cruel on Tony Thomas. I think he deserved a wicket that over. As Gozo Zalmi look a little bit unsettled to start off this innings. You know, they're presenting lots of chances. They're not quite looking as good as they should. Here are the standings for Group A. Of course, we're watching Group B today, so this is some of the action that transpired yesterday. And we'll come back and have a look at Group B now. So Gozo Zalmi taking on the Red Stars. Of course, the Red Stars really need to win this game to still be close to Marsa. Shouts to catch it, but it's going to fall short of Ajmal Ali. I think he just ran around that one. But this is a good chance to welcome back Corey Rutgers into the commentary box. Great to have you here alongside me.
Yeah, good to be back. He did run around that one. Didn't really cut the angle, so it's half a chance maybe. But good start again from the Red Stars in this game, similar to the previous one.
Oh, beautifully played. He just carves that one behind point for a 4.
Yeah, good shot. Mahbub Ali just showing that he isn't pure brute force and pure gigantic man. There's a bit of a soft side and inner touch. And that's a lovely stroke for 4.
Yeah, Big Lala can be gentle with his strokes as well. Here's a question from Dave asking, what's your excuse for not wearing the Peacock Friday shirt?
I've gone off Peacock Friday since Vinny lied to me in Rome. So since then, I basically said it was over for me and the fun had gone. He lied to my face and he got caught out, and I'll never go back to Peacock Friday. It's done.
Oh, that's a top edge. It's going to go over Jovan Jacob. They're riding their luck a little bit here, Zalmi.
Yeah, they are. It was a good bumper, actually. When you get a bouncer, you want to get it high, and you want to get it at that shoulder height and that shoulder line as well. A little bit of hard luck for the bowl there as Big Ali gets a top edge for 4.
So tell some of our viewers what happened in the incident who might not have heard about it.
They all know. They all know. I was in Rome. I love Rome. Love Rome ECS. Great time there. Beautiful ground and nice people. And it was a Friday, and I rocked up in my Peacock shirt, and I was dressed and ready, and Vinny wasn't in a Peacock shirt, which was super surprising because he usually dresses like a clown. And I said to Vinny, well, it's Peacock Friday. What's happening? So that is just muscled for 4, 3 4s in a row. Nice shot from Mahbub Ali. Yeah, I said to Vinny, I said, well, it's Peacock Friday. What's going on? And he turned to me and he said, no, Peacock Friday is now every second weekend. And he gave this weird excuse that it was a finals Friday. We can't do it then. I was like, oh, well, that's weird. And then I found out later he had made up a lie because he had forgotten. And I've never forgiven him since. And since that stage, I've gotten very petty. And I will not be returning to wearing clown clothes. If Vinny wants to do it, he can do it, but it's over, people. Let it go.
Nice fuller delivery over here. Yeah, I mean, I think with some of the ECN outfits, it feels like a Peacock Day every day.
Well, you could say Peacock Day, or you could call it, oh, I don't know. It's not a fashion statement. It's a fashion, what do they call it, foobar or a fashion? It's a fashion no. Some of the combinations that Mr. Maximo tries to put on, it makes me quite ill.
That one is blocked out well. So end of the power play. Zalmi, 26 for 1.
Now, what people don't realise, as the inventor of Peacock Friday, I am the only one that can basically close it. It's closed. Well, I'll make up another day when I'm ready, but you've got to let it go, viewers. Get over it. 26 for 1. Yep. Super surprised Red Stars opted to chase. I thought they would have wanted to set this time. Long way to go, though. 17 overs left in this game.
Yeah, Helix saying, come on, Corey, don't be the peacock party keeper. I think he meant double over there.
Yeah, he might have. Well, Helix, if you don't like it, there's other stations and other channels that you can turn into, and I don't mind if you leave, Helix. Thanks for coming. New bowler. Getting ready, Prathapan. He's going to come in and what can he do? Can he pick up a wicket?
Oh, a little too short, a little too wide, and that's going to go into the dugout. Enormous 6.
Yeah, good shot. It is short. It is wide. He just had to catch up with it. Does exactly what he needed to do. 6 more runs to the total.
Yeah, really huge hit of it there. On where we saw him, he made 42 of 9 deliveries in that last innings until he was run out by his teammate at the end. Oh, that's a good ball there. Just a slight variation by Prathapan. Anwar just was waiting for it. This is a cross-batted stroke. It goes away for a 6. Really nice shot by Anwar.
Yeah, Anwar's had his 6 hitting boots on today, especially in the previous game. This one a little bit more sedate, but you take 17 off 11. And Gozo's Army doing something similar to before. They started slowly in the previous game and then really caught up.
Oh, down the leg side, big wide there by Prathapan, who's immediately under pressure to start his spell. 13 runs of the first 3 balls.
Oh, looks like we've got Andrew Rhino in the chat, one of our commentators on the ECN. Arguably, he's in the top 10 just as that is lovely. Clippington's off his legs. It's a Gundy ball, and it's another 6.
Oh, he's going to get punished over here. It's going down the leg side, and he hammers this one away.
Yeah.
Not the best delivery.
Andrew Rhino is one of our good commentators. He's a very lucky Andrew out of all kind. He doesn't do any of the hard yards. Doesn't go anywhere for any ECS. Switzerland doesn't count, so that's a pretty special spot. And then all of a sudden he gets given the ECL and ECSE. How that can happen, the Blue Crew's outraged. And I for one have spotted this, and I'm going to take this up with management actually.
Just going to take a while we fetch the ball. See Anwar once again. He's managed to get off to a really good start. And after being stuck in a bit of quicksand during the power play, the Zalmi have started to accelerate right after the power play. We've seen 19 runs so far this over. Still got 2 more balls to come. And he's just going to try to play this one really fine over here Anwar, but he doesn't get enough bat on it, so it's just going to be 1 run.
Yeah, so runs just ticking along now.
Oh, very poor ball. It's down the leg side. It's a big full toss as well, and it looks like it's gone the distance, so it gets the treatment. Just think he gets a little bit of bat on that there, Big Lala, Mahboob Ali, and it goes away for a 6. He moves on to 24 of just 13 ball. You can see that projected score now. It shot up to 130. And some of those woes we saw from them early in their innings have certainly disappeared. They can shift up the gear so quickly. These 2 players were having a look at the graph for this inning so far. That previous over wasn't just a magical over. It was pretty close to being supersonic. 26 runs off it. And it's really put the pressure back on the Red Stars. I think the problem they've had for much of this day is they're just struggling to find that 4th or 5th bowler. You saw Moidu go for plenty of runs in the previous match, had an economy rate of almost 21.5. And now they introduce Prathapun, and he goes for 26. So, yeah, some of the issues they've had with injuries are really coming to bite back the Red Stars right now. This is played out towards point. It's going to be a single. Ollie batting on 23 of 10. It's up in the air, and this is well over the boundary rope. Another huge 6 by Mehboob Ali. He's clearing these boundaries with ease. What I love about him, he's just such an effortless hitter. Really never looks like he's hitting the ball too hard. When you see the final result, he's cleared the boundary rope by about a good 10 or 15 meters. That's another one. That's another big one right out of the screws. Back-to-back 6s. And Ajmal Ali has had a nightmare start to this over. Onward takes a single to make Ali on strike. And he hits him for a couple of 6s. And the Red Stars, well, feels like a bit of deja vu for them. We saw them get carded all over the place in the previous match. And that might be the case again over here. This could be another very long game for them, unless they turn around things pretty drastically. You can already see that win predictor up to 91%. That's another one. That's another 6. 3 consecutive 6s. It's a tremendous hit by Ali. Just over pitches the ball a little bit. It's in the slot. And he just needs to get enough bat on it to smack it for a 6. Becoming such a popular player, isn't he, Ali? It's Ali on Ali carnage in this ECS in Malta. 9 runs away from a half century. Oh, it's a full toss. That's certainly going to be a no ball. That's most definitely going to be a no ball. So he's got a free hit coming up over here. The edge is going to go away for a 4 as well. It's all going wrong for Ajmal Ali. You can see this is a ball delivered by someone who was under heaps of pressure after getting hit for 3 straight 6s. And this is another over that's got magical. 23 runs off it. We still got 2 more balls to come, so maybe a supersonic over coming up over here. Got a free swing of the bat. Mehboob Ali. And this time he just bowls it a little bit wider, which actually makes it a little bit harder for Ali to strike to his preferred long on boundary. And he just kept giving him balls in the slot, right where he wants it. Oh, beautiful shot, but he's going to hit this straight to the fielder at point, who lets it slip past him. It's a poor bit of fielding out at deep point. Let's have a look at this. Makes some room to cut the ball, cuts it beautifully. No, it slips right through his hands. That's a Nihal Moidu out in the deep. The bowler needed a little bit of respite at the end of the over. Instead, it's going to go for 29 runs. I mean, these last couple of overs have gone for 55 runs. They've turned this match on its head. We'll have a look at the ECL groups, of course. This is the Champions League of Cricket. Got some great groups for you coming up over there. Still just waiting for our representative from Turkey. And the Gozo Zalmi themselves are going to be in Group E. Very interesting group. Of course, you got the original ECL champions there, VOC Rotterdam, who Corey's played for and for sure. BSC Heiberg and Stary Grot might be a big underdogs in that group. Well, let's see if they can cause a major upset and maybe give a real fright to one of the big boys in that group. Ali just got a little bit of bat on that previous ball. Maybe he spoiled to wide. Oh, another great hit. This one's also going to go away for 6. It's raining 6s right now here at the Marsa Sports Complex. That's another ball right in the slot. It's too many overpitch deliveries here by the Red Stars. They're getting their lengths wrong. And Moidu was carded all over the place in that first match. Starts this spell off with 7 runs off his first 2 balls as well. He's just trying to run that one down to third man on but comes off the inside edge of his bat. Of course, the third man is inside the ring, so if he can beat him, he will get a 4, but I think Moidu's not bowling with a lot of pace. Oh, has he timed this well enough? It's got a lot of height. Does it have the distance? It certainly does. It's another 6 for Anwar. And we're all getting a little bit tired of these 6s. It's not often you say that. 9 6s already. It's been a real clobbering for these Red Stars bowlers. They're completely dejected. Keep in mind, we didn't see a single 6 the entire power play. And these last 2.4 overs, we've seen 9 of them. That's a better ball by Moidu, going for that wide Yorker. And they know where these batters' strengths are. These teams are used to playing each other. They play against each other lots of times in their domestic league as well. They just need to be smart with their bowling. Again, when they've kept it wider, they've done a lot better. Just a single of it there. So Anwar moves on to 42, and he'll keep strike. Zalmi are 95 for 1 at the end of 6. You can see that win predictor already has the Red Stars down at 4%, so it's going to be hard to see them making a recovery from here on out unless they can really go on a tear, taking plenty of wickets over these next 4 overs. Here's a look at the scorecard. Zishan Khan, he departed for a golden duck, but then Ali and Anwar, they've been utterly ruthless.
Yeah, they have. It's an impressive partnership. It's very similar to this morning's game as well. Just some big players stepping up at the right time, and they're going to get a big score here.
He's going to play this out towards long off. A bit of work there by Tony Thomas.
Yeah, just the 1. So good start that to the over by Christie. Yeah, I'm still surprised Red Stars opted to bowl first in this one. Maybe feeling they could have got a couple of early wickets, but not easy against this team.
That's a rare dot ball. This is, of course, Tankachun, who had an economy rate of 21.5 over the 2 overs he bowled in the previous match. You'd think the only way for him is up in this innings, but the way these two are striking it, who knows? Just sneaks it inside the tram line, and he stumbles over there. You know, he's doing the right thing. He's just keeping it wide, bowling these, keeping it outside their hitting arc, and they're struggling.
Yeah, they are struggling. Not getting the ball away when it's a little bit wide of them, but when it's in the slot, they've been crunching everything. Oh, wow. Mahbub Ali just shows that he's got a little bit of finesse. Doesn't come out the middle of the bat, but he'll get 1 for his trouble.
Yeah, he's just trying the old reverse sweep over there. Let's have another look at this. Yeah, he's not middled it whatsoever. And this is good bowling, much better bowling this innings by Thankachun than what we saw in the previous match today. Oh, I think that's... Yeah, it's off the pitch. I was just wondering if it caught the edge of the pitch or not. But it's not hit the pitch. It's going to be a no ball. And you talk about spoiling it over with 1 delivery. That's how you do it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that no ball because he got a free hit now against a very good player. The 100's almost up. And runs are just piling on. It's going to be another wide, and the keeper misses it. So wheels just falling off a little bit here, unfortunately.
Have a look at that partnership. They bring up the 100 partnership of just 41 balls. It's been an incredible feast of hitting, and they've been helped out by a few extras as well. Not that they need any help. This is struck down the ground. It's just struck a bit too hard for Paul Filomena. We saw him put down a huge catch of Unwer when he was just on 2. And now he fails to stop this boundary. He's just in the wrong position. He's actually quite lucky it doesn't strike him right on his face. Now both these batters are nearing a half century. Another one that gone up in the air. Tony Thomas is getting underneath it, but it won't matter as it's a big 6. Unwer brings up his 50. His second 50 of this ECS. A great performance by him. And he really deserved a 50 earlier today as well. Couldn't get it, unfortunately. And this has been a great exhibition of clean, powerful hitting. That Tunkachin over ends up going for 16 runs. Here are the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network, of course. We'll be alongside you until next week. And over this weekend, we got some great international cricket coming up for you as the Maltese men's team will welcome Cyprus, and the Maltese women's team will welcome Estonia, who will be playing for the first time on ECN. Meanwhile, our tour of Spain will start on the 25th of November. This time around, we'll begin with a great weekend of international action before the European Cricket Series in Spain kicks off, our last ECS this year. And this is another incredible hit. Ali brings up his 50 as well. I could hear the thud of the ball as it struck the ground. Paul Filomena inserted into the attack after struggling in the field, and that's how he's greeted, with a really rough introduction. That goes away for 6. And look at him, big, big grin there for Lala. Outside edge, will he finally be taken? He will. And Parth Patel takes the catch. And Mehboob Ali departs, having done plenty of damage to this Red Stars team. And there's Patel just reminding us the name on the back of his shirt. He's a real entertainer. He loves the cameras.
Yeah, he does. And look at him, enjoying his a few moments in the sun, and takes the catch. Well done to Mehboob Ali. He gave it a whack this morning, didn't he? So the partnership's broken, but you have to imagine most of the damage is done. Seems like a warm round of applause from his teammates. They're happy to see the big man back in form, because they know if he's in form coming into the finals, they're an extremely dangerous team.
Certainly are. And it's going to be Varun Prasad coming in. Now, you can talk about respite. Imagine getting rid of Mehboob Ali and then this man strides out.
They just don't stop. They have a power-hitting machine of a team. This guy really does hit some big 6s. So no respite for Red Stars. I think we're looking at 150 plus here.
Watch out if you're in the parking lot. You got your car there. He loves hitting it towards cow corner like any left-hander. And that's exactly where the parking lot is. He's going to hit this one behind square leg for a single. Good strong throw there by Parth Patel.
Yeah, Anwar gets the strike back, which he'll be happy about. He's on 53 with quite some time here. Could go on to a pretty high total. Field changes as it's a lefty-righty partnership now, so a lot of different angles and different fields being set. And that's going to be crunched into a pocket of space. That'll be Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I believe you should be able to hear me now. Sorry about that. We had a bit of a technical issue at the ground, and it does seem like we've got power back. It does seem like play is about to restart. We'll have to confirm with you all what the score is. Obviously, producing so many games over around Europe, you get these little incidents that happen. But it looks like we are back. And give us a thumbs up in the chat if you can see. 136 for 2, 137 for 2, 138 for 2, because they're going to run a wide +1. But yeah, let me know in the chat if you can hear us. And we're back to planet Earth after that 5-minute little pause in play. So 138 for 2 we've got on our screens with 9 balls remaining. We'll welcome Nish back. Nish, welcome back after, well, difficult to always be perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, just a little technical issue, and we're glad to be back. It's been a very expensive over so far by Tony Thomas. And it's going to get a lot more expensive because that is an enormous hit. And I'm glad it's fallen just short of the parking lot, but watch out. You might have to move your car out of the way.
Yeah, I said before, I think in the earlier game, he doesn't hit small sixes, Prasath. He doesn't know what a small six is. He really does give that grizzly ball a whack. Oh, this time a giant top edge, and this might go away for 4. No, reined in by the keeper and his teammate. So just one more run to the total.
Yeah, I can assure you, Parth, that we didn't have an earthquake here in Malta.
Probably wouldn't want to have an earthquake off the coast of Malta. We wouldn't want a tsunami here. I reckon we'd be in a little bit of strife.
Yeah, it's a very, very small island.
What would we do? Where do we go?
Exactly. You have to get on a boat to escape anywhere. And you'd pretty much be going into the tsunami.
Yeah, is there any mountains in Malta we can go scale?
Like the highest place here is Medina.
Yeah, it wouldn't be good.
Yeah, good luck trying to fit almost 500,000 people into that fortified city. Of course, yeah, Medina is quite famous. Lots of movies and TV shows have been shot there. Malta is quite famous for being a place where lots of Hollywood directors will turn up to shoot stuff. I believe Jurassic World was shot here as well, the last one. Here's a look at the bowling card for this innings. They've used 6 different bowlers, the Red Stars. They've been trying to find someone who's going to do the trick for them, but it's been a difficult search for the captain. And he's got a big decision here, who he's going to bring for the final over. I think Paul Filomena, that's probably the right decision. Bowled all right in his first over. This is played out towards long on for a single.
Yeah, just the one. It's a nice start by Filomena. Yeah, they're going to get 150 at least. Will they get to 160? Even though that delay did happen, it sort of maybe stopped and gave Red Stars a little bit of a breather, but they always knew they'd have to come out and bowl these extra 2 overs. I think Gozo Zami's got enough on the board. They could declare this innings and still go for a convincing victory.
Just tries to fire in a Yorker there, Filomena. It's 1 run for Prasath.
Yeah, Prasath's come out, enjoyed himself as well. Anwar feels like he's been batting all day.
Oh, it was a little too short, but he's going to get away with it. Just 1 run there. Anwar very casually trotting across for the single.
Well, 3 singles to start the last.
Oh, this one, I think he's just played it into the pitch, but it's going to go above the keeper. It's 4 singles to start this over.
Yeah, just a little toe ender into the surface, and it balloons over the top.
Now, this is very good bowling by Filomena. I mean, we can talk about whether the match delay had an impact on Gozo Zelmir or not, but full credit to Filomena. He's come in, he's bowled really well. He's keeping it nice and full. Very simple game plan and has worked to perfection. 5 runs off this over so far. Can he close out this over in style? And Prashath is finally going to manage to get him away. A little sweep behind square leg for a boundary. Good looking shot there to end the over. Still a pretty decent one. 9 runs off the final over. You take that. But Gozo Zalmi have posted a pretty formidable total on the board with 155 runs. They'll be mightily pleased with themselves. They were led by Ali and Anwar, who both batted terrifically. Big Lala, Mehboob Ali struck 10 boundaries and made 54 of 21, while Anwar, who was dropped on 2, made sure the Red Stars would pay for that, as he would get 63 of 31. Vern Prashath came in at the end as well, did a pretty stellar job, making 25 of 9. In the end, Gozo Zalmi end up with 155 runs. We'll have a short turnaround before we come back in the second innings. We'll leave you with the scorecard.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for our second innings. Gozo Zalmi once again posted a really good total on the board, and the Red Stars face an uphill climb. Let's take a look at that win predictor. Ouch, is all I can say if you're a Red Stars fan. You got a 2% chance, according to Intelligent Cricket. It's very cruel to look at that if you're one of the Red Stars faithful. But at least Tony Thomas is out there. I'm glad to see him. You know, maybe he can give us a few big hits in this power play and get his side close to this score. He's going to be joined by Jovan Jacob, the wicketkeeper, and a big Lala, Mehboob Ali, is going to bowl this first over. Here we go. First ball of the innings coming up. And he's going to go for that big cover drive there. It's a good shot selection. Just completely misses the line of the ball there, Jovan Jacob. And it's a couple of dot balls to start off, so good start for Mehboob Ali. And he gets plenty of swing back into the right-hander. So a good leave over there. Yeah, is that probably just kisses the tram line along the way. Umpire Tim Wheeler will give that a wide. Umpires for this game are umpire Wheeler behind the stumps, and ooh, that's probably a no ball. It hasn't even struck the pitch. So umpire Tim Wheeler will give that a no ball. He's joined by Joydeep Ghose-Roy at square leg. Third umpire is Darshit Patankar. Chance for Jacob to have a free swing of the bat and get off the mark. Looked a little bit out of sorts to start off his innings. Oh, that's another big wide down the leg side. So extras have been the only source of runs so far for the Red Stars. Another wide. Well, what's going on here for Mehboob Ali? Yeah, a little grin on his face as he walks back as well. Oh, then he bowls a perfect ball. That one is an inside edge onto Jacob's foot. Ah, certainly going to hurt. You can tell that it's a little bit sore. Oh, another one that comes back quite a bit. Seems to have shed some of his issues with extras now. He's found his radar and he's bowling it right on the money. Oh, gets plenty of swing again, and this is a well-played stroke by Jovan Jacob. Just opens the face of the bat, hits him behind point, and it goes away for a 4. A couple of bounces over the rope. He looks with some Teletubbies talk in the chat. Yeah, that's a back of a left delivery. Yeah, Teletubbies wasn't a show I really was able to watch much growing up. I think the go-to cartoons for me, that kind of age, probably be stuff like Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. That was a really, really good show. I think my brother was brought up on that as well. 213 matches since we last had a golden ball in the European Cricket Network. That was all the way back in Rome in an ECI between Italy and Austria. I'm Nish Chevat, and alongside me is Corey Rutgers here in the commentary box.
Did you just say on air that your go-to cartoon was Mickey Mouse Clubhouse?
When I was a kid about that age, yeah, I used to watch that.
Yeah, well, when you were young, when you were like 5, 6 years old?
Yeah, about
that
that
age. I was in my weeder. Thomas the Tank Engine used to get me when I was real. That was corker of a show. The glory days. That was when I was real good at cricket at that age. Over number 2. This might be a slow innings unless Stars start motoring. Thomas on strike. Shot, leg side. He's going to get one. They've put him up to open Nish. They've obviously tuned into your fantastic commentary in the break and decided he needs to open.
Yeah, it's a good decision. I think the thing with people, at least when we were growing up, the thing was you were kind of left at the mercy of whatever was on your TV at the time. I think with kids nowadays, they've got YouTube. They can pretty much watch whatever they like.
Oh, kids these days need to learn how to get outside and kick a cricket ball. Kick a footy or bowl a cricket ball. They're stuck on their tablets these days a little bit too much. Take a catch as a commentator, I don't know.
Kick a cricket ball. That's some of the fielding we've seen so far in Malta.
Most of the fielding at this level, they are trying to kick a cricket ball.
Yeah, a lot of those old cartoons I was just never quite able to watch. SpongeBob was another one. I mean, everybody my age absolutely loves it. But we just didn't have Nickelodeon at home, I remember, so I never really saw it growing up.
Nickelodeon wasn't bad, actually.
This is struck out towards square leg and single. Cartoon Network and Boomerang, those were the 2 channels we had. Absolutely loved them. Particularly Boomerang, I'd say. Preferred that over Cartoon Network. The classic cartoons were a lot better for me. Coming back after school each day, sit from TV, have lunch. Well, watching some shows on Boomerang really brings back some memories. This is struck firmly towards extra cover. Thomas strikes a boundary, just over pitches that one, Shergill. And Thomas, look at how closely he's watching the ball. He drills that away. 4 of 4. Just the second boundary we've seen so far this innings. And it's going to be a very steep task here for the Red Stars, but they've at least got to give it a good go. And for the sake of their confidence, at least try to get to triple digits, maybe 120.
Well, you don't want to give up on him just yet. We know how good Thomas can be. If Thomas can have one of the innings of his life and play shots like that for a dot, won't happen. But if he gets going, we've seen he can really clear the pickets. Jacob's obviously going to have to step it up as well, but you do sort of feel that this morning's games have been a little bit of a mismatch, and that can happen. Happens in all formats of the sport. Gozo's Army, such a disciplined team, such a good team. They're playing some good cricket.
Oh, this is it's actually quite played out towards third man by Tony Thomas, and it falls short of Kaiser, who was momentarily interested. Got a good question coming in from Helix for you, saying a serious question for you, Corey. Are there hot spots for fielding that you have to put players that you have noted in general?
Yes.
That's quite a simple answer.
Yes. Obviously. Yep. So, was that the question? What, is there hot spots? Of course there's hot spots. We talk about a lot, but yeah, there's generally some spots. T10's very different to T20 as well, where those hot spots will be. If you want to expand on your question, Helix, I'm open to answering.
What I'd ask is, what are the key differences between T10 and T20 when it comes to fielding? Because a lot of people think that T10 is just a shortened version of T20.
No, it's a different sport completely. I mean, it could sit there for an hour trying to explain how much of it is different. And it's flicked away, and flicked away nicely for 6 as it bounces off that concrete surrounding. So they might have to inspect that grizzly ball. Oh, nice shot.
Yeah, and the good thing is, looks like we do have an hour right now, as Tony Thomas is going to try to guide his side to a rather unlikely victory.
All right, so 2 hot spots in T20, cover and point, and extremely tight cover and point. They're not even hot spots in T10. You actually put some of your worst fielders there. Hot spots in T10 are fly third and the man dead straight. As that's hit again nicely, and Mahboob Ali's going to have to come and get that ball. It's gone for 4. He's looking at us, but we're working, Mahboob. You're going to have to come get it. We're live on the air. Oh, he's lucky that one of the ball retrievers is there to help him.
Yeah, that's Sawab Khan, the 12th man, who came across to get it. Big Lala just saving his legs for his second over when he comes back to bowl. So a fly slip, mostly because you feel there's a lot of top edges that might balloon up.
If you got good bowling, you take a lot of edges, go to that fly third sort of region. This one gets big on him and just short. So 1 run added to the total.
Do you feel in T10 cricket that a fine leg inside the ring is maybe where you can hide someone? Because that's generally where I notice teams here do.
I think most teams, that's also in T20. That's one similar one. Definitely a short fine leg's not really a spot that's there to be catching. If the ball goes there, you've bowled the wrong line.
This is hit straight towards cover, and it's going to be a quick single. Yeah, Kroon 111 saying that putting a very fine leg and a very fine third man on a quick bouncy pitches is the way. I think we saw that a lot in Rome. We had the ECS over there. That's a wicket with a lot of bounce and carry. Big heave across the line there by Tony Thomas. Kind of lost his shape when trying to play that shot. He's trying to get the toe-crushing Yorker in there, Rahman. And it's going to be a dot ball. "27 runs off this power play. Jacob, a little bit of a slow start for him. He's on 6 of 10. Really, only Tony Thomas has been able to hit the ball with any kind of consistency. That's sort of been the story for the Red Stars throughout this series. Let's have a look at this graph. Of course, it was really in those middle overs where we saw them start to accelerate. Look at overs 4 and 5 for Gozo Zalmi. You talk about constructing skyscrapers. I mean, that's the Burj Khalifa next to the Empire State Building in the middle of the innings. And once you had those 2 big overs, everything just turned on its head. And they took firm control of the game from there, Gozo Zalmi.
Well, that's miles in the air, Nish, and this could be out. It will be out. So nice, easy catch for Zishan Khan out there. He takes the first wicket of this innings. And, well, Red Stars are well behind.
You know, at times we've questioned some of the catching technique, but just take a look at Zishan Khan, who is a brilliant cricketer. Look how well he takes that. Nice base. Allows it to come close to him and takes a terrific catch. And that is a big wicket of Jacob. He made just 6 runs. Unfortunately struggled a fair bit during this innings. He departs having made just 6 of 11. So it's Ali who's coming in at number 3. It's a Dilshad Ali, who was originally supposed to open the batting, but they instead decided to go with Jacob, who was promoted from number 8. He was listed as a number 8 in our scorecard. Brilliant bowler, Koshal. Oh, that's another really close one. It's just terrific. Very underrated cricketer. Love the way he bowls. Just keeps things very simple. You know, whenever people talk about Gozo Zalmi, rightfully so. Mehboob Ali, Zishan Khan, players like Anwar, they sort of take most of the plaudits and receive most of the attention. Inside edge, that's gonna go away for a couple of runs. They'll come back for the second run. Good running between the wickets here by the Red Stars, but this man goes unnoticed, and I think he's a key player to this team. You know, he just allows them to control these middle overs, that really crucial phase of a game. You know, we talk about some of the quick bowlers they're really blessed to have, like Mehboob Ali, Sharjeel, Rahman as well. Hasn't always been available throughout this series. But then you bring in Kaushal, usually bowling overs 4 and 6. And he picks up those crucial partnership breaking wickets. He keeps things very tight. He just puts a lot of pressure on the opposition. And just walks across there, Thomas, and plays it away towards mid-wicket. Yeah, Helix saying, unplug it and try again. That fixes most electrical issues. Well, we've done a fair bit of unplugging here. And, well, the reason you can't hear the voice of Corey Rutgers is because he has a headset issue at the moment. This is played away towards mid-wicket for a single. So we'll be looking to bring Corey back to you. I'm sure you're all very eager to listen to him. Four overs in the books. The Red Stars are 30, 2 for 1. At this stage, of course, the Gozo Zalmi were 52 for 1. They were 20 runs ahead. And it was right now when they really started to get ahead in the game. They had that 26-run over in the 4th over, and then that 5th over where they got 29 runs. It was really, really massive. So it's going to be Zishan Kaiser bowling this 5th over. This is cut away for a huge 6. Really, really nice stroke by Ali. That is not an easy shot because he has to reach out a fair bit. But he gets enough bat on it. And it's gone away for a 6. Up in the air. This should be a fairly comfortable catch for the keeper, and it is. He takes a good one. Can't fall Dilshad Ali. He had to go for it. But unfortunately, it's one hit too many for him as he departs right after hitting a 6. Kaiser gets the wicket. Let's take another look at that. You see he mistimed it a little bit. And that's a comfortable catch for Adnan Anwar, who's had a very, very good day today. He's made a 42 and also a half century in the previous match. And he's been good behind the stumps as well, taking a few good catches. So if you have Adnan Anwar on your fantasy team, you'd certainly be delighted right now. I think you can get him at a very good value as well. And he's a regular contributor for this team. And looks like it's Dilshad Ali's brother, Amjad Ali, who's coming out to bat. One by Zishan Kaiser, coming back a fair bit.
Oh, it's rubbing against it. Thank you.
Goes for that big heave over there. So Corey is back with you again.
Yeah.
Good to hear you.
Good to be back. Yeah, I've had a bad day on the my side of the table, basically, as the microphone's been... We've just found out the culprit. Apparently there's a bit of wind around and our microphone has been rubbing up against it over near the scaffolding. So there's no static in my ears anymore, which is good, so I can help join you, Nish. And, well, this is when a commentator needs help because this is a blowout. And once that required rate gets above 50, we call them in.
that is
my dream.
that would be fair. I think the reason I've not been able to hear is because I've turned it down all the way. So
I like listening to everything around. So that's going to be off the back of his back leg. So dot ball, Red Stars getting a bit of a shellacking today. That's the sport, though. Sometimes you come up against very good teams.
they certainly do. It's as he said, it's been a big mismatch. You got the ECL representatives going up against the team who are playing in their first ECS. That's been fairly evident today as Ajmal Ali is going to be greeted by Derek very shortly. Zishan Kaiser gets his second wicket this over.
Yeah, he just has to keep it full and straight. Let's be honest, it's not the greatest looking shot. When you finish playing your shot and you start looking over at deep square leg, you've done something horrifically wrong. And no matter how much bat tape you put on that bat, he missed it by a long way.
Yeah, so continuing the question Helix asked earlier, should see Derek shortly.
Helix, come on. Do I go to your work and ask you questions, Helix? Sometimes you've got to let us rest. No, Helix is good fun. Yeah, there's obviously lots of different tactics you can bring into T10. T20 is also still a great sport. I love the different angles and what you can do in T20 cricket. And yeah, the white ball format's taking over the world as this takes over the world as well. On February 26 next year, 12 days after Valentine's Day, we have ECL 4th edition.
Should be a very good ECL. Of course, it's a Champions League of European cricket, and it will be a great tournament to be a part of. Of course, Gozo Zalmi are playing right now. They're in Group E, really a challenging group for them. Tony Thomas sort of been a passenger at the other end while he's been watching his teammates depart. This is just tucked away towards square leg. It's going to be a single. Moidu now, he's had a very challenging day. To be fair to him, he was very expensive with the ball in hand. Didn't make many runs in the first match when he was promoted to open the batting. See if he can put together some kind of a score here and take back a little bit of confidence for him on his drive back home. That's a bit of an outside edge. And he will get off the mark here, Moidu.
Yeah, off the mark. I've been really impressed with Kushan. He's bowled super well.
Oh, that one just stays a bit low. The keeper's interested. The umpire has no reaction, but you know, generally the bounce has been pretty even on this surface. This is one that just stays low. It looks like it just skids on. You can see wants to pull it, but it just doesn't bounce enough.
Well, I know we've been talking about the ECL next year in 2024, but for some people that don't know, we actually have a wiki page has come up of the ECL. I don't know who did it, but it's been there just for, I think so, a month or so, as that's pulled away through backward square handsomely, and Thomas will help himself to another boundary, and that is 6 overs complete, 45 for 3. But yeah, pretty amazing to, it's on wiki there, and you can see all the past season winners. So VOC in the first year over SG Findorf, Paco Care beat Tunbridge Wells, and Drew beat Hornchurch. So the English club teams have lost twice in a row. You can see the leading run scorers in each event and the most wickets in each event, so pretty amazing.
It's getting a big round of applause here. I think that was a Tinder Singh.
Well, I'm not too sure it's on camera, Nish, so when it's not on camera, we don't discuss it because no one knows what was happening. We could hear a lot of celebrating, but yeah, obviously 2020 and 2021 were, the coronavirus was still, well, became relevant, seemed to have disappeared off the map now. Look how many runs Jason van der Merwe made last. 641 runs in one event. That is ridiculous, actually. I think how many group games he would have played. Yeah, a couple and then finals. But to make that many is impressive. And he will be back as that is a top edge. And that is out.
Oh, they're certainly enjoying this. Tinder Singh, I think he's got a few friends who have come over to watch this game. And they're absolutely delighted. I mean, how good is it that he gets to finally pick up a wicket in front of them. And he gets a huge cheer when he takes that one. Raucous applause, I have to say. I think he's got a few buddies in the Bajiba Blasters team.
I think he does. As he picks himself up a wicket, and you could hear that through the effects mic. They were very happy for him indeed.
Yeah, that's incredible by Jason van der Merwe. 641 runs. Almost reminds me of how good Asa Tribe was during this ECC.
Yeah, Asa is a very, very good player. We all know it as well. Looking forward to following his development over the next few years.
Any chance he plays for the team that's going to be representing Jersey at the ECC? If someone in the chat could point us out if you're aware of that.
Sorry, say that again?
If he plays for the team that's going to be representing his country at the ECC?
I don't think you'll be seeing him next year. He's playing for Glamorgan, so...
Oh, that's wonderful. I mean, obviously...
Yeah, he got his first senior contract, so I highly, highly doubt that you will see Asa Tribe there. I imagine it'd be very difficult to get released at that time. He'd be playing pre-season, and he'd probably be wanting to sink his teeth into some 4-day cricket.
Oh, that's great news to see him going at Glamorgan, especially having spent some time in Cardiff and been to the Sophia Gardens.
So 3.4 overs remaining in this.
No real foot movement there by Thankachan.
Yeah, I remember the first ECL on the turf at Womunga. Lovely event that was. Looked good on turf as well. I think it hard to maintain, obviously, because so much cricket we play on it now, but yeah, it was very nice. Lovely ground, lovely part of the world. As that's a bit of glove, lands in the gap, and just the one.
Yeah, Labuschagne as well, still with Glamorgan, so he's going to get to be alongside a few great Aussie players as well. Michael Neeser playing for Glamorgan as well.
Jeffrey in the chat asking how many games over the weekend. I believe it's 4 and 4 still, 4 Sunday, due to sunlight. Is the main thing that we do fight a little bit in Europe at this time, is that high in the air, should be caught by third and is caught in the end. So nice safe catch. He read it well, did Kushal, and another wicket will go.
Tinder Singh's fans are absolutely delighted. You might have heard that big round of applause. This is the best bowling performance he's had so far this series, and he saved his best for when his fans were in. And he also gets rid of Tony Thomas, who made a good fighting 23, but it was simply too much for him.
Yeah, it has to go, unfortunately for him. Time at the crease comes to an end. But yeah, my gut feel is telling me we're going to see another new champion. I reckon we're going to be 4th year in a row, 4 different champions, and that's pretty amazing. That's exciting. Look, VOC and Paco Karen Drew will want to prove me wrong, but I just have a gut feeling we will.
This is flayed away towards the square leg. You know, the incredible thing is that despite English sort of cricketing dominance in Europe, we've never had an English champion in the ECL.
Club cricket's obviously, yeah, it's just, this is why I like the ECL. I just think it's more rounded. I think they've gotten close. Tunbridge Wells lost to Pac Care. Hornchurch came from 4th actually to get to the final and lost to Dreux. But the thing is, at club level, it's even. It's more even. Even the club players in England, like we've got 2, Wimbledon and Hornchurch, they have better facilities than the other teams in Europe, but the level difference isn't an astronomical difference. When you get to the higher level, when England are rocking up with players like Tom Bevan, who's playing active cricket for Glamorgan, that's a freakish level to then bring down to maybe some of the smaller nations. But this is, I mean, Gina Brescia, I'm hearing really good things. They could go on and win it. Cobra CC Skanderborg will feel it. In Group B, that could actually win it, I would say Wimbledon, Mechelen Eagles and Hornchurch. Sorry to the other 2. We'll go back to that. So that's 6. We'll go through it quickly. So that's 6 teams out of the first 2 groups, I think, that could genuinely win it. You've then got Old Victorians could win it. Alton could win it in that group. Group D, the 2 French clubs. That's 10. That's hit high, long. Fielded by Zishan. A little bit luckily, but well fielded. And they'll get back for 2. We go to the next group. You got Forfarshire definitely can win it, and the German club VOC can't. They're missing a lot. That's 12. Pack Care, yes. Yeah, I think one more out of that, 14, and then CMI was 15. I'd say there's 15 genuine contenders. No disrespect to the other teams, but you got other teams that are maybe a bit more rank outsiders, and them getting through their group would be an achievement, but then winning it would be very tough.
Yeah, going back to Gina Brescia, I was a little bit surprised. I thought Roma CC would be the representative for Italy, considering they've been the representatives in the past and just how good they have been in Italy. So if Gina Brescia managed to top them, they must be one hell of a team.
Yeah, they will go close. That's hit in the air to Zishan, and Zishan drops it. So he has a look at his hand there. It might have taken a knock. But yeah, it's sort of like the Champions League of football a little bit. So in the football, if you go look at the World Cup in recent times, well, you always know Brazil and Argentina are pushing. Germany are pushing it. Spain.
Not recently.
not recently, yeah. But in the middle 2000s and that, they were dominant. Spain. And I think in the football, you always bank on, you know who's going to be in the semis. France are there. It's 5 or 6 teams you can choose from. So, but in the Champions League of football, I mean, every year, there's maybe, I'd say it's bigger. It's probably 10 teams that you've got a close eye on. I sort of feel like it's similar in the cricket, but we've got 15 that can genuinely win it.
Yeah, that's why I've often been referring to it as the Champions League of cricket, because there's quite a few similarities there. You know, we've often dubbed the ECC the Euros of cricket.
They're going to go up to the 3rd umpire for this. Has he not got his foot back off the wide? Let's have a closer look. Good keeping. He's in trouble. He's gone. So easy decision. He just didn't drag that foot back. And that's going to be wide and stumped.
Certainly will be. He will have to depart. That's going to be the end for Tunkachin. Rather a difficult morning for him so far. He will make just 4 runs. .54 for 6 now, the Red Stars.
Yeah, I really can't wait for the ECL. It's just a fun way to get all the teams there, and it's a good time of the year in the Costa del Sol region, at the sort of middle of February, late February.
Yeah, very different to, say, the ECC, where, as you mentioned, you kind of have this Netherlands, England sort of domination axis there, whereas the ECL is a little bit different. Got a question coming in from Jeffrey. Are there qualification of the players in the ECL so they can't stack their side once qualified?
Yeah, there is. There is. I'll talk you through that in a moment, which is important. That's close, you know. Yeah, that's out. He shuffled across. It hit the pad, and he's been given LBW. So another wicket will go. 7 wickets down. Let's have a look. He shuffles across. Fly to delivery. Pitches on middle. Straightens actually somewhat. Hits him on the high on the roll, but that's going on to clip the stumps at least. So he's out. 55 for 7. Yeah, so if you want to play ECL, the main criteria, obviously, you want to be part of that club. So that club, you had to have played for that club in the previous season. In the season they became domestic champs. But every team is allowed 2 wild card players. So these are players that didn't play for your club that you would like to come in and play in the competition. So just using an example, I remember Pack Care last year asked Daniel Doyle to come play, who hadn't played for Pack Care the previous year. He was one of, I think they only had 1 wild card, and he was their wild card. But you won't see teams try and exploit that, because all these teams have won in their domestic competition. So they have a team already that deserve to come. You won't see teams then all of a sudden ask their club members, don't play, we want to stack it, because they all deserve to be there. All those teams on your screen that pop up have won a competition in the last year. Oh, bowled. Well, I think Zishan Khan's come on to bowl. And can you believe it? He's bought himself a wicket here. It was a flighted leg spinner, inside edge, off the back leg, and onto the stumps. Can you believe it?
Yeah, the inside edge, and then the ricochet from the pads onto the stumps. They're just having a lot of fun now, aren't they, Gozo Zalmi? At the expense of the Red Stars, of course, who are facing a rather humiliating defeat. Yeah, as you get those two key lone players, though, I mean, those wildcard players can make such a difference. For example, if you can get, say, another couple of hitters, it just changes the whole equation, because even some of the better club sides we've seen in Europe, they might be 5 or 6 deep. Then if you can get someone lower down the order who can hit you out of, say, a tough spot, it can make a huge difference when you're in a knockout game. That one's going to get blocked out. Zishan Khan having a bit of fun. I think the hypotheticals for what championship week might look like could be really interesting. So Group A, I'd say Gina Brescia, big favorites to get out of there. Don't know too much about Skanderborg. That one's going to clean him up as its second wicket falls here. And Zishan Khan might be able to bowl out this Red Stars team. Gets a little bit of turn there. Straightens enough to clip the leg stump. And that's going to be the end for Prathapan. He's clean bowled by Zishan Khan. Derek's going to come out to greet him. And it looks like the 11th batter is simply not fit to play. So Paul Oves is not going to come out. So that's going to be the end of the innings. We're not going to see Paul Oves. We'll continue the discussion about the ECL throughout the day. We'll certainly do some talk about what we could potentially see a championship week will look like. But yeah, 2 big wins here for Gozo Zalmi. This is our second doubleheader of the day. Bujiba Blasters at 4-2 against the Mesita Warriors, who are 1 for 5. I'd say the Warriors are probably a little bit better than their record suggests. There's some good players in that team. Keep in mind the Warriors, they have made it to the knockout stages in the past here in this ECS in Malta. Here's the highlights of this innings. It was too steep a task, unfortunately, for the Red Stars. They had to chase down a target of 156, and unfortunately they came nowhere near it. They fell 100 runs short. Talk about a massive defeat. This was the end of Dilshad Ali, who managed to hit 1 big 6, but then popped one up to Adnan Anwar. Tony Thomas played a little fighting 23 until he was caught by Nikhil Kaushal right there, and that brought his innings to an end. Zishan Khan, well, that's done dirty by the director. That was a rare drop by him. He took a nice catch earlier, but he would get a couple of wickets right at the end. He decided to roll his arm, and he had a little bit of fun. That was the last wicket of the innings, as a number 11 unfortunately couldn't come out to bat for this Red Stars team. We'll have a quick look at the scorecard. And unfortunately, it was a rather tame performance from this Red Stars team. You can see just 2 scores in double digits. That was by Tony Thomas and Dilshad Ali. The rest of the team struggled mightily. All of their scores in single digits.
Yeah, they just never got going. And 55, unfortunately, Pelosi absent her is just not enough in the end. Let's have a quick look at the bowling figures. And it's going to be pretty reading for most of them involved. They did exactly what they had to do. Plenty of runs on the board. They just had to keep it straight. You miss, I hit sort of stuff. 2 wickets for 4 of the bowlers. Don't often see that. Kaiser, Singh, Patial and Khan. Game, set, match. We'll be back. We've got a little bit more of a break. 35 minutes until we get game number 3 done on Friday. Bye for now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back to Malta. We're continuing day 12. It's been a pretty exciting day so far. We've seen Gozo Zalmi battering some big sixes, and let's see if the entertainment continues this afternoon. The last few matches have been a bit of an uphill climb for underdog sides against big tournament giants, but now we've got a pretty close matchup coming up between Masita Warriors and the Bujiba Blasters. Let's head over to the coin toss where match referee Stefan Gooch is alongside both the captains.
I'm saying to the call.
Tails.
Tails is called. It's tails. Good luck. All the best. Have a good game. Masita have won the toss and they're batting. Back over to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Stefan Gooch, and thank you, Nish, for that fantastic introduction. Looking sharp, Nish. As we get ready for the afternoon session, looking forward to more cricket action live on your screens from the beautiful, beautiful Marsa Cricket Ground here in Malta. And these teams, well, what do you say about Masita Warriors? 1-5. They've had a tough time. But the Blasters, they've proven they are a bit of a force to be reckoned with, 4-2. And they'll be hoping for 2 more wins here today, get themselves right up near that top of the table. For the Masita Warriors, well, when you're 1-5, you don't mind sort of playing around with the order a little bit. Maybe they can give someone else a go, maybe get Lawrence up there a little bit earlier, or Shijil Joy the skip. But overall, they are struggling in this competition. We have a look at the Blasters and the Warriors, 77 to 23%. Hope everyone's doing good. Welcome back to the European Cricket Network. We're in our afternoon session. Hope you've had a nice bit of lunch or dinner during the break. This should be a good game of cricket. Looks like we're just waiting for the clock to tick over to 12:45 local time. A little bit breezy today. That tree's been looking a little bit worse for wear, but we're almost set to go. The umpire just keeping his arm there. We'll have a quick look at the field, shall we? It looks like third man is in place. It looks like a fine leg as well for Islam, who's quite tall, got good pace and gets a lot of bounce. So ball number 1 of this T10 fixture. And a big swing across the line will result in an inside edge for a single as we get this game underway. There's that extra bounce from Islam. He's got a lovely strong action, this boy. I think he's someone that the Malta Cricket Federation should invest some time into. He's young. He's probably one of the taller seam bowlers that I've seen here, and he's got decent pace. I think if you work with him, build up some strength, fix that. Well, not fix, but enhance that action a little bit. You've got a serious bowler on your hands. I like his run-up. His movement sometimes pulls it down a little bit too short, but some really good signs of a talented cricketer here. And talented cricketers still get punished sometimes. 4 runs as it was slightly overpitched. He gets it, he punches it over the offside, and the run's starting to flow. So 5 runs now of the first 3. Oh, that's miles in the air. Oh, that is so high. And it is deep as well. So it's going to be a 5 off the first 3 and then a 6 off the 4th ball. Can you believe it? There's another boundary in Islam. Well, getting hit around a little bit here. See Liam in the chat. Hello Liam, Kroom, Jeffrey. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you're all ready for the afternoon fixtures. Well, pulled away to the leg side. They'll have to get through for a single, so that would mean 12 off the first 5. So last ball of this first over. That's going to be way too high for the few people that did appeal. That will be the end of the first, and the score is 13 for none. So we are only a small margin away from getting back to another marquee event. The women's event on the 17th of December, 1 month away exactly, 30 days, 5 teams, 23 matches. Really looking forward to this. And I'm sure those ladies' teams will be pretty excited to play live on the network. I assume a lot of them for the first time, but we'll have to wait and see. That's going to be pushed into the offside. They'll try scamper for a single. They'll get there in the end. Oh, overthrows are on, but they won't be able to get back. You can see here, good running. When you run straight away, usually you get there. He would have been safe, but had to run through, so couldn't get the overthrow. It is a good opportunity to welcome back a good friend and someone that can't determine what they're eating at lunch, as that's pushed into the offside, and I'll explain that in a moment. Nish, welcome back. Tell me about your lunch and what you ate.
Yeah, I'll admit I don't have the best palate. You know, I can't always judge things that easily. But yeah, I had a chicken rigatoni, as did most of the crew.
Well, I walked over to you and I said, what's going on here for lunch? And you said it was tuna with pasta. And a few of us gave you a bit of a look, and well, we don't have to give that a bit of a look. That's all the way. Nice shot.
That was well cleared for 6. Rocky Dianish is going to be very important, I think. You know, the Warriors, don't be completely dismayed by their record. They're a lot better team than one would think. They're not quite like the Red Stars we saw earlier, who might have 2 wins. Warriors have been in the knockout stages before in this ECS. They've got 3 or 4 good batters in this top order, including that man, Dianish. And there's a single for him.
So interesting game here at the moment, as obviously they need a few runs to get up to a good score, the Warriors, and defend it. That's going to help. No ball 6.
Yeah, that's a really, really poor delivery by Doble. One just slipping out of his hands. Easy decision there for the umpire. He bowls another one of those, and he's going to be thrown out of the game. Let's have a look at this. It's a good shot by Soman as well. He's got a beamer coming right at him, and he's done pretty well to direct it towards the boundary. Yeah, the Warriors, don't count this team out. I think they've been a little bit unlucky with a lot of the results they've had. The Warriors made it to the second part of the knockout rounds in the ECS we had earlier this year here in Malta. They went to 8-10 during the group stages. They played their first elimination match and managed to beat Mater Dei. But after that, they were eliminated by eventual champions, Gozo Zalmi. They're a decent club. And just fallen short in a number of close games. You know, they could easily have had a couple more wins if fortune had favored them. Top edge. And this is a good bit of fielding out at deep third to prevent a boundary. Second over comes to an end. Really good start here for the Warriors. They are 30 for no loss. We'll have a look at the standings for Group B. The Blasters currently sitting in third place at 4-2. The Warriors failed to win a game so far, but as you can see from the net run rate, it's been a lot of close losses for them. You know, they've fallen short on a number of key games, and I wouldn't rule out their chances of putting together a big run right here at the end of this series and maybe sneaking into fourth place. Feel it's a risk between them and Marsa. I think we can rule out Red Stars from that race. They don't look like they're going to be playing a part in the tournament next Thursday when we've got our quarterfinals. Yeah, there's a big swing over there. The Warriors, of course, started off this tournament with a couple of losses to Gozo Zalmi, and in that second game, they actually gave Gozo Zalmi a fairly decent fight, and it fell just short in a chase. I think it's just a case of Rocky Dianish getting dismissed a little too early in that innings when he was going very nicely. That was a historic day for Rocky Dianish. He managed to cross the 1,000 ECS runs mark. It's a big milestone for him. Bottom edge. And does this have enough to go to the boundary rope? Yes, it does. So a little bit of luck here for the Warriors, and they desperately need it, considering they've been denied it for much of this series. Inside edge. And that's a boundary. It's up in the air. Oh, that is gonna clear the boundary rope rather comfortably. And a huge six here. It's been incredible hitting by this opening partnership to start things off. Beats that one very nicely there, Ajin Soman.
Yeah, well, it's another good start from this top two, and we know they've got maybe a brittle middle order. If these two can bat deep, they've got a chance.
That's a good ball in response there by Nagy. Just pushes one wider. Yeah, I think these two teams are a little more evenly matched than their record suggests. I think we could be in for a couple of close games here, as the Warriors have a great power play. They're 42 for no loss at the end of it.
Yeah, it's we talked a little bit about the Masita Warriors the other day when they were playing, I believe it was Marsa, and they had this. They were chasing 150s, weren't they? And both times they were actually on, but they're reliant on the top three. And we were saying if the top three can bat maybe 7 overs, they'll go very close. But they kept getting out around the 5 over region, and then they would fall about 30 runs short. So this time when they're batting first, they'll love getting the runs on the board. But you feel like that top three, once again, they've got a lot of heavy lifting to do.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on Dianish, Soman, Johnny, Lawrence. It's those 4 names you tend to hear. Oh, very good ball there by Prajwal Kohad.
Well, old Suruva, the keeper, got to the ball quickly, and I tell you what, he's not going to be joining my 10-pin bowling team anytime soon. He's half a metre away, and he misses it. So maybe a life. It would have been tight. Soman back on strike.
Struck towards long on for another single.
So you enjoyed the tuna lunch then?
It was a chicken lunch. It was a chicken lunch.
Not what you're telling me, Nish. Once again, just making sure everyone stays on their toes in the ECN Blue Crew.
That is hammered behind square leg for a big 6 by Dianish.
Yeah, nice shot. Short, comes forward, slight movement back, and just has to help it round the corner for 6. So, nice little start this once again for the Warriors. Can they do this till the 7 over mark or even the 6 over mark? We'll take that.
You have to get to the 6 or 7 over mark with these two still out there. They'll certainly be on for the 150 plus score. Right now the projected is 140. Outside edge. It's going to be quite a chase over here. It looks like the ball's going to win that race. Suresh Doble isn't able to get to it. 4 more runs.
Well, more runs to the kitty, and just keeps on going.
It's going to be interesting to see how Kohad responds. It's been pumped for back-to-back boundaries, and I think that's 3 boundaries in a row. It's going to take a bounce before the boundary rope and go away for 4, so no slowing down once the fielding restrictions have been lifted. Very good cricket there by Dianish. Just hits it straight down the ground in between the V and gets 4 runs.
Yeah, more runs flying. 58 now. It's another good start from this dangerous opening pair.
Oh, what a beautiful inside-out stroke. That's going to go for 6. It was a good effort by the fielder in the deep, but I love that. That's one of the shots of the day.
Yeah, that is one of the shots of the day. Just an open check drive over cover. Look at this. Great elevation. Good extension of the hands. That's picturesque. And 6 more to the total.
Lovely shot. That over goes magical. Kohad started off with a couple of singles, but after that he got struck for 4 consecutive boundaries, 22 off it. They're just continuing to roll the Warriors. And you can right now see that Intelligent Cricket has put them down as 59% favorites as things stand.
Sometimes I don't think Intelligent Cricket's that intelligent. I'd love to know how they make up their numbers, because we saw a few times that if they lose a wicket, they could easily be bowled out for 120 here. So I wouldn't say they're 60%. I'd say this is still very, very even. I would love to know how Intelligent Cricket get their data and how they go about it.
Just makes some room there, Soman, and carves it away. It's sort of more off the outside edge of the bat, but the result is one he desires.
And another good shot. So credit to the openers. I mean, this must be 3 games in a row these two have put on 50 plus. Not easy. And it's always good when you've got somebody somebody that you enjoy batting with, and these two just seem to have a very nice click going. Oh, that is high, Nish. And it is long. They're going to move into the 70s off a very quick rate.
Another terrific stroke. Gets underneath it really well, Soman, and elevates it over long on for a 6.
Nice shot. 41 now. Can they keep going? I know it's tough, but these two want to go really deep here.
And this one's high. I think it's going to land safely, and it looks like it's going to be a 4. Just lands in front of the rope.
Well, quite a surprising field. They had fine leg back and square leg in. Now, I get it, but that's setting a field to bad bowling. They're setting a field there thinking it's for the short ball they bowl, but if they had a regulation field there on the leg side, that would have been out. So Soman gets a little bit of luck. He's on 45 now, 1 shot away from a fantastic 50.
And in response to what you just said, they moved fine leg back into the ring, and it looks like they've moved Islam out to a square leg.
Too little, too late, Nish. Just like the tuna in the chicken episode, you can't make big mistakes like that. Whoo!
He's absolutely pumped that one. It's another incredible 6. This one's probably gone to the parking lot next to the golf course.
That was a cannon of a noise. He really crunched that. And gives that beautiful grey Nix a bit of a twirl in his hand. It feels like Excalibur. He's pulled it from stone. And if you stand in this man's way, you're going to get slaughtered.
Oh, and the inside edges went onto his stumps. That stayed low. I think Maithani got a little bit lucky there. As Soman departs, having made a half century, is a blade has come back to bite him here.
Well, isn't it amazing? He was looking $1 million, and then this is why batting in cricket's one of the hardest things in the world. You can be in the form of your life, but one error, one little misjudgment. He's misjudged the length there. I think he thought it was shorter, and it cost him. But he'll get a warm round of applause from his teammates if we keep following. If they ever rock up on screen, and nope, where are they? Nope, they're there. Oh, well, they don't care too much. No, they do. They're very happy. He's gone out there, made a really good 50.
Yeah, bottom edge. Onto his stumps. That's the end for Soman. Maithani finally gets a wicket. A little bit of respite for him after his over went for 20 runs. Here's our calendar for this year. It's been an incredible year of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. We provided you plenty of thrill, plenty of excitement, and we've gone on this great tour across the continent. Of course, it started all the way back in Malta on the 30th of January, and since then we've been to so many great countries, and we've got the great privilege of being back in Malta once again. This is Tiana's just trying to pick out that gap between square leg and mid-wicket, and he will pick out that gap. Islam, the big fast bowler, was a little slow to get down.
Yeah, disappointing. He's a big unit, but that's an easy stop, and that's lazy for me. The reverse-handed. I don't want to be too critical on the fielding, but some of these teams in Malta they get to the ball, but that last sort of decision, they just seem to make some big errors, and it's going to hurt them.
I think it's actually gotten a little bit worse since the first week. I just wonder if there's a little bit of fatigue setting into some of these players.
Yeah, potentially. There's another nice shot, and that's going to be over him for 6. And, well, when one opener gets out, the other one has to go. What they were guilty of the other day, Nish, is that when one got out, the other got out. If one of them can still get to 7 overs, they'll be happy.
He certainly will. This is a really good shot by Dianish. Gets down on one knee just to get that elevation over the rope. Jitin Johnny at the other end. He's no slouch with the bat. We've seen him play a few big innings as well. That's his bat turned a little bit in his hand there, Dianish. That's why he couldn't quite pick out the gap he wanted to, but he'll still get 1 run.
Yeah, 1 run more to the total. So ticking along, they've got to get up a big score. We know Masita Warriors aren't that strong with the ball. There's a reason they've only won, I think it's 1 game. So they're on for 170, but I think they'll take a 160 from here with both hands.
Outside edge is just going to go over the fielder's head. Does it have enough to go to the boundary rope? Looks like it does. The ball wins that race against the fielder. Johnny off the mark with a rather fortuitous boundary.
Yeah, runs are runs. It doesn't matter how you get them. So 4 to the total.
Blasters, mind you, coming off a 161 score as well against the Royal Strikers in their last game. So their batting unit is in a rich vein of form as well.
Yeah, I think we're on for a bit of a high-scoring thriller at the moment, but still feels for me it's an important 4 overs for Masita Warriors. I know they're on 100 off 5.5, and you think, well, they're going to bat them out the game, but we know it can turn quickly. So Rocky is back on strike. Can he keep going?
Oh, we know this. We know Dianish loves his reverse sweeps and ramps.
Well, how well's he done there, Nish? Show me some energy. Give me something. How good is this? He misses the ball, but he has the presence of mind. Watch where this ball's going. It's going to the sun. As he's falling, saves himself. Pretty impressive.
No, that certainly was very impressive. As Warriors 101 at the end of 6 overs.
So were you disappointed with the lunch that it was only tuna then?
That's not something I'm going to live down that easily.
Good to have all the interaction with the viewers. If you want to get any questions in today, do feel free. We're here all day, every day. We love the cricket. We don't leave. Johnny on strike. Johnny, crunch. Johnny, happy. 6 runs.
Really good shot there by Johnny. And if they continue to just hammer them away from both ends, they're going to be a lot of trouble. The Blasters, one thing they were hoping for after getting rid of Soman was that at least one of the batters would be a little bit slower with their strike rate. Johnny is a very good hitter himself, but doesn't look like he's going to last for long. He might have been stumped here. We'll have a look side on to confirm.
Yeah, I think he's out. I think he's out. He skipped down and then tried to rush back. We're going to have a look, but he's out by a mile, I think. Foot's not back. His gloves are coming. He's out. So easy decision in the end for our third umpire who's got that in the slow motion. I can understand the umpire wanting to double check, but that looked out to me and I'm at 90 metres away at deep mid-off.
Absolutely. It'll be the end for Johnny. He's tried to meet that one on the half volley and hammer it away. We'll have another look at that. Sharp bit of glove work as well by Surya. So we Lawrence coming out to bat. He's a fairly decent hitter as well, but then after Lawrence, this batting lineup really starts to take a turn for the worst. That is an incredible hit. Lawrence. Oh, it's going to go away for a 4. I don't quite think we were able to see that effort to catch it. Might have to look at this one on the replay.
It was a lovely hit, but it just sort of held up in the breeze. He did everything right, but as soon as those elbows hit the turf, it bobbled out for 4. Oh, are we keeping you awake, Nish? That was a big yawn on air. I think you thought you turned your button off, but you hadn't. Well, stay with me, Nish, as that's top-ended. Oh, I'm writing that one down. That's good. That's really good from you. Come back with me, Nish.
And Janish goes for the big drive over the offside and fails to connect on this one. I think he's just lost his timing a little bit here, Janish. Could probably smack that one behind point where there's no protection. The Warriors are 111 for 2 at the end of 7. Here's a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we're here in Malta through to next Friday.
Well, are we going to be able to keep you awake for these events, Nish? I don't know. Look, I can get us through them if you want, but no, we are looking forward to it. You're having a good day, aren't you? You've forgotten about. You thought you were eating tuna at lunch, and then you thought you turned your mic off. I watched you press the button. I saw the red light stay on, and that is a commentator no. Once that red light stays on, you're in a little bit of trouble. So you're having a good few minutes here. I am enjoying it. As we have 3 overs remaining in this innings. Oh, wow, that is taken off a length. The keeper takes it pretty relaxed with his hand above his head.
A huge bounce and carry over there. He's actually taken it one-handed in the end. Surya. Oh, it's an outside edge. That's going to go away for a 4 unless we see a terrific bit of fielding, which is exactly what we do. A fielder who's very fine at deep third, put in a sensational dive, and he saved his team 3 runs.
Great fielding. We don't often see this. We've said the fielding level's been a bit disappointing in the last few games, and I'm pretty sure that's okay. He doesn't look to be on the rope. It is close. They might have another look at that. Yeah, I think that's well done. So, moving on. Watch just his back legs here and everything. Stops it there. Body's down. Yeah, well done. Really well done.
That's gone up in the air. It's going to land safely between two fielders, but Dianish will come back for a second run. He'll scramble hard, and he'll get there.
Good to see Stephen Kelk in the chat. Member for 12 months. Well, Stephen, welcome to the big leagues. 12 months member. Congratulations.
Got the silver spanner as well, the orange crown too.
Do you know what the levels of spanners do? So I don't. Like, if you get a gold spanner, this ball's really all of a sudden taking off. Yeah, what happens if you get a gold spanner? Do you get extra emojis you can put in the chat, or what happens?
The emojis are determined by our moderators. I believe we're allowed 4 or 5 emojis.
I can't believe the power of the moderators are allowed. I'd be allowing 7, at least 1 for every day of the week, if it was up to me. Good to see the robot still there, doing some work as per usual.
It's about the color of your crown. You know, it's Peacock Friday, and this one's going to be taken really well out in the deep. A good catch. I'll continue that point right after we analyze this wicket. It was a good shorter ball. He dug that one in, and Lawrence top-edged it. And it's been taken well by the fielder out at deep third. He's had a pretty good game so far. We saw him save 3 runs earlier for his side, and now he takes that catch as well.
Well, you were asking me about hot spots in T10, and that's the exact spot that seems to be a bit of a, hot spot as the batters go for their famous bat swap. As well caught on the rope. We'll see a lot of batters in Europe share bats, and we see it again now.
Yeah, so of course joining the Silver Spanner Club means you get to have a crown next to your name, which it's Peacock Friday, so you're flaunting your colors. No different to a peacock.
So is it just color? You get a color upgrade.
Yeah, you get a crown next to your name, which is a really big honor. On top of the spanner, if you're a moderator.
Wow, double whammy as that's been hit out for a single. And that will be 8 overs complete. Fighting back here, the Blasters of 116 for 3.
As we mentioned, once those wickets have fell, the run rate would probably dip a little bit. It's still pretty decent. We just had our first single digits over this innings.
Can you ever be de-spanned or de-crowned? Can the crown be de-coloured and taken away?
And when your membership expires, you lose your crown, so you have to renew it.
Okay. Well, thank you, Steve. Maybe if you become a platinum sort of member, you get one of Vinny Sandhu's shirts to use in the fire during the cold winters, with the firewood, as we have 2 overs left here. I'm bringing back this man. I like him a lot. This time he didn't bowl 2 overs in the power play, which he usually does, but Islam will come back now.
That is struck down the ground. Stephen Kelk saying if you pay for a gold spanner, you get to cuddle Derek at least once a week.
Not sure on that.
That doesn't seem fair to Derek either. You could just buy hugs from him.
Yeah, I feel bad for the animal there. No one really wants to hug Steve, so poor old Derek the duck. They just slowed down a little bit here with the Blasters. Sorry, the Masita Warriors. The Rocky's on strike. Can he get a couple of boundaries?
This is full delivery, just played out towards mid-wicket. One thing Kroom is saying, they'll get immunity from being silenced by you. Now, you're going to be commentating alongside Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu this time next week, or I believe on Wednesday, actually. But you'll have access to his computer once again, so
yeah.
And Black Wednesday.
Vinny's got the concentration of a sieve, so that computer will be left open, and all moderators, especially Dave, will be on high alert because he might be getting a block. Shot. Good shot because he was cramped for room. They're going to be able to get back for 2. Oh, it's a cannon of the arm. And is he out? Well, we're going to go up. It was a cannon of an arm. This is close, you know. The keeper had to gather it, take the stumps. We've gone up to the limited review system. Let's have a closer look. Now, the batter dived through the sand, which makes it even harder. Keeper grabs it. Oh, he's in trouble here. Where are you? You got to get going. Gone. That is out. That's great camera work. And brilliant work by the keeper, Soira, who put his body on the line, and that's going to be out, run out.
It's the finest of margins that make a huge difference in cricket. You can just see there's not enough of the bat over the line when the bails are coming off. Yeah, these two frames, this one and the next one, are pretty conclusive. And as he said, a very strong and also accurate throw from out in the deep. And then you can credit Surya, who has been very good behind the stumps today. He's been involved in the stumping and now run out as well. And look at how delighted he is when once he hears that decision.
Did you see that little jump and spin in the air? Can we see that again? That was almost like a Mario 64 character. He was super happy. Fair play. He did put his body on the line. Here we go. Watch this. Woohoo! It does his job, and well, these players love playing on the network. After those first two games this morning, I was walking past Gozo's Army, and none of them looked me in the eye because all of them are looking down on their phones watching the game again. The players that come out here, they absolutely love it.
I love it. I'm sure they clip a few of the best moments and send them around as well. Of course, got our social media pages at European Cricket, and we upload highlights of our games as well here on ECN European Cricket Network, our official YouTube channel. So you can always share around some of your favorite moments from our long days of action. Danish is now 4 runs away from a half century. That's gone up in the air. This is going to take some catching, and it is taken. Really well done. Danish is going to fall short of a half century, and they're just losing wickets at the wrong time once again, the Warriors. You know, we were talking about how if they just lost a few, getting to 130 or 140 would be a little bit challenging. And they've just lost their danger man at the wrong time. Now the lower order will be stuck trying to find a way to make some runs off these remaining 8 balls.
Yeah, another wicket goes, and they have slowed down, haven't they? So, yeah, we talked a little bit about trying to bat deep with their main 3. They've just lost them at the wrong time, you feel. Rocky's still there, but he hasn't faced much in the last few overs.
This is struck down the ground. I think the big disappointment for me is that Gibbon is not playing today. I hope we get to see him in the next game. But
ridiculous decision from management of the Masita Warriors to drop Gibbon. Gibbon bowled one of the great overs of all time the other day, and fan favourite. I'm all for fan favourites. Unfortunately, not appearing in this one. Here's Rocky, 46, 1 stroke away from a very good 50.
That's a really, really nicely played shot. I think that's going to clear the boundary rope. It does. And he brings up his half century here, Rocky Danish. Superbly played throughout this innings. The important thing is he's managed to hang around till the end.
Well done to him. A really good 50. That was a clever shot. Just used the length, went with it. And gets himself to 52 off 22. Both openers going big once again.
You can see that win predictor, though, still has the Blasters just slightly ahead right now. Wonder if it's going to change a little bit, taking that last 6 into account. But if the Warriors get, say, another 10 or 15 runs off this last over, could be in for a big Warriors win. There's going to be a lot of pressure on the Blasters in the second innings. Yeah, Doble just keeping this one wider so that Mohammed can get some bat on it, but isn't the best decision making by Mohammed. Needs to get Danish on strike here. Can't afford to chew up dot balls.
No, he's just got to get something on it. One of the bails trickles off from the wind. Yeah, big finish here. 140 would be ideal.
Yeah, today's been a lot breezier than most of the days we've had here in Malta. And Tianish is going to get run out. Oh, that is very, very costly. So we were talking about them trying to get at least 10 or 15 runs off this final over. They're going to struggle to get to that.
Why wouldn't you just stand in your crease, let yourself cross, hold your bat there, cross, and then go get run out at the bowler's end? Simple. It's not that hard. I don't know how more cricketers don't understand this. And now Rocky has to go, and I love Rocky. Rocky's batted so well this tournament. That's an upsetting way to be dismissed.
Well, very upsetting. And, you know, we've seen a few teams just sort of mishandle or misunderstand
Watch
these.
this. Hold your crease, stay there, and just stay there. So then by the time Rocky gets there, then you go, and you'll run out at the bowler's end.
I think you were talking a little bit about sort of a cricket intelligence amongst certain players back when we saw Gozo Zalmi mishandle a couple of overs at the end of their first match. That's a display of it there as well. Just a brief pause in the game as a few things are sorted out. Should be able to resume very soon.
Yeah, let's hope so. Not too sure what the delay is.
It looks like we're about to get back underway. So 4 balls left in this innings for the Warriors. That's a wide delivery by Dobal. Needs to keep it simple. He's bowling to the tail, so full and straight would be more than good enough for them.
Yeah, keep it straight. Maybe a slower ball every now and then. Keep them guessing also.
Oh, he just tries to slide out and use his feet to prevent that. Going for a single. Mohammed just considering a second run, but it was never on.
Yeah, a couple balls remaining in this innings. They need at least one more boundary, you'd feel.
Yeah, just the shot selection hasn't always been the best by Mohammed. Trying to, again, swipe it across the line. Could just run one down the third man and get some runs that way as well. We're just going to see Mathai go and have a word with him.
Just struggling, isn't he? Trying his best, but really has halted play. He's just swinging wildly, and he'll get away with that because it's a wide, but just needs somebody to give him a little message and say, take a breath, watch the ball, and play straight up. You can see his partner there is probably berating him a bit, saying this isn't good enough, and that's fair enough. I don't mind if people play miss, but when it's a wild swing, it's not a great look for your team. There we go. Good batting. And he'll get 1 for his trouble, but that easily could have been 4. Well, they'll sneak back for 2. Good running, and that's what his teammate would have been saying. If you get a ball outside off, just play a nice shot like that, and that's good batting. Well done.
Absolutely, and he's had 4 or 5 balls delivered around there, and he's always tried to whack everything with a rather wild swing towards the leg side. Oh, that's going to be a good catch at cover. And the innings comes to an end. So just 5 runs off this final over. He did really well. We said they might want to get 10 or 15 runs off this final over. In the end, these last 3 overs, they only get 20 runs, which is why they're going to end up at just 131 when they look like maybe reaching 150 at one stage.
Yeah, well, we've been talking a lot about how that top order, they're overly reliant, and once again, they are in a situation where that middle order to lower order did not do well enough. Very impressive hitting from Rocky and his partner Soman, who just seemed 2 players that enjoy batting together. That was a big moment. When he was dismissed, we knew this game would change. Rocky kept going about his business. Lawrence was stumped. There were some good moments in the field, some tough moments in the field. But you just have to feel that they've probably left 20 runs out there once again, and that'll disappoint them. It really will. There's some easy catches also for some of those boundary riders. And by the end of the innings, I think the Blasters are probably taking a bit of momentum with them. Let's have a very quick look at the scorecard, shall we? 52 and 51. The openers really turned it on. No one else coming with them. Be super disappointing. And when you have a big collapse like that in the middle, you're never going to be able to get big scores. You can't be so reliant on just the top two. So 131 for 7. Let's have a quick look at the bowling scorecard, shall we? Yeah, the bowling scorecard should load for you any moment now. And here it is, well shared around. Pick of the bowlers, Negi, 1 for 16 off his 2 overs, going at only 8 economy and 1 for 23 for Islam. So halfway stage, 1-3-2 is required. Join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for the second innings. The Blasters are trying to chase out a target of 132. Saw a very strong performance from the Warriors in the first innings. They maybe lost their way a little bit in the death overs. They managed to make just 20 runs in the last 3. But overall, you'd say that they'd be pretty impressed with the score they managed to post on the board. I think their top 3 managed to hang around for long enough. Danish, Soman, and Jithan Johnny as well, who struck a couple of boundaries. It's going to be Ajin Soman, who's going to open the bowling. Very talented all-rounder. Opens the bowling, opens the batting. Straight down the ground, and this is going to be caught by Shijil Joy. It's a wicket off the very first ball. It's just what the Warriors needed. And they're absolutely pumped after taking that catch. Huge moment here. He's not quite able to get the distance he wants. He couldn't clear the fielder. And it's going to be a wicket. So early wicket here for the Warriors. So Golden Derek should come waddling out to greet him. Really tough for Danish Siddiqui. Normally a very good player, just got out on the first ball today. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be for him. Of course, he's got one more match after this, so we might still see a big performance from him here at Marsa today. Yeah, dream start here for the Warriors. Talk about setting a tone after batting terrifically in the first innings. It's going to take one bounce in front of the rope and go away for a 4. Let's take a look at that again. Hit with the full face of the bat. And it's right in front of the rope and goes for a boundary. A good counter punch here by Maithani after gave a wicket. So we got a very fine third man in place and deep backward point. But unsurprisingly, they just brought deep backward point back into the ring. And they have a long off instead. So this isn't a field you usually see. Oh, this is goes out to that fielder at it's very fine. At third man, you tend not to see deep, fine third man and long off. Sometimes maybe you'll see it long on instead. But you know, this is about just reading what Maithani is like as a player. They know how strong he is driving the ball. And now, yeah, this is a bit more typical, long on and a deep third man. So for Sathi, they just bring a mid off back into the ring and they sent long on out. Yeah, just goes fishing over there. Sathi can't quite get that one. Very good afternoon to Mandrake. Great to have you joining us. Inside edge. It's an old French cut away for a 4. A little bit of misfortune here for Soman. He's actually bowled terrifically well. And that inside edge is going to go away for a boundary. It's very important that these two get the Blasters off to a good start. And he cleans them up. That's another wicket. Huge wicket for the Warriors. And Soman, well, we talked about him knocking the stuffings out of the Blasters when he had the bat in hand. And he might have done the same with the ball. It's not the best shot by the batter, and he's going to get cleaned up for that. It's been 214 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network, and we're looking to break that streak as soon as we can. Had a few rather one-sided games in our last 4 or 5 matches, so hopefully the Warriors and Blasters can get us close to a golden ball. Here's another look at that one. That was the end for Safi. Just played all around it, and the ball went on to clatter onto his leg stump. Jeffrey pointing out how many first ball ducks there are to start an innings. That's the thing with T10 cricket, though. Batters are looking to attack from the very first ball, and that's where those opportunities open up for the fielding team. Just got to go out with a mindset to attack every single ball in T10 cricket. It's popped up. This could be the 3rd wicket, and it will be the 3rd wicket. Really well taken there by Stevie Roy. Shujal Joy is going to get this wicket. That will certainly look like a great line on the scorecard. Caught Roy, ball Joy, and everyone's really happy right now. All done there. Stevie Roy hasn't played much this European Cricket Series, but he does get to play a part of it there as he takes an important catch for his team. And much of this top 3 has been sent back to the dugout. Really, really bad from the Blasters' point of view. And I did say this at the top of the broadcast, just because the Warriors have only 1 win doesn't mean they're a bad team. There's plenty of talent on this side. A lot of results just haven't gone their way. Got it. Bowling unit that can be decent at times, and plenty of power at the top of their order. And it looks like everything's clicking for them here today. Shujal Joy, he's had a difficult tournament, but he's a lot better than some of his stats suggest. That one's going to be a no ball. And it's well above waist height. So a free hit's coming up. You talk about releasing pressure. Iman Islam is going to get a free swing at the ball over here. Oh, and he can't capitalize on the full toss. A free hitter. Maybe he can. This is a really, really odd delivery. Have a look at that again. It's a full toss on a free hit. It's going straight at the fielder. He lets it go past him. And I just assumed he would stop that. That's, of course, a Roshan Lawrence standing at cover, but he lets the ball go past him. A little bit disappointing from his point of view. Just a little release on the pressure valve. That's a great ball. Great comeback delivery by Shujal Joy. After bowling a no ball and a full toss and a free hit, that's the way you want to respond. A little bit of width on offer there, and he cuts this behind point. That was a hard throw, I have to say. He overcooked that throw, and he's lucky there's some good backing up by the fielder at the edge of the ring. Can't quite see his number at the moment, but he's really lucky over there. That could easily have gone for overthrows. They've got them where they want. They've got them in the right place, the Warriors. They just need to make sure they don't shoot themselves on the foot. Just keep things tight for the remainder of this power play. No, that's a poor delivery by Shujal Joy. It's going to go away for a 6. It's a full toss down the leg side, and all the batter needs to do is get enough bat on it, and it's going to go the distance. 6 more runs. Yeah, it's been a little bit of an expensive over despite that wicket. He's trying to play this across the line here. And Nagy will fail to connect. So 2 overs in the books. The Blasters are 21 for 3. Here are the standings for Group B. As you can see, the Bujiva Blasters currently sitting in 3rd place with 4 wins in their first 6 games, whereas the Warriors have managed to pick up just 1 win. Fortunately, they've succumbed to a number of close losses. And this is a big opportunity for them here to notch their 2nd victory. I think if they lose both games today, they're certainly out of the race to make it to the quarterfinals, and I think it's a pretty set in both groups who will make it. But if they pick up a couple wins here today, they're certainly still in the race. And they're more than capable of picking up 2 wins as well. We've seen them give a lot of good sides. Pretty tough game. They fought hard against Gozo Zalmi as well. And the 2 matches they were involved in against them. It's not that they lack quality, it's just that results haven't quite swung their way just yet. Now it comes off the bottom end of the bat, but he's got enough bat on it to get it to the boundary. Nagy starts off his innings with 2 early boundaries. 6 and a 4. Means he moves on to 10. Now, in response to that shot, they were initially going to send a deep extra cover out, but I do like that by the captain. He can't just chase the ball the entire innings. He's going to stick with the field that he's used for much of this innings. That's a slower ball gone wrong for Soma, and it's a wide down the leg side. But yeah, I mean, there's a few captains, I think, especially the first couple of days of the series, were just chasing the ball around the field a little bit. So it's good to see the Warriors not do the same. And speaking of people it's good to see, good to have you back here, Corey Ruckers.
Thank you, Nish. Thank you for the warm introduction. Yeah, well, is there going to be a bit of an upset here? 3 big wickets early.
This is very well played. A good-looking shot there by Nagy. You know, if Nagy's still there, I think they've still got a chance, the Blasters. He's a very clean hitter.
They've definitely still got a chance. They are not out of this game by any stretch of the imagination. They'll find it easy to go around that 13 and over. The wickets column will scare them a little bit. 3 in the first 15 balls, but for a team that's only won 1, this is a golden opportunity for Masita Warriors. They can't let this slip. They have to go back-to-back wins today, and this has to be the first one.
They just attempted, or considering going for that sharp single, but full credit to Roy over there. He's potentially saved some run-off overthrows.
Yeah, good movement. They're up and about. That's what wickets do early. They pretty pumped up out there. Here's the man on your screen diving across to save probably an extra 1. Fantastic work.
A lot of poor deliveries on the leg side, unfortunately, for the Warriors. He's a little bit lucky there that Nagy got some bat on him, because I think if he doesn't get bat on it, might even have gone for a 4 and some buys.
Maybe. It was a slower ball, though, so he was able to catch up. And he does get 4 to the total. Nagy's looking good. It's a little bit scary for the Masita Warriors. He's a good player, and he scores at such a good rate.
Oh, crunched. Really good cut shot there by Nagy. And while he's going, they're still well in this game.
Short, wide, 4. 1 bounce. Good batting. So a couple of boundaries to end that over. It's 3 overs completed here at the Masters Sports Club. 39 for 3.
39 for 3. It's a power play that certainly favors the Warriors because of the amount of wickets the Blasters have lost. As you can see, it's progressively getting better for them over by over. You just wonder, can Nagy really do it on his own at the other end? We haven't seen much of Islam, so maybe he's a better batter than we think. But Siddiqui, Sathi, Maithani, we know that those three have been the main run getters for the Blasters throughout this series.
Well, they're definitely still in this game. This has got a long way to go. I've got a little bit of a tingle about this game, actually. I reckon this could go right down to a last over finish.
Here's Abhishek Anoop coming into bowl. Oh, that is really, really nicely played by Iman Islam. We haven't seen much of him this series, but now he's showcasing us some of his brilliant skills.
Yeah, nice shot. Sometimes you can keep it on the carpet. You don't have to always go in the air. That's a lovely four along the ground. It's like a little bit of tying of the laces out there. And two batters starting to put on a nice partnership.
I think with the kind of field setting he has, probably needs to bowl this on a good length and rather straight. Got a lot of protection there on the leg side.
Yeah, big moment in this game. Just a few boundaries starting to leak for the Warriors.
That's a good ball there. You saw him advancing down the wicket, so he just pushes that one wider, Anoop. He's got a very fine deep third man and also a deep backward point here. It's up in the air. This is a catching chance. The fielder's underneath it at square leg, and he takes it after a little bit of a juggling act. For a moment, you just wondered if he'd spill it, but he grabs it on the second attempt.
Well, big catch. Another wicket will go. The Warriors have only won one game in the competition. Right now, they're dreaming of making that two. They're ballooned up the ice cream cone back in the air, and he holds on to it.
That's taken by Soman, who certainly played a huge part in putting the Warriors where they are right now with his wicket taking, his batting, and now he also gets involved in some of the catching. We'll just take a look at that catch again. Now really it's a case of who can support Nagy at the other end, because Nagy needs to keep going till the end of the innings, you'd feel, for the Blasters. Got Jahid Islam coming in. He's not really generally a batter for this side. He's thought of more as a bowler. We do know that with a lot of bowlers, because of the strength they possess, if you just middle a couple of balls, you know it's going to travel. And he's certainly one of them. Big, tall man, very strong as well. Yeah, this brief pause in the game is because Solman just went to grab something from the first aid kit. It looks all right now, and I think we should be ready to resume.
Yeah, he'll be okay. I'll be back into it. So, Islam, Nagy, they want to build a bit of a partnership here and get them back into this game.
Pushed away towards mid-wicket. And it's just going to be a single here. So Islam gets on strike. Does the right thing. Make sure that Nagy is facing the next ball. Required isn't out of control just yet. It's under 14. So it's 2 to 3 boundaries basically needed and over if you're the Blasters.
Nagy's the key. We know how dangerous he can be. Cut nicely, but just on the ground. Good over from Anoop. Not express pace, but just putting it in the right area.
He's doing the right thing, Anoop. He can usually bowl a little bit quicker than this, but He understands that pace isn't always a weapon in T10 cricket. It can often be used against the bowler. Just focusing on putting it in the right areas.
Shot. Nice shot. Catches up with it, clips it for 4. Good batting.
And you were talking about him landing it in the right areas, but not over here. Just going down the leg side there, and all he has to do is get some bat on it, Nagy, and it's going to go away for a boundary. So the Blasters need 83 runs from the last 6 overs. It's certainly attainable. The big issue for them is the amount of wickets they've lost, so it's going to come down to Nagy and whether Iman Islam can be a good partner for him. We'll have a look at the graph right now. You can see they're just underneath the required run rate at the moment, the Blasters, but not well underneath it. Still at a point where it's quite manageable. And here's Johnny, Jithan Johnny, about to come on to ball.
Yeah, what can Johnny do? Well, he gets crunched. That sounded like a bullet from a gun. That was a vicious pull stroke.
Absolutely. I thought we were at a rifle range when I heard that one. A really, really good shot by Nagy. Seen a couple of great crunches there. There was one by Mehboob Ali first thing this morning. That sounded like a lightning bolt. And this one is right up there. Oh, now he goes down the leg side. Nagy gets a bit of bat on it. Doesn't look like he actually does get some bat on it. Beg your pardon. It's actually a signal leg buys by the umpire. So, yeah, 4 more runs there, though, regardless.
Well, we have a really interesting game on our hands here, Nish. We really do.
Yeah, you said you felt the tingle. This might be...
Yeah, I do. I really do. This could go very close. Nagy has to do a bit more heavy lifting, though.
Just sneaks that one inside the tram line. We'll have one more look at it to confirm. Yeah, good delivery there, legal delivery. That's a good call by the umpire. There's a big shout over here. It's a catch one, but it's going to go in that gap between long on and mid wicket. It's a very good shot. Bit of stand and deliver about that as he smacks it away. 8 runs off the first 4 balls of this over. Beg your pardon. Yeah, they just move a fielder across now to mid wicket to close that gap. And forget about closing gaps when you send them outside the boundary rope. What a huge 6 there by Johnny. It's 18 off this over already. And Nagy, is he about to play a solo performance for the ages? The Blasters are keeping themselves alive in a game that we thought may have slipped away from their grasp a couple overs ago. But as long as Nagy's out there, they can still dream. And it looks like he's smacked that ball so far away they can't quite locate it just yet. They're going to have a word with each other here, Nagy and Islam. And this is going to be interesting. I wonder if Nagy just takes the single here to keep strike. I don't think Islam is a slouch with the bat. I think he's just got to play the ball to its merit over here. Oh, it's a wide. You can just tell the pressure is getting to Johnny. And every run is getting cheered by that Blasters dugout. 19 off this over so far. It's a good idea to try to fire in that wide Yorker. But if you get it wrong, there's a price to pay. And that's another wide. 2 wides in a row. This over's gone magical now. 20 off it. Oh, I can just tell the pressure. It's getting to Johnny, and that's what Nagy has done. He's earned these wides with his great batting. And he's going to play that one away. And he'll keep strike here, Nagy. So how long can the Nagy show continue? The Blasters, with an incredible first half of their innings, are now going at well over their required rate. They need 62 runs in the second half of their innings. Here are the groups for the European Cricket League, the Champions League of Cricket. It kicks off on the 26th of February. We spent quite a bit of time today discussing some of these groups and teams we think might go through. Of course, put your predictions in the chat. What do you think Championship Week will look like? And who's going to advance? Of course, Group B, Group E. I think those are two really strong groups where it's very hard to predict who's going to make it through from there. Group D and F as well. They're pretty solid contenders for some great groups. So a lot of amazing action is coming up on the 26th of February. Is this going to clear the rope? It certainly will. It's another 6 for Nagy. It's raining 6s right now. Anoop, who looked really good in this first over, gets punished over here.
This is a real danger signs for the Warriors right now, as the runs have just started to flow. Nagy, we said, is the key. He's batting beautifully, 44 off 15.
That's a rare dot ball. Haven't had too many of these the last couple of overs.
I mean, still game on. If they can get him out, it really is game on again. But they need to get him now. Can't let him do any more damage.
Just feel the way he's hitting it. If he's there for a couple more overs, all of a sudden it's going to be the Blasters game to lose at that stage. This is good bowling by Anoop. He's not been dismayed after getting hit for his 6 off his very 4 over. He's come back on, responded well, bowled a couple of really good deliveries. Dave asking why the score's only 17 for Johnny's over. That's because 4 runs came up leg by, so those are not going to get credited to the bowler. Oh, really good shot. Lovely cricket shot. I mean, that is a stylish way to bring up a half century. You love to see strokes like this in T10 cricket.
Yeah, good shot. I mean, they were 9 for 3 off 7 deliveries, and you can see good appreciation from everyone around the ground, because this has been a marvellous innings. 50 off 18. This is still game on. The Masita Warriors have just got to tell themselves that if they can pick up 1 wicket, 1 big wicket, it's still game on. Here it is. Here's your chance. Someone's got to get to it. Oh, it's going to land in a big pocket of space.
Yeah, it lands in no man's land, doesn't it? But I think he's playing this one really well, Nagy, because he's also hogging a lot of the strikes. So Islam, he only has to face the last ball of this over. I don't think he's a slouch with the bat, so he's got a free swing here. And I would certainly back his abilities to hit a boundary. Oh, but that one's a wild swing. He just needs to hold his shape and hit a proper cricketing stroke. But doesn't matter because it's still a 13-run over, which is exactly what the Blasters need from here on out. They have to go at 12 and over to take this game.
Yeah, game back on, isn't it? Those few dot balls did help at the end. Nagy's there playing a bit of a lone hand at the moment. 51 off 19. Really good finish coming up to this match 3 today.
Great finish coming up. I think Nagy's just brought this game back to life. You know, when they were 9 for 3, you really thought the Warriors would probably take it and maybe even take it by a bigger margin, but Nagy has played a special innings over here. He's been an unyielding sentinel for his side while wickets have been tumbling all around him. This is nicely played. It's going to take a good bit of fielding by Anoop. Oh, that little fumble will just allow them to come back for a second run.
Oh.
Excellent running. It's going to be close, but I think Nagy has come back. We'll have a look to confirm. It's going to go to LRS. I hope Nagy's all right.
I think he's landed hard on the turf, but while we see if he's going to recover, this is a big moment in the run out I think he makes it. Big moment in the game. Keeper has to fetch the throw. A better throw's probably out. He does well. Nagy's going to be home here. He's home. He's home comfortably. So he gets in. It's an extra run. If it was a better throw, he might have gone. What a game we've got on our hands.
Certainly have a great game on our hands. He's going to have a quick drink of water here, Nagy. Wonder if they'll just pause the clock here while he has this pause, because, you know, one subplot to monitor is the potential for penalty runs. They've been a little bit slow going through their overs, the Warriors. We, of course, saw there was a bit where one of their players just went out of the field to quickly grab a first aid kit.
Yeah, it's that throw. The keeper had to... that just throw just a little bit too wide.
Yeah, Chris just asking in the chat when the Turkish representative will be determined. I'll get back to you with that news as soon as that information is passed on to me. I can see there's a big breeze out there. Look at the players' jerseys, and you can also feel it a little bit in our tent. Your wind is really picking up right now. It's probably been the windiest day we've had so far during our time in Malta. That's going to be a wide. He's just falling away there, Sukumaran, as he's bowling that delivery. Doesn't have that strong front arm.
What a game. What a good game we have.
It goes a bit too short, and it's absolutely belted by Islam, and a great bit of fielding there by Minish Mathai.
What a stop. What a stop. This has been a good game, but little moments like this are massive. That was belted and got across very quick. Keeps it to 1.
And that's the thing, you know, Islam, he might middle a ball every second delivery, and you've got to be able to match it in the field. That's another wide. He just doesn't seem to have a strong front arm, because he's falling away while he's delivering it, and that's why he's giving so many wides.
Yeah, he's probably feeling a bit of the pressure as well. And pressure's hard to measure. Big moments in the game. Well bowled. That's better.
Yeah, much better delivery there by Sukumaran. Did a decent enough job so far this over, but depends on how he closes out these next couple of balls. If he can avoid a boundary for the remainder of this over, it's certainly going to be a win for the Warriors. Oh, great ball. He just manages to sneak that one inside the tram line. And it's Islam just can't get his levers to it. Oh, he's got to be quick getting through this over, though.
He'll be okay. He got 2 overs in 9 minutes, and over takes about 4 minutes. So he should be okay with time. And sometimes as a bowler, I like it when a bowler might take a few extra seconds to compose themselves. There's a lot of bowlers that rush themselves when they're under the pump. So can he get out of this over? Oh, no ball's been called. And there's a run out. Well, okay, we're going to have a run out. No ball. What's happened here? It must be for front foot.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see. We'll have a look at the replay.
Let's have a closer look. Might be a back foot. No ball, you know. That's... back foot's okay there. I'm not too sure why that's been called a no ball, because I think your front foot is allowed to do out there. So we're going to have another look here about the no ball call, but I think he's okay, because as far as I know, your front foot can land where it wants. It's the back foot that gets you in trouble. I think that's okay.
I just wonder if...
Just watching, and the decision's been reversed. So very good use of the technology, and that's a big moment in the game, because it would have been a free hit for the new batter. So I think the umpire just got a little confused with the front foot touching the sideline. The front foot can. It's the back foot that can. 7 overs complete, 90 for 5.
Yeah, I was just contemplating maybe it was for too many fielders outside the ring, but when I counted, it seemed like they had 5 fielders outside the circle. You know, sometimes someone can just take a little step backwards and without realizing it. Here's the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game, and if this match is as entertaining as the first match, then you better stick around for this. These two teams, they certainly always provide us a lot of entertainment whenever they're on the European Cricket Network. That's exactly what they're doing again. Looks like we're in for a grandstand finish. It's all happening here. Yeah, you're going to need to show a lot of steel.
We've got a good finish here, Nish. We've got a really good finish. We've been due a close one. 42 off 18 balls. This is going to be topsy-turvy. Kohad's got the ball in hand. Bowling to Negi.
And Sharif Muhammad gets pumped on the very first ball. It's a flat 6. It lands just a couple of inches in front of the boundary rope.
Yeah, it is Muhammad. My apologies. And oh, Negi. He's playing a blinder, isn't he? You feel like it's one man standing in the way of Masita Warriors' upset.
Thing is that Islam run out though is pretty big because Islam is someone who is capable of playing the odd shot. It's going to be interesting to see if Kohad can, or it's just going to come down to Negi to take them all the way over here.
Gee, he gets away with that. That was a big short ball. Well, you did mention the clock a little bit ago. They do have to keep an eye on it, just a little bit of an eye. That was okay, but lucky he didn't get pumped for 6. Not the quickest of bowlers. 36 off 16. Oh.
That is an absolutely incredible shot. He is so strong through extra cover.
Yeah, that is a great shot. Just stands completely still and pumps it over extra cover. What are we looking at now? 2 a ball. I think, well, if Negi doesn't get dismissed, they win. Black and white. If he's there by the last over, he'll make sure they get the run. So they have to get him out. And if they don't get him out, this will be the Blasters.
Yeah, even though the clock, at least in theory, doesn't look like that big a concern, it's just the fact that the Warriors in general have been quite slow getting through their overs. That's why I said it might be a little concern for them, but just keep an eye on it while we're watching these deliveries. This is drill. This is certainly going to go for 4. There's no way that Roy was ever going to get to that. It's another boundary, the 3rd one this over.
That's the Negi show, isn't it? And he's just crunching everything.
It's just been a real Achilles heel for them. They're bowling the Warriors. I think other than Soman, everyone's been so expensive throughout this series. I think Shijul Joy as well, his performance throughout this series has been a little bit of a disappointment as well. He just moved along off a lot straighter in response to that shot. It's a dot ball.
Good comeback. Really good comeback. Interesting ball here. Does Negi go, I want to keep the strike, or does he still want to keep it going and try and hit a 6? I think he might try hit a 6. Wants to keep getting that rate smaller and smaller and smaller.
Outside edge, and this is also going to go away for a boundary. They had a fielder in a sort of short 3rd man fly slip position, but it goes past him, and it's gone away for 4.
Oh, who else do they have that can bowl an effective over here? Because 22 off 12 with 5 wickets in hand. I think this is the bowler's nightmare now. Muhammad went for 20, and if they're expecting him to bowl another over, I don't think the Warriors can win.
I think it's going to be Sukumaran and Joy most probably. Sukumaran went for just 7 in his first over. I think he was really good, kept jamming in some Yorkers. I'd have him bowling the penultimate over because this is the most important over, but it looks like they're going for Joy instead. They're opting for an experienced player who maybe he's had a mixed tournament, but they're going to trust him in a really tough spot here. I would have probably gone for Sukumaran.
Well, in the air, big moment. Draw, no! Oh, he's dropped the match, potentially. It's a big moment because it's 1 run and it gets Negi back on strike. Negi doesn't want the strike to swap, but you would have had the new batter facing and it would have been a dot ball. Oh, it's been signalled 4. It's not 4. Why have they signalled 4? Hold on. They've got to check this. I don't think this is 4. Did it go over the rope?
No, it didn't go over the rope. We'll have another look at this just to confirm for the umpires.
No, that's okay.
It's just going to be a single, but as you mentioned, it's a huge moment because if he takes that catch, they lose a wicket. But more importantly, Nagy would be denied the strike. We'd have a new batter coming out. Maybe he could chew a few dot balls. We'll confirm once more.
It's been only given one. Nagy on strike. That's full, hitting him in the pad. That'll be a dot ball. Good ball. Some tension building here.
That one probably going down the leg side. Yeah, really nervy over here. And Joy, he's got to step up big.
If he can get Nagy out, or even give it just a one here, get him off strike, you're keeping him in it. Good start to the over. Only one run off 2 deliveries. Shot. 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 Well, they've got to put deep extra cover back. They haven't done it the whole time. Bring square leg up and put deep cover back. He just keeps hitting it there.
Especially when you're going to pitch it outside the off stump. He's so strong through that region.
They've got to change the field. Try something because he is very strong there. 17 off 9. Nagy, 79.
Just 30 deliveries, and they don't make the fielding change that you suggested.
Good night, Eileen. That is massive. And
it's into the tennis court. What an incredible hit.
That's big. He's crunched that. Oh, yeah. This game, set, match. I can't see him pulling it back now. That was a big hit.
This has been one of the best innings we've seen so far this European Cricket Series. Not just because of how well he's hitting it, but because of the pressure situation under which he's produced this. Oh, has he taken the catch? Huge moment here. It's another twist in the tail. Anoop turns up and he takes a big catch. And we've got more drama here in Malta.
We got a game now. We got Tingle going on because it's going to be up to 2 new batters to get this job done. Nagy goes to a slower ball. Very good catch. Match saving catch. If he drops that, I just think Nagy's going to get away with this. So he'll have to go. A special innings is complete. And that man deserves plenty of plaudits for the way he's batted here.
He's going to get a big round of applause when he goes back to the dugout. Rightfully so. That was terrific. He came out when his side were 9 for 3, and he's put them within touching distance of a win. We'll have another look at that. Good ball there by Joy. I think it's a bit of an off-cutter, and he gets that outside edge. It's well taken by Anoop. And now, can the lower order see them over the finishing line? They need just 11 of 7.
Soira.
Does this have enough to go to the rope? It does! Surya comes on and he hits a boundary. That's a sucker punch for the Warriors. Just 7 runs needed now off the final over.
Yeah, it is a sucker punch. It's 7. It's 7 to win. And has Nagy done enough to put the rest in a position to win it? 1 big 6 will kill this game. Someone from the Masita Warriors is going to have to bowl an exceptional final over.
It's going to probably come down to Sukumaran, who went for 7 in his first over. Incredible game we've witnessed. Now, can Sukumaran deliver something really, really special?
Yeah, big moments. So, he's got a bowl, an over that was better than his first. That went for 7. He's got a bowl and over that only goes for 6 or less. They bring mid-on in. That's surprising. Here we go. Oh, no. Well, it's the worst possible ball you can bowl. 7 off 6 required. He misses the pitch. And I said before, you can't measure pressure, but that is just a pressure delivery. He's completely fluffed his lines.
You can see that big puff of dust on the edge of the pitch, which confirms he didn't hit it. And you feel that might be the ball.
Yeah.
Which potentially loses his side the game. Got a free hit coming up as well here for Surya, who's already struck a boundary.
Oh, Masita Warriors, what have you done? Free hit. Chance to win it.
Surya's going to play this one away. It's just going to be a single, so 4 needed a 5 now.
Well, the only way you can get back in is wickets. So wicket, dot ball somewhere. Yeah, it does feel like it could be over. Something spectacular to happen if they fight back. 4 or 5 required.
Maybe bring a few fielders in closer to prevent Kohad getting a single. Is there an edge there?
Ooh.
Yes, there is. We might still have a few more twists. Kohad wanted a little bit of glory by bashing one away. Instead, all he finds is the edge of his bat.
Well, good delivery because you're making him reach for it, and there is an edge. And I just said the only way is a sort of wicket dot. That wicket's good because you get a new player out here. He could easily walk out and miss these first 2 balls, and then you've really got a game. 4 off 4, new batsman on strike. Golden ball's a chance.
Have a look at the replay again. That was the end for Prajwal Kohad. And here's a look at the golden ball rules, of course. In the event of a tie, the match is decided by a golden ball. It's a peculiarity and something unique about us at European cricket.
Here we go. Oh, we got a game. We got a game, and this is what the wicket does. You bring someone new to the crease that hasn't had any time. They're a bit nervous. They're a bit twitchy. He can't bowl a wide. He can't bowl no balls. Mid-on is in the ring. Will he go for glory?
Oh, Doble, that's actually a pretty smart shot.
Oh, I tell you, that's a bit of nervous fielding. We got a close 3 off 2. Sawyer is going to try and win it here. He's going to go for the win this ball. You just got to get everyone back in the ring. A 1 is okay. If it's a 1, it's okay. You want to bowl to the other player. Oh, we've finally got a chance at a golden ball together, Nish. It's a definite chance.
Definite chance here. They're trying to get their field absolutely spot on. He's going to come round the wicket here.
He's going to try and whack this to the legs. Look at him looking at the leg side. He's got his eyes on that leg side. Oh, shot.
This is going to beat the fielder at will. And they've won it, the Blasters. Surya is the hero right at the end. Anoop, for a second, he was interested. He thought maybe he could get to that ball. He couldn't. And the Blasters take this in a dramatic finish in the final over. The Warriors once again fall short. They just can't find a way to win games.
What a shot to win it, to have the composure to place that ball. That's a really good shot. And he misses third. It goes for 4. Game, set, match. What a game we've had on our hands here.
It's been an incredible game, and you got to feel for the Warriors. They've come close so many times, but they just can't quite get over the line. It's really not been their series in many ways, but take nothing away from that Blasters side. The heart, the passion, the fight in this team. They kept battling away. They were 9 for 3, and thanks to Nagy, his 85 of 32, they got so close. And then Surya was there to add the finishing touch. Here's the fantasy dashboard for our final game of the day. We're going to see the Blasters out there once again batting very shortly in just about 15 minutes. But before we move on to that game, let's have a look at the highlights of what was a terrific innings.
Well, it was an amazing start for the Mercedes Warriors. 3 wickets would fall early, and everyone starts to think, are we on for a little bit of a boil over? Well, I personally thought that this would be their chance, the way they started, but they've run into a red-hot Nagy. Nagy's played the innings of his life. He smacked it so hard, and he was so impressive over the offside, especially through cover, that he's taken his team to a famous win.
Taking it to a really famous win. Here's a look at some of the big moments in this match. That was a huge dive by Nagy. You think about some of the small moments in these games, some of the catches that were dropped, like that one there. The throws that could have been a little bit more accurate. This match came down to the second last ball of the innings to determine it. That was a huge catch by Anoop. Nagy couldn't quite get his side over the finishing line. He needed a little bit of help, and he got that help from Surya, who would strike 1 boundary there, and then another boundary to win it right at the end. This is that moment where Kohad was dismissed, and then Surya with an outrageous ramp to win his side the game. An incredible, famous victory for the Bujiba Blasters. They'll remember this one for a long, long time to come. A great day for them. The Blasters take this one on the second last ball with just 3 wickets to spare. Here's a look at the scorecard for the Bujiba Blasters.
Yeah, game, set, match. 85 of 32. He sticks out like a sore thumb. What a special innings that is as they chase it down with 1 ball to spare. Let's have a quick look at the bowling figures, shall we? And the bowlers tried valiantly. They just couldn't pull it off as they ran into a player at the top of his game. And you can see here 2 wickets apiece for Soman and Joy. 1 for 23 for Anoop, 1 for 14 for Sukumaran. That was game over, 133 for 7. So 9.5 overs. We had a good game, but that is all she wrote. Do join us back in 15 minutes for the final game of today. It's goodbye for now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
It's been a fun few days. It's the final match of our 12th day here in Malta. We've seen runs flowing these last few days. It's been really good if you enjoy six hitting. Let's see if we see some more in our final match. The next game is between Msida Warriors and the Bujiba Blasters. Let's head over to the coin toss where Stefan Gooch is alongside both the captains.
Bujiba to call. Tails is called. It is tails. Good luck. Good luck. Bujiba have won the toss. They're batting. Back over to you, the commentary box.
And welcome back for our final match of the day. It's between the Blasters and the Warriors, who just played out an absolute thriller. That was a brilliant game, really fun to watch. We saw Nagy play a thrilling innings right at the end to help his side secure an incredible victory. Here's the fantasy dashboard for our final game between the Blasters and the Warriors. So many players to look out for. Of course, that Blasters lineup proved to us that they've got plenty of talented hitting in there. I think they're in there. Nagy, somebody who a lot of people might start picking up in their fantasy teams. Azim Safi, he's great value for money at 7. We didn't get to see enough of Iman Islam, I think. He played 1 or 2 good-looking shots before he was dismissed rather prematurely. Meanwhile, for the Warriors, they've got an incredibly strong top order. But then it's a case of who's going to step up once that top order departs. I think we've seen it. Once they lose anyone from that top 3, that run rate nosedives for them. And it's going to be interesting to see how they fare. Of course, the Blasters are batting first, so the Warriors are going to have to put in a big bowling performance here. Blasters fancied as 63% favorites heading into match 48. Of course, we got a little break in our European Cricket Series after this match, so we'll resume with match 49 in this series on Monday, because this weekend is going to be International Cricket Weekend. Really looking forward to that. It's going to be a nice break from the club sides. We're going to get to see the Maltese national team host the Estonian women's team, the Cypriot men's team. Looking forward to all of that, as I'm sure are all of you. Very good afternoon to everyone joining us in the chat as well. Thanks for being alongside us throughout this ECS. And it's the final game of the day, so bring in your random questions. We can discuss things not related to European cricket as well. It's just going to be a great weekend of cricket, isn't it? Of course, at the World Cup final coming up. They got international cricket here in Europe too. So I think if you're a cricket nuffy, this is a great time to be around. As I'm going to have a look at the field setting here. So it's a deep third man who they've sent out, and well, you can't quite see this on your screens just yet, but they've sent out a deep backward point as well. So I think what we're going to see here is a full and wide bowling from Ajin Soman to start off. Certainly that should be the game plan. As here we go. First ball of this match. And he starts off with a much straighter one. That's not exactly where he should be bowling with the field setting he has, but maybe that was a little bit of a bluff. And he brings deep backward point in for Sathi and sends out a cow corner. Oh, was there some bat there? Was there something there? Oh, he might be a lucky boy. Might be a really lucky boy here, Sathi. What do you in the chat think about that? This is struck very nicely. It's going to clear the rope. It's a 6. It's the first boundary of this innings. A good start here for Sathi. I think he'll be very disappointed, as will Siddiqui, of course. These two got their side into a bit of a hole. They were a little bit slow batting at the start of their innings. The Blasters were 9 for 3. Keep that in mind. And then Nagy came out and played an absolute blinder of an innings to take his side to the precipice of victory. Not the right shot selection there by Sathi, but it's a wide anyway, so it doesn't matter. CC asking us if we've tried pea pies yet. Gotta be honest with you, we've not quite been able to. Did try a ftira yesterday, which is a traditional Maltese bread. Had a sandwich with a ftira. Oh, that's gonna be a no ball. It's landed outside the pitch. Let's have another look at that. Just gets this one badly wrong, Soman. I haven't even seen pea pies. I mean, it's certainly not in any of the restaurants we have out around our hotel. Maybe it's because they sort of have a more continental vibe. There's not too many traditional Maltese places. It's a free hit, keep in mind, so that's not going to matter. Maybe you could just hear the jets flying overhead. Not too far from Malta International Airport, so you can often see planes flying overhead if you're here at the ground. But yeah, there's actually not many traditional Maltese food places anywhere near our hotel. Most of them are sort of international cuisine. This is going down the leg side. It's going to be a leg by for a boundary. Or maybe not. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, actually it's glove, so I beg your pardon. That's laying credit to Siddiqui, but yeah, there's not many traditional Maltese places around us. You know, even the ftira, it was quite hard for me to get a hold of that as well. Oh, this has gone up in the air. And there's no glove or anything. It's probably a nasty blow for Siddiqui. We're just going to have a look here on the LRS to confirm. Probably will have to slow that down a little bit. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, should be fine. But he has copped a big blow over there. And yeah, that looks a tough blow to the side of his head. He's just having a concussion test administered. Seems he's passed that test. He looks in good spirits as well. Or maybe that's just the effects of the fact that he's concussed. I'm only joking. As the Blasters get 14 runs off the first over. He's saying to try a pastry shop. Yeah, there's not many pastry shops near us either. I gotta be honest with you. Probably have to go hunting for it or have a look at one of the delivery apps. Got 30 days to go until the ECCW. Looking forward to that. It's going to be a great moment for women's cricket in Europe. It's a dawn of a new era. This is struck firmly down the ground. And it's just going to land short of the commentary tent. There's Corey. I think he's decided to go off in field rather than join me in the commentary box. I think he's just forgotten what his day job is and just wants to play cricket full time. That's another one that's gone up in the air. And it's going to land in front of the rope. It's just going to be a single. I think the area around where we are, it's a lot of Asian fusion, plenty of Sicilian restaurants as well. There's many people from Sicily who live in Malta too. He's dug that one out very well. This is going to be a sharp throw. And that's a good attempt there. Some nice backing up as well. And a good point there by Mandrake. That's exactly why you should wear a lid. European Cricket Network, of course, always encourages players to wear a helmet. And there's been a few blows to the head throughout this series. It's been a good thing these players have been wearing helmets. That's just pushed away towards square leg. It's going to be a single. Good start here by the Blasters. The Warriors, they've just they've had issues with their bowling throughout this series, constantly asking that top order of theirs to either score or chase an enormous amount of runs. This is really nicely played by Siddiqui off his pads, and it's going to go away for a boundary. Nice wristy stroke. I love that. Beautiful use of the wrists. Where does this land? Just in front of the rope, so that's going to be a 4. Excellent work here by Spring Productions. Of course, we got our tours, Andris and Karina, in today. Christoph's getting a well-deserved day off. A big thud off the pads, that one going down the leg side, but 13 runs off this Joy over. The leading wicket taker for the Warriors for the last ECS. He's just been a little too expensive throughout this series, unfortunately. Here's a look at the standings. And the Warriors, well, you feel that they're out of this race now. If they win all of their 3 games, they'll be tied on points with Marsa. So it's going to be very tough for them from here. Obviously a loss in this match and they're mathematically eliminated. But as things stand, you feel the only chance they have left is mathematical.
Guys, that static's really back and bad. Do I need to move something?
And big swing across the line over here by Sathi. That's a good chance to welcome back Corey Rutgers in the commentary box. We saw you doing a little bit of fielding.
I almost thought about going viral twice in 2 days as I had a quick meeting with Meta, but decided against it. Sometimes you've got to know when to stop. You've got to know when to hold them. You've got to know when to fold them. That was the time to fold them, Nish. What an interesting day of cricket we've had. Blasters will, they've seen some of the Masita Warriors batters, so they'll know that they want to get a good score on the table here.
Yeah, not the best shot selection by Sathi, but it's going to be wide anyway. Late wide call by the umpire.
I like the old double teapot from Anoop, who was not impressed. Big slow ball. Plays and misses.
Kind of hard to see from that angle because Anoop's head gets in the way. Has this beaten the fielder at long off? It looks like it has. He needed to get down there, Gokul Krishna, but it was always going to be tough.
Yeah, nice shot. Just comes down, gets it into a half volley and sort of times it well enough for 4. Wasn't out the middle of the bat.
Yeah, it's a good enough stroke. These two once again have got their side off to a good start. They've been pretty reliable throughout the series. That last match was a bit of a blip in form for them, but they returned to their usual ways. Again, just a swipe across the line.
Yeah, just Sathi every now and then probably trying to hit it 100 metres instead of 60 and loses his shape a little bit.
That's a good ball here by Anoop. That's a nice full and straight delivery. Almost yorking himself by trying to advance down the wicket, is he? Siddiqui. Beg your pardon, Sathi.
Yeah, so not a bad start for both teams. I think they'll both be feeling okay at the moment.
Just loses his shape there a little bit as well, Siddiqui, trying to play that shot, but full credit to Anoop. I've loved the way he's bowled so far today. Keeps things simple, and he gets the right result as Blasters are 33 for no loss at the end of the power play.
Yeah, I think both teams go into the end of the power play and they'll be okay. I mean, you haven't let the run rate get up to sort of that 14, 15 and 0, which is too much. And but you haven't taken a wicket, so you'd be a little bit worried about that. And these two teams obviously just played a pretty good game and went down to the wire. One ball remaining and left that one, and almost a golden ball, but unfortunately, the golden ball curse is catching on, and I don't know if we'll ever get one again.
Ah, don't say that. I'll certainly get one at some point. I mean, the last golden ball streak, I believe, was even longer.
What happens if we don't? What happens if it's over? What happens if golden balls have just left the almanac of life, never to get a tie again?
Well,
I think it was this year as well where we had the... Well, it must have been this year when we got up to the 400-game drought. So, I mean, this year's been a drought year for golden balls, and, well...
Yeah, it was the one where you snapped in Roman during that ECI.
It's like being addicted to something you shouldn't be. If I don't get a golden ball soon, I might just snap.
Inside edge. How many golden balls have you commentated so far this year?
Good question, actually. This year,
yeah,
one in Malta.
I've had 2.
Have you really?
Yeah.
You've done about 1% of the work I've done. No, I've done 1, and it was here, and it was actually a team that had 7. So that was my golden ball experience, which was pretty funky. Would love another one eventually. Tell you what, he's got a little bit of zip. Sukumaran that gets it through time. It's going to be signalled a wide. Was it above the head height? Yeah, probably fair enough. He's on his tippy toes playing that shot. If he's in a still position, well, I don't know actually. Maybe
it's a very
maybe
tight
hard
one.
done.
It's a very tight one, for sure. I thought maybe just scraping the top of his head, but yeah, that's tough for the umpire. That's good bowling here. I really like the way Sukumaran has bowled so far today. He's been very tight with his bowling. He had to come out and bowl that final over in the previous match where he only had 7 runs to defend, and to his credit, he actually took that pretty deep.
Wow, good over this. No bat on ball, basically. Sukumaran's got a little bit of steam worked up. And then he bowls a big slower ball that gets a loose shot. And it is caught in the end. So he bowled 3 or 4 pretty sharp deliveries. He goes to this very slow ball. It was going down the leg side. And somehow it hits the back of the bat and gets caught.
Yeah, it's a slower ball, that one. Strikes the back of the bat. Shujal Joy holds on to a pretty good catch. That's really not easy to take. And Southey departs having made 20 of 16. A little bit slow by his standards. You don't tend to see him batting at a strike rate of 125. Dave pointing out that you're trying to use reverse psychology against Destiny. And, well, look who's in the chat. It's Mixer Maximo, Vinny Sundu joining us.
Of course it is. I don't know why he can't just stay away from for a long enough period. You'd think when you're on a holiday, you'd be tuning out, but not that man. And Masita Warriors, they're hoping that they can cash in and get a couple more wickets here.
Yeah, it's Meifani coming in to bat, the captain.
Nish, what are you thinking over the weekend? What is it that's a lovely shot. That's going to be one bounce 4, or did it go all the way?
Oh, there's Gibbon. Why isn't he playing? Why have they got him at 12th man?
Gibbon's my man. Good fielding there at deep backward point with the bib on. I've had to go to the special store to grab that bib. But what are you thinking about the weekend internationals? What are you looking forward to seeing the most out of the women's and the men's?
I think for the women's, it's just seeing how Estonia embraced the moment of being on the European Cricket Network for the first time. This one is the string down the leg side. Good use of the wrists by Meifani to hit that away for 4. I'm just looking forward to the Estonian women's team because they've never been on the European Cricket Network before. So for a lot of them, it's going to be their first time playing under the floodlights, I should say, proverbial, of the European Cricket Network. And yeah, I just want to see how they react to the spotlight, you know, whether they enjoy themselves, whether they just feel a little bit tight or nervous. I think by Sunday, they'll start to ease into things a little bit more. Maybe the first game, they'll be a little bit anxious.
Yeah, it can't take too long to get into it, though, because it is a quick tournament. 2 days for these national teams that are, I dare say, probably flying in or have already flown in. It's about, what time is it? 3 o'clock local time. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Vinny's making up false golden ball games that I commentated. And I think I would remember when I was at a golden ball. My last one was here.
Yeah, it's not quite going to carry to the fielder at mid-wicket. That was Minesh Mathai. Anything in particular looking out for over the weekend?
Food. Food's usually something. No, cricket-wise, I actually really enjoy commentating the women's games. It's always good to see players sort of learn and develop. Cyprus, obviously, they come over with some talent. I think they're going to be pushed really hard as another big 6 at this Malta Cricket Stadium. Master ground goes, and that ball is rolling all the way through the car park.
That's a humongous hit. You're talking about players who threaten the car park. He's one of them. There's an incredible hit by Maithani. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Cyprus as well, of course. The first time I'll get to do a Cyprus national team game. I've done a few ECSs in Cyprus.
No, it's your home team. You've got bias in the commentary box, but yeah, because it's not ICC recognised, so you can have pathway players that hold a residency permit that might not have been in there 3 years yet. The Malta team is stacked, and I reckon Cyprus might have stacked up as well. So that's always exciting to see players that are coming through.
For Cyprus, it's a little bit different. I'll explain after this ball. This is a top edge. I'm not entirely sure about the details, but I just see Maithani try to use his foot, but it's a little bit harder for pathway players to play for Cyprus. Of course, depends on their residency and a number of other things, because Cyprus is not in the Schengen zone. So that's
but do they have
a big thing.
Do they have a residence permit for Cyprus?
There's some players playing in the ECS who don't, but everybody who, of course, will come for the series over the weekend over here certainly does.
Why aren't you in the Schengen zone?
Oh, that's a long discussion.
Well,
we certainly shouldn't be having on
we commentate 14 hours a day, 600 days a year, so pretty sure that's the correct maths. If you want to tell me, you can. As that is crunched. Thank you for coming, Anoop. 6 more.
Yeah, very good hit there by Maithani. He's right on fire to start out this innings. 5 straight boundaries of his first 5 balls. He's moved on to 24 of 5. That one is struck down the ground towards Sajid Sukumaran for a single. So the first ball that hasn't gone for a boundary off Maithani's bat, and trust me, he struck that one pretty firmly. Luckily, it was from the bottom end of his bat. Siddiqui still kind of settling into his innings on 11 of 8. But Maithani has just shot that run rate up quite a bit. Oh, this is a beautiful shot by Siddiqui. Great shot towards extra cover. What I really love about this Blasters team is how strong they are through the offside. And, well, here's the ECL groups. Certainly looking forward to this. Of course, the Maltese representatives, Gozo Zalmi, are in Group E. They're in a pretty challenging group themselves. And speaking of Cypriot cricket, the Cypriot representative, the Muflons, are in Group G. The first time we'll see a team other than the Punjab Lions Nicosia represented for Cyprus in Group G. And the Estonian representatives, of course, this is the Estonian men's team, are the Tallinn Stallions.
As we spoke about earlier, super excited for that ECL 24. I think I think it's our #1 event, and that's a pretty big thing to call, because we have a lot of #1 events. That is bold. Will they check his back foot? Is it close to the line? I don't think so. He's out.
I'll just have a look once to confirm, because this is often
watch this. Watch how close this back foot is. Now, that looks like it's in the air just. So he's been given out. That's the right call. But watch this. Never comes down. This is a reason, though. Would love to get rid of that rule. I don't think there's any advantage of someone that has their back foot close to that line.
Yeah, maybe he's just trying to come from a wider angle. But, yeah, as you Mentioned no real inherent advantage over there. That's a very important wicket, mind you, by Sukumaran, because Maithani was batting superbly, struck 5 boundaries in his 7-ball innings. So getting rid of him was an absolute must, because that run rate just shot up these last couple of overs. Saw a 22 run over right before this one. So Sukumaran, been very impressed with his bowling throughout this day, regardless of whether he's pushing that line a little bit. Good ball here. Nice and full. Oh, if there was a clean collection by that fielder at cover, that's Roshan Lawrence. Could have been a chance for a run out, but in the end, the 2 batters will scamper across safely, and that was, of course, Nagy, who's coming off an incredible 82-run performance. This is up in the air. I think it's going to clear the rope, and it certainly does. So Siddiqui will hit his first Maximo of this innings. A big 6 by him there. He's so strong through the extra cover region. All the batters for the Blasters. I don't think any team scores as many runs through a cover as they do. Most of the sides we watch, they tend to be very leg side oriented, but not the Blasters. I just love the fact that they're able to open up the offside. They also hit some good shots behind point. A very enjoyable team to watch, the Bujiba Blasters. I think it'd be very interesting how they do if they get into the quarterfinals. I'd say a little concern for them is their bowling. You know, they're a team that can give up 150 runs to a quality batting lineup. Well, they've certainly got the ability to blast any team out of the park. Is there a little bit of at bat there? Yes, there is. So Nagy, no heroics from him this time. He follows up his 82-run performance with just 1 run.
Yeah, little ledge through to the keeper. Sukumaran's got 3 for, cheeky little 3 for that snuck up on us, outside off. And it's a massive wicket. This man before was smoking it to all parts, and this time a feather edge. Cricket's a great leveller at the best of times, and he has to go.
Just take another look at that. It's a little top edge through to the keeper. And another important wicket for Sukumaran, who's just had a terrific day so far.
Yeah, he's done well, hasn't he? He's just picked up wickets at crucial moments, and another one to his name. Still, I think they'll be happy with the rate. 12 and over at the moment.
Wayne, sorry to hear about your tooth. Hope you can get better soon.
What's that? Wayne's got a sore tooth.
Yeah, he's got an infected tooth. He says he's been in heaps of pain last couple of days. Oh, well, he's absolutely smacked that onto his pad.
Well, bad things happen to bad people, Wayne. Unlucky. As another over completed, 73 for 3.
Ouch, that was cruel. I don't know what's more painful, that comment or the actual pain from his toothache.
Wayne knows it's a love-hate relationship. Look at this, in the back of the calf. Bang! Takes it like a boss and just wants to steal another single. I like that. If someone threw a ball into me, I think I'm running.
Yeah, that was very painful. I think the sound that it made sounded a lot like a boxer punching a pad from a distance. Have a look at this wagon wheel right now for the Blasters. I was emphasizing how good they are through every single part of the field. They've made a fairly even amount of runs on both the offside and the onside. They've got 17 runs through cover so far, 12 through long off, 17 through mid-wicket, plenty of runs through fine leg and third man as well. I just love the way they play, a real 360-degree team. I think when you look at a lot of teams, you know, most of their runs are coming through mid-wicket when they're just slogging everything, but not the case for the Blasters. It's a great cricket team to watch, very aesthetically pleasing as well. Some beautiful looking drives too.
Oh, flat. Oh, well, catch. I think everyone's in a bit of shock usually when the ball gets hit that hard. Some of the fielding we see, people are spill it and so forth. That was like a tracer bullet, and he came charging in and he held on to it.
Very well taken by Krishna. We haven't seen him play in too many games throughout this series, but I've been impressed with his fielding so far in this match. Takes a very important catch over there. So they're just getting wickets at opportune moments here, to the Warriors' credit. And it's certainly possible that they could restrict this Blasters side to under 115 the way they're going, because they've dismissed a lot of key batters here. Siddiqui is still out there, though, which is a bit of a concern from the Blasters' point of view. Beg your pardon, the Warriors' point of view.
Oh, they're just fighting back a little bit here. Siddiqui's still there, but Islam comes to join him now. We've got 4 wickets down. The rate's just dropping under 12s.
Yeah, it's a big swing there by Islam.
Yeah, looking forward to this ECI weekend. Looking forward to, we've got the ECIs in Spain as well in, what day is it today? Actually, I think it's next week. So
Next weekend, yeah.
Yeah, next weekend. So that's crept up on me. Looking forward to that. We've had a lovely cut shot there as well. That'll go away for 4. So Islam starts his game. We've had a late injury news for the Spanish T10 team. And if people really want to know, I can let them know, but Mohamed Yassin is out, and we've got an interesting name coming in, which I'm very exciting to see. If anyone in the chat who is pretty knowledgeable chat can guess who's going to come make their debut, I'll buy them a crate of something.
Did any chance Liam might have had an input in it?
No, actually, no. Glove. God. Well, it's an innocuous looking delivery, and Islam has just punched it to 45.
Yeah, just a bit of glove. It's not quite been Islam's day. He's been finally given a chance to do a bit of batting in today's games, and he's failed to take advantage. And yeah, half the Blasters team has been sent back to the dugout. Yeah, just a bit of glove there. Well taken by Shijil Joy. He's taken a couple of catches so far in this match.
Yeah, 77 for 5. Well done to the Warriors. They've had a tough tournament, but they fight hard, and I respect that. Still in it, that's for sure.
Islam will strike this one away towards mid-wicket. The important thing is Siddiqui is still out there. And we saw Islam play a good deputy role alongside Nagy. And that remarkable chase we saw in the match preceding this one. Here are the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, you were talking quite a bit about that ECI coming up the following weekend.
Yeah, we've got Romania and Portugal coming. We've just named our squad, but unfortunately we've had a late injury, so Mohamed Yassin is now out. So we've got a new player coming in for his international debuts, and yeah, looking forward to it. There's no real pressure on those games. It's more look at some players in different positions. I know a lot of the Barcelona guys are excited to play on their home turf for the very first time. Yeah, it's a relaxed sort of international feeling. It's not pressurised like an ECC or a T20I, which is quite nice.
I remember you mentioned and broadcasted a couple days ago that you were keen to also maybe shuffle the order a little bit, give a few other players a chance to bat higher up the order.
Well, yeah, I think Snaneeth Reddy, who we brought to the ECC, got to face 3 balls. And I picked him as a batsman. So... and he didn't get out, so he just never got a chance because the top order was firing. So we're going to give him, I think we get 6 games. We'll play 4 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday. And it's just a rotation. Rotate all around, get some players playing in different roles, different fashions, rest a few. And everyone should play a minimum of 5 games, but have a bit of fun.
Yep. Any chance we'll see some tactical experimentation as well? Will he try out a few ideas you might have?
Maybe. Maybe. I need to have a little bit of a think about that, but yeah, looking forward to it.
Done a good job here the last few overs, the Warriors, just to bring this run rate back down. 14 runs off the last 2 overs after that big Abhishek Anoop one, which went for 22. So they've just clawed themselves back into this game. Right now the projected would be about 107.
Yeah. Vinny in the chat mentioning Yawn Gate in match 3. Yeah, that was... Well, Yilmoy's brought the commentary cube into disrepute. I've never heard a commentator live on the air just admittedly yawn halfway through a game. It was quite good because I watched you press the button and see it stay on, and I thought there was a split second I could have told you, but I didn't want to, and I'm glad I didn't.
That's what commentary partners are for. As this one is struck really nicely by Islam, and it's cleared Anoop, and I think Anoop had a bit of a rough landing. He's limping. That's a point of concern because Anoop is a very important player for this Warriors team.
Yeah, Snoop to loop at deep mid-off, jumped up to try and pull off the impossible, and he seems like he might have done a little bit of a hamstring out there. So hopefully he's okay. But nice shot. Yeah, imagine if you had said something else, what you usually say when the red light's off, Nish. Very lucky.
This one is going to go clear the boundary rope, and it's gone for 6.
Yeah, nice shot again. Back-to-back sixes. Full, straight, half volley, bye-bye.
Very good shot there by Islam, and I did mention that.
What do they call it? They call that in the industry a hot mic.
A hot mic, yeah, that's
a hot mic. You've got a hot mic. Gee, if I had a hot mic for every time I thought I was off air.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, Anoop. Anoop's okay. He's recovered from... Oh, well, what's happened? Oh, I reckon he's out. Well, what's happened here?
That's an incredible direct hit. Well, absolutely insane.
Watch the running between wickets. They must have run into each other because that was hit to deep mid-off. It was the easiest single you can imagine, but I guess they've collided. Let's have a look. They're both getting it confused. Oh, no, they give each other a hug. Here comes the throw. He's gone. Oh, boy, you wouldn't read about it.
Oh, this is absolutely incredible. I mean, that was one of the most outstanding throws you'll see. He's drilled it to the base of the stumps from long off, and they picked the worst possible time to run into each other.
Oh, look, and he's giving his partner a spray as he walks off. Let's see who's at fault here. They both look at each other a little bit. Left, right, oh no. And it's too late. Oh, that's quite good. Bang. What a throw, though, from Anoop, who we just thought tore his hamstring off the bone 2 minutes ago. And the big man's got to go.
Oh, he's got magical healing powers. We'll have a look at this again. There's the Anoop throw. Have a look at this. That is incredibly accurate, as the bowler saying just calm down with that throw.
It's not a nice way to get out after you hit 2. Look, the new man coming in's having a right old laugh. He thinks it's the funniest thing he's ever seen. That's quite good, but I'm sure Islam, who just pumped 2 sixes, is not fancying it right now. Oh, yeah. The umpire might have a bat. Well, what a controversial decision. He said, no, I'm going to have a go.
Well, I've seen Eldo's Matthew play a few times for the Maltese national team. He's a really good player. Good bowler as well.
I think that's Siddiqui on strike, who got a bit of one of the bats went into his ribs. So, yeah, interesting. Let's have a look again. Haven't seen this. Oh, no, it's just that's a proper Benny Hill sort of music. And to get run out at the end of it just hurts 10 times more.
Wayne pointing out how you sold me up the river for that. And it's a good thing I keep my mouth shut on the commentary, otherwise.
Well, you are the rookie. You are Rook. We're taking you under our wing. Want to make sure you're fit for the business. Not sure just yet. Well, I've been told to privately write a review at the end of the event about what I thought about Nish's commentary. All I know today is when I walked up to have lunch, I said, Nish, how's lunch? What is it? And he said, tuna pasta. I looked at it. Oh, tuna pasta. That's weird looking tuna. It was chicken pasta. He didn't even know what he was eating, this young man. So you got to keep out your eye on Nish. He's a bit of a maverick. I'm looking forward to commentating with you on Sunday when it's India-Australia and you've got an Indian heritage, Australian heritage commentators. It's going to be a bloodbath in here.
Absolutely. That one should be quite an interesting experience. Got a Surya on strike. I think Yon Gates. I'll give it a. I think let's give it till the weekend. Hopefully you'll come up with a gate that will eclipse Yon Gate.
Feels like we haven't bowled a ball in about 12 minutes. Let's go.
Struck towards long off. That's going to be a single.
He was the man of the moment last game, sorry. Hit the winning runs off the Second last delivery with a really good sort of uppercut to the offside. Credit to the Warriors here. They've really pegged this back. If they keep them to 120, they got a shot.
Oh, they certainly do. When you look at their batting lineup, they got Danish in there. If he plays another big innings, like we saw him doing the last match, they're certainly in this game. And that one is struck out towards point. It's going to be a single. Oh, they'll come back for a second run, actually. It's a rather risky second run.
I reckon he got there. I'm going to say he got there. I reckon the keeper's done super well with his left mitt, but the ball was just taking such a long time to get to him. Have a look. How quick is the gather and the take? Oh. Oh, wow. This is a frame in it. I mean, is the bail dislodged there, Nish? They're going to have to roll it one step further.
It looks like it's still in its groove over there.
I reckon. This is why I reckon if we had the red, what do you call those?
The light up bails.
The light up bails, that would show that it's out. But because we don't have the light up bails, we have to take it another frame. And this might be not out. Well, let's have a look.
They decided to give it out in the end.
Okay, that's the correct call. We'll go back and have a look and I'll explain to you why. So if you have the light up bails, oh, well, we'll have a look at the whole thing. Thanks, Spring Production. I want to see the fielding, obviously. A little bit of a fumble. Foxed him. If you have the light-up bails, I'll tell you when the light-up bails would have gone up. Not here, not here, not here. Not here, not here. They would go up now. So that is off the groove. You can see the middle stump's already flexed back. So that bail's already a little bit in the air. But because we don't have the light up, it makes you think that the stump's still the bail's attached. It's not. Good decision by Stefan Gooch, match referee.
Great slower ball there by Shijil Joy. Yeah, absolutely. Those light up bails have been a real gift for third umpires.
Thinking about how we, what our tournament is and the ECS, I don't know how much those zinger bails cost actually, but surely that's something we should be looking to invest in. Oh, do they cost a bit? Oh, well, the zinger bails would have gone flying off there. Mukesh goes for a globe, and wickets are falling.
Great Yorker there. Derek's going to come out to greet Mukesh. Shijil Joy's bowled very well this over. I know he's gone for quite a few runs throughout this series, but there's been a much better performance by him in this particular match.
How much is a set of zinger bails?
Might be something worth looking up.
Give us a go and do it. It's Black Friday coming up, isn't it? With the shopping, so
says about 23 quid on Serious Sport, which isn't too much.
How much?
23 pounds.
Oh, that's too much for us. Let's be honest. Budget cuts. 23 pounds for zinger bails.
Yep.
And then how often do you have to put the batteries in? Because that's how they get you. That's how these big companies get you. Can't believe it took like 30 years for someone to think of zinger bails. Why did I think of that? Would have been a trillionaire. There's some of the Estonian women that have rocked up to check the ground diameters. That one's inside edged and will go away for a single.
James saying Nish has still got that broke Sudanak, not bothering knowing what you're eating. Yeah, that's a good point there. And Wayne talking about how you lost all your respect for me when I tried to pull out an actual paper scorebook and score the game.
Absolute embarrassment. Why would we score the game when the score's on the screen?
Well, the score had gone off for a bit, so I still had to know what was going on.
A long way to come, Nishi. Hit hard, straight. One run. And another throw. He almost comes in. Almost another run out. 9 overs complete. 94 for 8. That was the Estonian women on the side. They were just showing there with Terry. Terry's the sort of high-performance manager for Cricket Estonia these days, and they'll be super excited to be here, the ladies.
Yeah, great guy. Terry sent me over a really nice fact sheet with some trivia about all the fine women in their squad, so we'll be certainly reading those out whenever they'll be coming out to bat or bowl. So, yeah, learned a lot about the Estonian women's cricket team.
So what, you got a cheat sheet?
Got a cheat sheet, yeah.
Oh, so that's how you're going to try upstage me. I see how it is. I didn't get a cheat sheet.
Oh, it's not a competition.
Terry
it's complimentary.
Terry knows I wouldn't read it. He knows me pretty well. Let's start the last. Well, starting the last when they're ready, the Warriors looking to keep them under 100 potentially.
Yeah, they just brought Point into the ring and they're sending out Fielder the deep third man. Good idea. Yeah, it's a big throw off his pads. It's not the best delivery. He's actually got a little bit lucky over there, Mohammed. Oh, this could be tight. Oh, he's not been able to get to that one. Gokul Krishna been pretty good in the field so far. He's taken a catch. But if he'd collected that one cleanly. Oh, now there's going to be overthrows. What's happened over here?
Well, I thought that ball was pretty dead for a while, but they are going to get overthrows. What has happened here? He comes charging in. He misses it. Makes a bit of a goober of himself. Runs after it. Holds onto it. And then throws it. The bowler relaxes, forgets to stop it, and they steal another run.
This is played into the ground, and it's going to be a single. Oh, we got Vinny coming in with a fun fact here. So that golden ball game, which you can't remember, apparently he was also scoring it on a piece of paper. So I'm only learning from the voice of European cricket.
Well, first of all, he's not the voice of European cricket. Second of all, if there's no need to paper score ever, you know why? We have other scorers at the ground. That isn't our role. It's called staying in your lane, Nish. But we have paper scorers at the ground already. We don't need to. Oh, no. Well, this is why they've only won one game. Just little things like this. Could have kept them under 100, but 4 extra runs.
Absolutely. They just failed to win these little moments in the game. That one goes past Rocky Danish, who's normally such a good keeper. And it's a rare error by him. And if you look at most of these matches the Warriors have lost, they've all been by very fine margins. And it's little moments like that that
pull your hair
past
out.
them.
Yeah.
And is this going to beat the fielder? No, it won't. Good bit of fielding by Roshan Lawrence out in the deep. They're going to run back for a second run. And looks like they'll make it or not.
No,
Let's have a look.
That's out. Okay, I'm going to tell you, he hasn't slid his bat. And I reckon the keeper's tapped this down on the stumps cleverly. I'm going to call this straight away with only one look. This is out. This is great keeping. Watch this. Where's the bat? He doesn't get this down. Bat's in the air. He's running. Look at this. The ball's coming, and the ball's on the stumps, and his bat's in the air. Thanks for coming. Brilliant work by the keeper. Give Rocky Danish the full marks for that. What a cheeky run out.
Really good work there by Rocky Danish. And as he said, he didn't ground his bat. That was a very, very costly error. Got to slide your bat all along the way. Just do the fundamentals. It's little things like that that can cost these sides. If he'd slid his bat along the way, he'd be in, he'd be safe, he'd be...
He's gone. He is gone. Thank you for coming. His bat is in the air. And the ball goes down onto the stumps. It's clever keeping. And he's been given out. So the right decision's made, but clever keeping. And can you believe it?
They lose a valuable run over there as well, and he would have been on strike facing that final ball. So it's rather costly for the Blasters, and it's little things like that which you can easily avoid are very disappointing. We'll have another look at this. It's a decent throw in by Roshan Lawrence, and then sharp work by Rocky Danish. Just saw him make an error on the previous ball, but he was as sharp as a surgeon's scalpel over there.
So, last ball, last wicket.
Oh. Almost managed to corral that edge. It was going to be tough, a rather sharp chance. He will get the run out of at the end as they look to come back for the second run. The Blasters will be bowled out for 103, so pretty good recovery at the end, you have to say, by the Warriors. The way the Blasters were batting through the middle overs, it looked set to go well north of 120 or 130, but in the end, they'll just get to 104.
Yeah, I think that's 4 runouts to end the innings as well. So good fielding by the Masita Warriors. We have a quick look at the highlights as this game is definitely on. Let's have a quick look. There was a little bit of fun, a little bit of wides, a little bit of extras, a few runouts and some nice power hitting throughout the innings.
That was some incredible power hitting. You're looking at some of the strokes that Siddiqui and Safi played. The two of them got the Blasters off to a very good start. And then when Maithani got going, he made 25 of 7. You really thought sky was the limit for their score. And then those wickets get tumbling. And they were in serious trouble. We'll have a look at this. This was a brilliant Yorker to get rid of Maithani by Sukumaran. And I have to say, Sukumaran had a terrific performance today. He was really good with the ball in both the matches he's been involved in. Just taking a look at some of these really good shots. That was a good catch there by Rocky Dianish to get rid of Nagy. Nagy would make just 1 run in this match after a terrific 82 last time around. Gokul Krishna as well was good in the field. Took a very handy catch. That was Shujul Joy holding on to an important one. Shahid Islam, he hit a couple of big blows until he was dismissed on this delivery right here. We'll see it right after that replay. Yeah, this was very comical. He was run out in the end. A great direct hit from the deep by Aaron over there. And we're just taking a look at some of these moments. There were some good runouts at the end. 4 runouts in total in the second half of the innings. And those are really crucial. Yeah,
good work from Rocky, the keeper. He really helped with those runouts. And in the end, I think that Masita Warriors are ahead. And if they can get that opening pair to click like they usually do, and they've got a chance to register a win here. As we got right to the back end, last ball as well, run out. Great work from the keeper. And what was a pretty enterprising innings. So, we're at the halfway stage. Let's wrap this up and have a quick look at the highlights, the scorecard, shall we? You can see just out there, they're getting the boundary line ready for tomorrow's women's games. Top order went bang, but the middle order had a gigantic collapse. Can you believe it? 104 all out. Quick look at the bowling scorecard. If it would hurry up, it would be telling you this. Dun, 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 dun. Come on, bowling scorecard. You're chewing into my 5-minute break. I'm going to give it 10 seconds or I'm going, oh, you got lucky, bowling scorecard. Let's have a look. 3 for 18, 2 for 10. Thanks for coming. See you in 10 minutes for the run chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for the final innings of the day. The Bujiba Blasters are set to take on the Masita Warriors. These two teams have been involved in some really thrilling matches today. The previous match between these two teams came down to that dramatic final over, and I think we're going to get another very exciting finish here. Got the two danger men, Soman and Dianish, out there. Of course, Dianish has had a terrific series. He crossed the 1,000 ECS runs mark right at the start of it, and since then he's been teeing off and hitting boundaries for fun. Let's see if we see another big performance from these two. It's Jahid Hassan bowling this first over. Yeah, starts off with a really good one. Got two fielders outside the ring right now, since it's the power play. They're stationed at a deep third man and deep backward square leg. The slip in place as well, which I like by the Blasters. They know this is a slightly below par total, so they need to be a bit more attacking than they usually are. I think they're well aware of the fact that if Soman and Dianish are still there at about the 5 over mark, they probably lost this game. You know, those two, they go at a run rate of 15 or 16 when they're batting. And if they get to, say, 70 or 80 runs in 5 overs, it's going to be near impossible for the Blasters to take this one. The big sign of encouragement, though, if you do support the Blasters, is that they're a very top-heavy team, the Warriors. You get through this top 3 or 4, got an extremely brittle and fragile middle order that can crumble quite easily. That's just a push towards point. It's going to be a quick single. Really good running between the wickets here. Yeah, this is nice bowling by Jahid Al-Islam. I really like him as a bowler. Big, tall bowler. Gets some nice bounce and carry. Kroom sharing an article here for Corey. I just had to open it up, of course. Headline is that the keeping of cricket score sheets is wonderful artistry. It needs preserving. I completely agree with that sentiment, but didn't you just admit in the next message that you use an app to do the scoring yourself? So what are you doing to preserve this great artistry? Kroom, you've got to play your part as well.
It's good to be back, and I like that you're calling out the viewers, Nash. Now you're starting to learn what true commentary is about, and Kroom, you've got to play your part.
And I think all the professionality I've been taught by previous commentators is getting eroded during my time with you.
Yeah, I do like that. I hope these two don't bat differently. The last few games they have been smacking it to all parts. I'd like to see them try to do the same. Yeah, something like that I reckon might be pretty good, as that smashes into the tree and goes for 6.
A very good shot there by Soman. I think they just needed a few balls to settle in. Jahid Hassan, to his credit, was bowling incredibly well. That's not a terrible ball, it's just a very good shot.
Yeah, it is. He gets across, and it's that swivel pull shot. And because these two have been batting so well and putting on 50, 60 in 5 overs, or not 5 overs, sorry, like 3 overs, and crazy partnerships, just try to do it again, because they will win the game. And, this is a huge opportunity for the Masita Warriors. They keep getting closer to another win. That one sort of cramps him up for a bit of room. Glad he's okay. I'll just be one. That's another over compete, and that means they've got through to 9 for none.
Now we just see that replay. It would have been safe even if there was a direct hit. It's been 215 matches since we last had a golden ball here on the European Cricket Network. That was all the way back in Italy, and we've come close to snapping it. We were really close in that previous match. Maybe this is the game we finally break the golden ball streak. You never know. These two teams are both highly entertaining sides to watch, and they've already provided us plenty of entertainment today. See if they can produce another classic. I think the umpires just having a look at, I don't know if it's G to Son or it's the batter. I think it is Soman, just because he's reaching his hand out. Has he hurt something here? Is it just copped a blow to one of his fingers? Yeah, it probably is. It's just hard to see. And yeah, you could just see he just probably caught something on his digits over there, Soman. You know, it's important he stays fit for this Warriors team. They're already in a pretty difficult race to make it to the quarterfinals. They have to win every single one of their games. They also hope that Marsa lose a few of their games and that net run rate works out in their favor. Oh, this is a very, very nice shot by Soman. Lovely looking stroke. There's a bit of width on offer there, and he cuts it nicely, and it goes away for a 4. Now Kroon pointing out that the ECB makes you use an app to score. Yep, it's the old, is it the old Play Cricket app? Very nicely struck again towards extra cover, and that's going to go away for a 4. So nice few shots here by Soman. I like the way he's playing. And if he just presses his foot here on the accelerator, then they're going to be in a very good position to win this game. That one's a little too wide. They're also going to steal an extra run off by. So 2 bonus runs here for the Warriors. We move on to 19 for no loss.
Hey guys. Hey boys, good luck, eh?
Yeah, I just got some of the national teams coming in for the game. This one's gone up in the air as well. There's a catching chance here, and he puts this one down. That's a costly spill. You can't afford to drop someone like Rocky Dianish. Let's have a look at this. Oh, I should take that. He really should be taking that. That's Azim Sathi. We just had the Cypriot national team walking past our commentary tent. It was good to see some of the guys. Yeah, slower ball there by Nagy. And Dianish, very lucky man. Could have been out for 2. You can't afford to give a player of his quality another opportunity. We know it's very rare that he has a bad score. This could have been that day. Edge. It's going to go away for a 4. A little bit of more luck for the Masita Warriors. This outside edge is going to go to the boundary. And this over, it's been a very expensive one. 17 runs off it already. It's the slice of good fortune that the Warriors desperately needed. Haven't had much good luck throughout this series. I went for the slower ball there, Nagy, but it's read well by Soman, who is going to deposit it into the archery range. Make that 6 more runs. It's a great shot by Soman. He's very good at those horizontal bat strokes. He strikes that one away very, very firmly. It's 6 more runs. And I just love the ways in batting. And just see Maida alongside Richard Boxall at the bottom of your screen, a very important figure in Cypriot cricket. There's the standings for Group B. As you can see, the Warriors currently sitting in last place with just 1 win. But that net run rate tells you that a lot of their losses have been really close. They're going to have to win all of their remaining games, and hope that some other fixtures go in their favor as well. Really, this is a must-win match for them. They lose this game, they are officially out of this series. They played Marsa a couple of times earlier, 2 days ago, as a matter of fact. And they lost both those matches. That second match, they lost by just 6 runs. And how costly a loss that turns out to be. That game was a real 4-pointer. I mean, some of you who watch the Premier League or other football leagues might have heard the term a 6-pointer. So we have 2 points for a win. That fixture was a 4-pointer, and imagine the Warriors had won that one. Would have been a huge, huge result, as this one by Dianish is going to go away for a 4. Methani starts out with a rather poor delivery. It's a bit too short, it's a bit too wide, and it's going to get punished. 1 bounce over the rope. They're required now down to 8.8. Oh, this looks like it's also going to go away for 4. It's quite a race between the bowler and the fielder, but it looks like the ball's going to win that race. Couldn't quite chase it down there, Nagy. He gave it a great chase, tried to backheel it once again. You got to be careful. He's trying to step on a cricket ball. I mean, he could roll his ankle if he's not careful. He just had a look at that throw back to Surya from the boundary. A little bit stunned. I was looking to play it to a similar region, and Nagy was just like, well, I can't make an attempt to this one. It's way above my head. I'm not as tall as a giraffe. Can't expect me to leap up and try to get this ball. He just opens the face of his bat and helps it towards third man for a 4. 61 needed now, 45. See, the Warriors now got a 97% chance according to Intelligent Cricket. I'll give the Blasters a better than 3% chance, because they get a couple of quick wickets here. Then all of a sudden, I'd say the Blasters might even inch ahead slightly, just because of how fragile this Warriors middle order is. So it's certainly still game on. They're 1 wicket away, the Blasters, from really putting themselves in a strong position. Got to keep believing. Kanish is also playing a few risky shots, so chances might present themselves. That one's up in the air as well. It's going to go well clear of the fielders. Question is, where is it going to land? It'll land in front of the boundary rope, so it's just going to be 4 runs, as Dianish is really punishing them for that drop. Remember, he was dropped on 2, a fairly simple chance as well. And he's absolutely walloped this Blasters bowling attack throughout their 2 games today. And another terrific power play for these 2 teams. They're going at 16 and over in this power play. Compare that to the Blasters one. They were doing incredibly well, 233 for no loss, but right now it's just a race of who can go even faster. And it seems like this Warriors team, their opening partnership is truly one of the best in this series. I think maybe the only other one they could compare them with is Basil George or Stanislaus.
Well, sorry, Nish, I'm back, and I've had a faulty sort of headset today, but we've finally figured it out again. Good to be back. We've been talking a lot about how the Masita Warriors have had a funny tournament because I reckon in their last 4 games they actually could have had 4 wins. They've only lost in the last sort of 15% of those games. This one's their biggest chance. Right now, they are miles ahead. Islam around the wicket. Islam hits him on the body. They'll get a single. We saw the 2 chasers versus Marsa, chasing 150 both times. They were on 100 or 5 both times, fell away. The game just a little bit earlier, really, they could have stolen that as well. They were ahead for a long part, lost. Now this one, they're not just a little bit ahead. They're far ahead. 50-odd runs, 10 wickets, but we know from number 5 down, they're very brittle.
Oh, they're very brutal. They're always prone to a bit of a collapse, unfortunately, the Warriors. That's why this team, they just have to keep chipping away here. If you're the Blasters, you always feel you're just a couple chances away from turning this game on its head.
Oh, tell you what, he's got his tail up at the moment. That's going to be signalled a wide. I'm not too sure why. Is it down the leg side or is it height? That's a good height for me, so it must be just slightly down the leg side, but he's really bowling quick.
Certainly is, Islam. He's a very encouraging bowler, and I hope that Maltese cricket can just nurture him well, because they could have a real gun bowler for quite a few years to come. Certainly got the longest run-up of anyone I've seen, and the most pace so far this series. That's going to be another wide. We haven't seen the likes of Afridi and Abbas play much throughout this series either. They're a couple of very quick bowlers who play for the Maltese national team. I think if you can just maybe do a few training sessions with bowlers like them, and do them a world of good. Chance for them to exchange some ideas. Maybe also work on his technique. And now it looks like Islam's going to go back over the wicket.
So the 50s up, these two are continuing their sort of record of 50-run partnerships together as well. They've been doing it consistently. This one's respectfully played, and they'll go for a quick single and get there. They'll sneak another one. There's just certain opening partnerships that you have a great connection with. And these two just always seem to know when to run, what the other person's thinking, because I don't want to go through all the scorecards because it takes time, but I'm pretty sure that's 4 50-run partnerships in a row.
Yeah, it's been at least 4 or 5 50-run partnerships in a row by them, especially when you look back at the 2 big performances they had against Marsa as well, where they had 2 partnerships touching 70 or 80 runs. That's another good short ball here, but it's just not going to be a no ball, because clearly he's already had his one for the over, unless... Ooh.
Oh, just waiting to see. That must be close. It's been called. Okay, they've got the decision. And this is one other thing I think the umpiring's been really good this tournament. It's because if there's a little bit of doubt, they've gone to the third umpire very quickly, and third umpire hasn't taken 2 minutes to make a simple decision. He's gone, no ball, free hit. It is over shoulder. So now we get a free hit, and the right decision's made, and that's what we want.
That's a really good ball there. He's unable to capitalize on the free hit there, Dianish. And that's one thing I say I really love about us here at European Cricket, is a lot of these third umpire decisions, we just use common sense. You compare that to, say, the World Cup or some of these other levels of cricket where they're taking 4 or 5 minutes to make some of these decisions. Yeah,
exactly right. Look, obviously, a bit more weight on that. If you make a bad decision, that and the third umpire, you crucify a country, and then you might not have a job anymore. But there is still a time delay in the big big tournaments where they take too long to make the decision.
This is struck away very firmly. It's going to be a 6. Great shot there by Diana. She moves on to 28. But what I was really referring to are, for example, ones where, let's say they're a little bit unsure if there's an edge on an LBW, for example. But then you can clearly see that, well, this is probably like 5 feet above the leg stump. So let's just have a look at Hawkeye first and confirm it's not above there, and then we don't care if there's an edge or not.
Yeah, exactly. You are right. You are right. Imagine, I've always thought in our cricket, could you imagine if we had hotspot or DRS for our players? Imagine how quickly the DRS would be used. First 2 wickets, it'd be gone. No one at number 5 would ever be getting a DRS.
That's another great start here for the Warriors. These two have been incredible with their opening partnerships. We're just seeing the Cypriot national team doing a little bit of stretching and warming up. A big, big game for them tomorrow, playing against Malta.
Oh, well, what a shot. That's one of the shots of the day, and that is deep into the bush. I think he's premeditated the bounce. Is it above shoulder again? No. But what a shot.
Incredible shot. And Rocky Dianish is so strong behind square leg. He's a great puller and hooker of the ball as well. And this time, he just uses Islam's pace and batters him over fine leg. This has been an incredible hitting exhibition by Dianish. He's going to go back around the wicket, Jadal Islam. He's gone for 18 runs this over, and he's had no answer to any of Dianish's hitting. Oh, that's another incredible shot. Just gives a bit too much width there. And Jahidul Islam's over goes magical, 22 runs off it, and that might be the over, which has settled this result as they need to go out under a run of ball, the Warriors, to secure their second victory of this series.
Yeah, can you believe it? Credit to them because they've had a tough time. They've lost games where when you keep losing, a lot of people say winning's a habit, but losing's a habit. Losing's a funny habit, and they've had games where they've lost where they probably shouldn't have, or at least got a bit closer. But this one, they ain't losing. Surely this team, Masita Warriors, are going to get a win. And what's the table? Have you got the table there? Does it sort of give them a little bit of last bit of hope to sneak back into a top 4?
So they'll have to win their next 2 games as well, and then hope that Marsa lose both of their remaining games, and that run rate works out.
Who do they play in their sort of last 2 games?
So the Warriors left 2 matches against the Strikers, so that's Pushparajan's bunch.
Yeah, that's a tough team. Shot. Oh, he's picked out the fielder, and he's dropped it. Oh, he might have done a finger. He's not even thinking about the ball. And I reckon they're going to have to get the medic on because he knew straight away something wasn't right. Let's have a look. It was hit flat, hard, drops the catch, but it's either shame, pain, or real pain. What do you think?
Might be real, but Narendra Negi is a really, really important player. He just made a fantastic 82, so they can't afford to lose him right now. The Blasters heading into the quarterfinal with just 6 days away from it. Here's a look at the ECL groups.
Give me a group.
Let's have a look at Group G with a Cypriot team featuring.
Oh, the Muffies, the Mufflons. What is a Mufflon?
It's a Cypriot goat. or a kind of sheep, I would say.
Well, look, I actually think this is, no disrespect, the weakest group out of the lot. I think the Mufflons, the Giants, the Cluj, all evenly matched a bit lower. Oslo should be slightly better. I hate to say it, I do not see the Irish team being challenged in that group. That is, COYMS have been given a lovely draw there, and that is just pure luck of the draw, excuse the pun, and playing in Group G, see how that's a Friday, March 15th? That, if COYMS play Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and win it, they will take that momentum straight into finals week. They're fit, they're not going to worry about injuries or things like that, they'll be fine. COYMS will go, I'm going to say, top 3 this year, and I'm calling that early because I think they've got an easy group.
No, they certainly have an advantage. I can't deny that. We'll see a few Mufflons players in action over this weekend. There's a couple of Mufflons players in the Cypriot national team. It's the first time any team other than the Punjab Lions is going to be representing Cyprus at the ECL. This is struck out towards point. It's going to be a single. But you'd say that momentum is more important than rest?
I just think 3 days of T10 isn't like, we're talking 2 games a day for them. And from one end, I just don't see Irish players being too unfit for that.
This is again struck towards Nagy. Looks fine right now, so maybe it was Champagne. As they'll just continue to tick this one off. I think it'd be a real statement if they can take this one by 10 wickets here, the Warriors. Thing is, Marsa's 2 remaining fixtures are against the Red Stars. So they'll only have to win one of those 2 to secure their place in the quarterfinals. Oh, what an incredible shot by Soman. That's going to take 1 bounce before going over the rope, but a brilliant sound off the bat.
Yeah, what a nice shot. And the merry-go-round of the Masita Warriors continues. Runs, wickets, some craziness. So, nice shot over backward point. They get closer to that victory they desperately need. 27 needed off 32 now.
Very strong square of the wicket, Soman. Another one that's going to be played out towards square leg. Let's see if this is a 6 or 4.
I'm going to go 4. Just my gut feel says it's a 4. Look, while you're there, I know you like your stats and your scorebooks and your paper writing. Do me a favour. Quickly tell me the last partnerships from these two. I want to hear from the Masita Warriors Almanac. So just start with their previous game, in the last game. What did they get an hour and a half ago?
Start off with the previous game. They had I do remember it was 50 plus. It was, to be exact, it was 84. 84. So they put on 84, now 82. Now, what did they get against the Master lot, these two? Oh, that was, I remember, an incredible innings by 77 in the second match.
Don't worry, I'll take over here. You go do the digging. I know you like the ding. So that's an opportunity, though. It gets put down. I think he thought it was coming a little bit harder than it was.
To 88, 74, and 72 in the 3 matches before this.
Say that again?
88, 74, and 72 in the 3 matches before this.
Crazy. And so they're actually not just putting on 50-run partnership, they're putting on 75 plus. Or did they put one on again the game before that as well? They might have.
I remember they struggled in the first match against the Red Stars. But the match before that, yeah, it was 16. So that was one of their lower ones. But that was actually when Dianish was still opening with Kareem. So since the two of them have actually been batting together, all they've done is make 70-plus run opening partnerships. I think they found a real gem of a partnership where both of these players really complement each other quite well too.
Yep. Oh, well, we keep talking about it. So these two just seem to have a good knack batting together. And this is the one shot. Oh, no, he's kicked the bails. Oh, he's knocked them over, though. So they will have to have a little bit of a look at this, because if you knock the stumps over in our format, you can still be run out. You don't have to pull a stump out. So let's just have a quick look to see when the stumps are going over. They're not out now. They're still up. I think he's safe. You're gonna have to do that slowly.
I think he's safe as well. Of course, in conventional cricket, you got to actually pull the stump out. But as you mentioned, you have to knock it over.
Yeah, so he has to knock it over. So that's okay. So if we keep rolling through here, because the stumps do go knocked over. That's not the shot. We're back. I guess the decision's been not out. We move on. And the ball is swept away, and it could go for a boundary. It does. And I actually feel, well, look, we're not meant to have any bias in the commentary box, but I am happy to see the Masita Warriors get up here. They've had a funny old trip, but this is a good win for them.
No, certainly I do feel good for them to get a victory and also just keep this race alive to go to the 4th spot, because if they pick up a couple more victories to round out their series, then there'll be some pressure on Marsa, even though it's against the Red Stars, who they'll be massive favorites against. It'll be rather interesting. This is an enormous hit. Where is that going to end up? It's going to go straight to the archery range and actually into the tennis court. So a massive, massive 6 there by Dianish.
Oh, what a shot. It didn't even matter that the keeper was standing up. He just said, you know what? It's party time. So, big 6 again. And now we always say, will they lose a wicket and then stumble? Not this time. This one's over. And a good net run rate boost for them. So, look, we can't count them out their tournament yet. They're going to have 2 big games up against the Royal Strikers. Oh, shot.
And it's going to go away for 4 as well. So, the fielder at mid-wicket, that's Mukesh. Mukesh, lovely name. He can't quite go across to cut that one out.
Yeah, Mookie.
So good, they named him twice as...
Is that off a movie?
I don't actually know where that's from. It's just something I've heard a lot of people say.
I have a feeling that might be off a movie.
Now we'll take another look at that shot. And again, he's going to go out to Mukesh. It's now 8 runs needed to secure this victory.
I think it's a New York song or something. There you go.
Oh, outside edge, and it's been spilled. You know, they've not taken their catches here, the Blasters. I mean, that wouldn't have mattered even if he'd taken it. But keep in mind, Dianish was dropped when he was on 2. And
Catches win matches.
yeah, and then keep in mind, they also missed a run out as well.
Snitches get stitches.
Well, who is snitching today?
Well, you might get some stitches soon, Nish, as my tether for you gets smaller and smaller. No, it's been a disjointed day, but a good day. A few microphone issues, but we've gone past that. Busyness in the tent. Spring Productions once again delivering as the sun just starts to set on another day gone, but we'll be back with the ECS Monday. I'm really excited to get the national teams underway tomorrow because they're going to be so pumped up. It just gives us a bit more life, you know.
Oh, I'm certainly looking forward to the international matches. Also, wondering how Malta will fare because a lot of their players are coming off playing some very intense matches in this series.
I think that the Malta team's going to be very good, and they've all got a bit of a point to prove. And playing in the middle of the series, there might be a slight bit of fatigue, and I mean slight. But when you're playing international cricket or representative cricket, the adrenaline rush you get takes over. So it'll be interesting to see how they gel. They've just been against each other. Now you're teammates. Oh, go on, Nish.
Absolutely incredible. I am speechless at some of this hitting by Soman and Dianish. I'm glad he's going to at least have a chance to get close to a half century. It doesn't seem like he'll actually be able to get to it.
You don't have to pause when I go, oh, or anything like that, because that is just me in astonishment. That noise was violent. Violent. 1 run to wrap up Friday.
It's been an incredible European cricket series so far, and once this run is knocked away, as it will in style, Soman is going to end up just 1 run short of a half century, unfortunately. But it's a couple of sixes to end, and I feel really good for those two. They really deserve a win. They've both batted terrifically throughout this series. It's a 10-wicket win, a 110-run partnership. I think the Warriors have uncovered a real gem of a partnership. Dianish, he's played for this team for so many years, and I think he's just found a partner he really loves to be alongside.
Wow, I can't believe it. And they've come a 10-wicket win. This is a shellacking. So well done. They get the win. If it wasn't for Negi in the previous game, they might have won 2 in a row. But good game. Good to see that lovely sportsmanship between everybody out there as we wrap up yet another day of cricket action.
Here's the matches coming up tomorrow. We'll have a brief pause in this ECS as we turn our attention to international cricket.
Yeah, what an exciting day. The Maltese women playing the Estonian women, and then the Malta men playing the Cypriot men. And then obviously we follow that format through the afternoon. Exciting time for those teams. They get a bit of a rest between their matches. So it's going to be interesting. I love the colour coding there as well. 2 days of international cricket to break up this ECS. The players are here, the players are pumped, and I can't wait to bring you the live action tomorrow.
And before we move on to the live action tomorrow, let's relive what was an absolutely terrific innings. There's not too many highlights here, unfortunately. If you're a Blasters fan, it's a bit of a low light reel for you, but for the rest of us, what a joy it was to watch Soman and Dianish go out there and do some terrific batting. That was a huge drop when Dianish was on 2. Maybe if he'd taken that catch, this could have been a different game. But we'll never know, as those two went out there and put on a century partnership.
Yeah, they put on the runs pretty well, didn't they? And they had a little bit of luck, and you always have to have a little bit of luck in this format, but the hitting these two possess is quite astonishing. They seem to be able to pump the ball a long way. I love that shot from Rocky Dinesh. It's sort of like a pickup shot, just sort of with a swivel pull. He gets that one away for 6. Negi copped it on the end of the finger. He did drop it. I think he forgot that the ball was still in play, but ended up fetching that. Another drop there. There was 3 drops late. But what do? You know, sometimes you got to tip your hat to the batsman. And Rocky Dinesh was the man that was rewarded with a really good 50.
He certainly was. A well-deserved half-century for Rocky Dinesh. And we're going to take a look at some of these shots by Soman. That was another chance they put down, although if he'd taken that one, Sharif Muhammad, it wouldn't have mattered too much. And then he ended the innings with 2 big sixes, Soman. The sound off the bat there was so sweet.
Yeah, it was. It's like a cannon from a gun. It really was. And you can see how much it means to these players. They've lost 4 or 5 in a row. And they've lost 4 or 5 close ones. So you've got to feel good for them. And they did what they needed to do. And in the end, the runs are made. So let's have a look at the scorecards, shall we? And Yeah, a good job. What else can you ask for when your openers do that, Nish?
Yeah, of course, a big thumbs up there by Karina. Of course, she will be leaving over this weekend, and it's been great to work alongside her. Can't wait to get our next buddy from Spring Productions over here in Malta. There's the scorecard. I think it's pretty clear that was as dominant as it gets from Soman and Deanna. She feel really good that those two finally got a win for their opening partnership. They've just been putting up 70-run partnerships game after game since they came together. You look at the Blasters bowling lineup, there's not too much to cheer.
Pretty hard yards. Mukesh surprisingly gets done for 26 off his economy off his 3 balls. But yeah, they're a good team. The Blasters, they've just been outplayed in that one. They were pretty much outplayed in the other one if it wasn't for Negi. In the end, a 10-wicket victory is a big victory. And Nish, has been another fascinating day of cricket.
It's been an amazing game. We had a great flurry of some rather one-sided matches, but then it's great that we ended up with the Blasters and Warriors treating us to some real entertainment.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had a lot of entertainment. So obviously there's a lot of thanks and a lot of work that goes into this. I want to say a massive thank you to the Blue crew. They are travelling around all year. They don't stop and they love it. Also a massive thank you to Spring Productions, Nish, who have an amazing job on all of the presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much to everyone. I hope Karina has a safe trip back home. She's been terrific. And also a big shout out to Andres, Christoph, and our tours who've all done an outstanding job throughout the series.
Yeah, I'm glad you remember all those names. Well, it's been a pleasurable day again. I want to say a big thank you to the viewers, all of you guys tuning in all day. It's fun to interact with you. We love the friendly banter. Well done to all the players that have participated today, the Malta Cricket Federation, everyone in the office back home that make this presentation work. And a fantastic day. Nish, tomorrow it's international cricket. Tell me what you're looking forward to.
I'm looking forward to seeing Cyprus, commentating them for the first time as a national team. Is going to be really fun. And I can't wait for the Estonian women to make their European Cricket Network debut.
Yeah, so join us tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. in the morning. We have international cricket on the European Cricket Network. It's a bye from me, it's a bye from Nish, and it's a good night for now.
We'll be right back.